Do Assassin Girls Dream of Mana Automata Dolls? Volume 2, by Iwashi Dizukushi, translated by Fables, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 50. Trouble strikes suddenly. After dinner at Thomas's house, having managed to help a clingy Ellie back to the inn and tumbling into bed the next morning. Letty-san, we have a problem. Ellie sat primly on the bed, staring at her with a serious expression. Incidentally, last night, exhausted, they had fallen asleep in the same bed. They had only slept. A problem? Letty sat up, tilting her head in confusion. What could have happened? From the looks of it, nothing seemed different from yesterday. Of course, there was no sign of intrusion into the room either. As she stared, wondering what it could be, Ellie, after much fidgeting and difficulty speaking, finally opened her mouth. It seems I can't use Mana Bolt anymore. At the incredibly apologetic statement, Letty blinked in surprise. Can't use it, what exactly happened? She asked, having finally recovered from the abrupt confession. Ellie scratched her cheek, looking troubled. Well, you see, the information processing circuit for aiming Mana Bolt seems to be a little broken. When I was operating Whiskeraf, it seems to have been subjected to unreasonable levels of stress, and even the auto-repair function can't fix it properly. Information processing circuit. I sort of get it, not really. Letty had heard that term, or similar ones, several times. She understood it to some extent, if understanding was even the right word, that it probably had such a function. But considering what it implied. Wait a minute, does that mean, Ellie, is your head okay? I'm sorry, even though I know you're worried, that phrasing is a bit. Anyway, I can still converse like this, and my memory is fine, but it's just certain circuits. After thinking for a moment, and understanding that her personality and such parts were likely fine, Letty breathed a sigh of relief. She reached out a hand to Ellie's head, who was looking down apologetically, and gently stroked it. I see, it's good that Ellie is still Ellie. I was worried. That's what I mean about you, you know. Her own degradation as a tool. And yet the trust that Letty would surely say such things. Feeling quite content, she hugged Letty tightly. Letty gently embraced her, continuing to pat her head until she calmed down. Section. Well, most of the rough work is over, and we have more than enough living expenses for the foreseeable future. We should be fine as long as we don't stick our necks into dangerous situations. Such a calm analysis. Can I have my touching moment from earlier back? Having finally settled down, they exchanged such banter. And still somewhat reluctant to separate, they were still hugging. But seriously, won't most things be manageable? Do you think you can still use Mana Blaster? Yes, it's probably fine. I haven't fired it yet, so I can't say for sure, but then let's go test it later, in a decent spot somewhere in the woods. Right, it's probably best to check. Chatting like this, it was quite some time until they ate breakfast. Section. After that, they ate breakfast and went outside. After walking for a while, they found themselves in the forest. Specifically, the clearing Letty previously observed used for secret dealings. Hardly anyone comes here, so it should be fine. Indeed, here there are plenty of targets too. Saying that, Ellie looked around. A deserted clearing in the forest. Naturally, there were plenty of suitable bushes and such. This meant no shortage of targets. Then, first, a check of Mana Bolt, I suppose. Yes, Letty-san, please stand behind me. After she said that, and sensing Letty obediently standing behind her, Ellie took a deep breath. She carefully, more carefully than usual, followed the firing procedure. Tried to follow it. Target recognition, of course, was possible. But when she tried to aim, the usual white circle didn't appear, or it would aim and then cancel, immediately aiming somewhere else, refusing to let her get a proper lock. What will happen if I try to fire like this? Still, she couldn't not check. Minimizing the output, minimizing it to the absolute lowest. Mana Bolt. Softly, in a whisper. Immediately, with a tiny poof, a magical bullet the size of her pinky finger appeared, but it completely lost its target and ended up flying off in a random direction. They stared at it in silence for a moment. Yeah, Mana Bolt sure is tricky. I'm sorry. What is this embarrassment? I knew this would happen, but it's still embarrassing. Indeed, she had known this would be the outcome, and it was for confirmation. Still, her inability to do it properly was quite embarrassing. All right, next, let's try Mana Blaster. I don't dislike that detached approach of yours then. Mana Blaster. Mana generated from Void Generator, flowed through the transmission circuits to her fingertips. She let it accumulate until it was sufficient, and then, following the usual procedure, released it. With a whoosh, oscillations in the air, a torrent of energy surged forth, mowing down trees. Many trees. Ellie. I guess the output control isn't quite working either. She had intended to suppress it more, but for some reason, the output had become higher than she expected. Output control is probably also related to the information processing circuit, so it can't be helped, I suppose. Oh, and then there's the barrier. That's right. For now, I've put up an anti-physical barrier. Then, when she generated a barrier without incantation, Letty lightly tried to tap it with her hand, and it was blocked. Oh, this is fine, I think. When she knocked on it, the resistance felt sufficient. As for magic defense, we can't check that without cooperation from Jorg or someone else, so maybe next time. At least, as long as we're aware of it and adjust our movements, it seems like there won't be a problem. After confirming various things, Letty nodded, seemingly satisfied. Ellie then spoke up in a sulky tone. So why are you so calm about this? Letty looked back at her, puzzled. Because it's just about figuring out how to adapt together, isn't it? Letty-san. I need to talk to you when we get back to the inn. Letty watched Ellie, who was enduring and suppressing various emotions, with a puzzled expression. Chapter 51, Confirmation and Countermeasures. Ellie, having finished her experiments, breathed a sigh of relief. But I'm a little relieved. Just being able to fire the blaster means I can still be useful. That's true, I can ask you to handle opponents I'm not good at. To be honest, there was the possibility that she wouldn't even be able to fire the mana blaster, but that fear turned out to be unfounded. That said, things couldn't just be left as they were. Now, what to do? It's inconvenient not being able to use Mana Bolt, and above all, the blaster's output is unstable, so I'd really like to get it properly fixed. Can it be fixed? If I had the parts somehow, yes, but where are they? They should have been with Whiskeraff back then, but well, you know. A dry, forced laugh escaped her. That place was, of course, the one they had just blown up the other day. She couldn't imagine any usable parts possibly remaining. Is there a chance Valandia collected them? I won't say definitely not, but they wouldn't know what they were looking at, so it wouldn't be surprising if they were lost him. What about the ruins where we first met? That was a frontline base, mainly for emergency repairs and simple adjustments, so probably not. I see so. They listed all possible scenarios, but nothing seemed certain. They exchanged troubled glances. If they're not in Valandia, then there's not much of a chance, right? The only other possibility is if the facilities in the Imperial capital are still intact. I see. Where is the Imperial capital? Further south. Let's look at a map when we get back to the room. Got it. You know I'm not bothered by this, right? It's because I know that. That's why it's a problem, you know. She clung to Letty's arm, and Letty gently stroked her head. Ellie hated her own cunning for clinging, knowing Letty would comfort her and taking full advantage of it, yet she didn't want to let go. After being petted for a while, we've pretty much sorted out the situation. Let's go before anyone comes. It would be a bit troublesome if someone saw all this. Saying that, Letty gestured towards the fallen trees. That's right. It was then that Ellie looked at the destruction. Something felt off. She stared intently at one particular tree. Ellie, is something wrong? Oh no, it's just right now that tree, That tree, echoing her, Letty also looked. It was when both of them looked at the fallen tree at the same time. The odd feeling transformed into certainty. Letty-san, I'm sorry, could you look at that tree for a while? I can, but she trailed off as she looked at Ellie in confusion. But then, sensing the seriousness in Ellie's request, she nodded and looked at the tree again. Ellie slowly took a deep breath. Mana Bolt, she declared. She fired a small lump of mana. It unmistakably followed a familiar trajectory and directly hit the tree Letty was looking at. Ellie. What in the world is this? Letty-san, now that tree over there. Okay. She didn't understand, but she looked at another tree as she was told. And again, a bullet was fired. It directly hit the tree Letty was looking at. Does this mean? I think it's probably sensory sharing or synesthetic correction. A phenomenon where the mana doll can perceive the object the master is aware of. The ability to target things, effectively increases when the master and the mana doll look at the same thing. While Ellie was bewildered, Letty, who completely didn't understand the situation, was finding it even more difficult to follow. Is that something that can happen? It hasn't ever happened before, has it? Normally it should only be possible with an A-rank archmage or higher, those with the highest authority. But Letty-san is B-rank. I see, so it's an anomaly. That's easy enough to understand. In the end, Letty could accept it because she didn't fully grasp the situation, while Ellie couldn't accept it precisely because she understood too well. However, with no proper environment to gather measurements, all Ellie could do was sigh in resignation, knowing it would be useless to try and grasp any reasonable conclusions. She released the arm she was still clinging to and looked at the tree again. Is it enough to just know that I can use it if I look at the same target as Letty-san? Ellie blinked a few times. Letty-san, could you look at that again, one more time? Okay. Called out too, Letty tilted her head in confusion, though she still looked at the indicated tree again. Ellie, likewise, gazed at it. Mana bolt. And then the mana bullet flew off in the wrong direction. Then she grabbed Letty's arm and... Mana bolt, quietly chanted. This time it hit perfectly. Ellie. It seems if I stick close to Letty-san, it hits. Still half in doubt, she had no choice but to come to such a conclusion. That's better than not being able to use it at all, but... She pressed on despite Letty's exasperation. Isn't it great? Let's hold hands and have lovey-dovey battles. You know that's not realistic, right? Yes, she nodded weakly. Letty, in turn, petted Ellie's head as if to comfort her. Chapter 52. Her and her choice. After a few rounds of verification, it became clear that Ellie's assumption was correct. They agreed that mana bolt should be reserved for precision shots, rather than crowd control, though both of them were thoroughly confused, wondering if such a situation would ever actually arise. They decided to head back to the inn, having confirmed the general state of affairs. Section. So, the imperial capital used to be around here. Back at the inn, they sat side by side on the bed, unfolding a map. Ellie pointed to one spot, a potential location for the parts needed for her repairs. The map clearly marked an existing city there. This is the capital of the Corridor Kingdom. There should be a large ancient ruin there. So there's a good chance. Ellie, who hadn't been expecting much, lit up. But Letty's expression was ambiguous. It's a famous ruin, so it should have been extensively excavated already. Oh no, so if we go look, it might not be there. She slumped over in disappointment at the answer. Letty patted her head and continued. Well, excavated items are sometimes sold, so it's worth looking into. But aren't all those discovered ancient magical devices being sold pretty expensive? It's fine, we can pay up to 250 mithril silver coins now, can't we? Letty-san, please sit up straight. With a look of why painted on her face, Letty obediently sat in a formal kneeling posture. Seeing such an adorable scene, Ellie, enduring various emotions and putting on a pained expression, also sat formally opposite her. Listen, Letty-san, money is important. It's true that it's a suddenly acquired windfall, but that's precisely why we should use it carefully. Yeah, this is important, right? Just as Ellie was about to lecture her, she was met with a devastating counter. Her mouth opened and closed in dumbfounded silence, unable to say anything. She felt her face gradually turning red. She cleared her throat while inwardly grumbling a complaint about why she even possessed such an out-of-place function. I'm happy that you care so much, Letty-san. But we confirmed today that we can manage without it, right? Yes, that's right. Then, thinking about our future living expenses, I believe we should save what we can. Ellie was concerned her argument would lack conviction with such a flustered expression. She pulled herself together to manage a more serious facade, albeit with some twitching, and continued to try and persuade Letty. But, I understand, but we haven't decided to spend it all. Besides, if it's about money to cover living expenses, we can just earn it together, right? As if it were obvious. Or perhaps it only seemed that way because she was usually lacking in expression. But to Ellie, it appeared as if it were perfectly obvious. She read too deeply into the possible implications and buried her face in her hands, utterly defeated. Ellie. Letty-san, just now too, please stop saying things that are bad for my heart. I mean, I don't have a heart, but... Probably no, definitely. Letty had no such intention. Still, the consideration of being a part of Letty's future, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, felt overwhelmingly joyful. I must be making a very strange face right now. Ellie thought that as she remained hunched over with her face hidden. Section. Anyway, nothing's for sure until we first confirm if it's even been excavated and the parts are available in stores. Meanwhile, Ellie managed to pull her thoughts back from spiraling dangerously out of control. She was on the verge of fantasizing about them living together in a small white house on a hill. She recovered somehow and, after clearing her throat, spoke up. That's right, so, for our immediate plan, we'll go back to Valandia, talk to His Highness and Jorg, and if nothing's there, then Corridor, I guess. That would be the plan. Ellie then looked like she suddenly remembered something. So, it'll take over a week if we walk. What do you want to do? Letty tilted her head in thought. Then, after a moment of silence, she finally spoke. Walking is fine, isn't it? If Ellie wants to fix things quickly, I can rent a horse, though. Ellie waved her hand lightly. No, walking is fine for me, I'm okay. I don't feel sick or anything like that. A small sigh of relief escaped Letty. Ellie looked at her with a puzzled expression. Oh, that's good then. We were so rushed back then. I wanted to walk slowly with you, Ellie. Seeing Letty nod contentedly, Ellie reached her limit. Trembling slightly, she edged closer while remaining in her kneeling posture. Letty-san, I know you don't do this on purpose, but I have a lot I want to say, but can I just hug you for now? Of course you can, but you're acting a bit strange. Saying that with a puzzled expression, Letty spread her arms wide, beckoning. Ellie, who had been holding back so much since they were in the forest, couldn't contain herself and practically leaped into the hug. With such strong momentum, they both tumbled onto the bed. Letty chuckled softly. Ellie really is strange. As she let herself be hugged, she returned the embrace. Chapter 53. What the Journey Reveals. The next morning, they prepared to depart and informed the innkeeper that they were checking out. Perhaps it was because they were good customers who had kept their room tidy, or perhaps because they gave her a generous tip, but the innkeeper seemed reluctant to see them go. Regardless, they gave a slight wave to her, who came out to bid them farewell and headed to the guild. The receptionist seemed to understand after seeing their attire. Her smile became a little wistful as she turned to head to the back. Thomas arrived, his steps noticeably calmer than yesterday, and invited them in. Looking like that, you're leaving after all, aren't you? Yes, we have a new destination. I see. It felt both long and short, but I'm grateful for all your help. Thank you both, truly. His comrades who had visited were leaving again, sending off adventurers. It was something he was used to, but this time, the weight of it was different, and he felt slightly hesitant. Still, this was their decision. He couldn't stop them. Thomas bowed deeply to the two, and Ellie returned the gesture. No, the pleasure was ours. Following Ellie, Letty also bowed her head and said, Please give my regards to your wife and the baby. When she looked up, Thomas had a dumbfounded expression, like a deer caught in the headlights one. Letty tilted her head in confusion. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I've been thinking since yesterday, Egret, have you changed somehow? Was she ever the type to give such polite greetings? He found himself staring intently at Letty's face. He couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but he sensed something new in her expression and demeanor that hadn't been there before. Who knows? I can't tell myself, Letty replied, still looking puzzled, while beside her, Ellie inexplicably wore a smug expression, brimming with superiority. After some idle chatter, they left the guild. Come back anytime, you're always welcome, Thomas called out as he saw them off. Letty firmly shook hands with the teary-eyed receptionist. While being observed by the adventurers watching the scene with curiosity, the two headed out of the town. Section. Eventually, they reached the western gate. Though the treaty hadn't been signed yet, the town had regained its calm with the arrival of official peace envoys from Valandia. Already, enterprising merchants with their wagon trains were preparing to head west. They navigated through the bustling crowd to reach the gate and began the departure procedures. Showing their guild cards, the procedure was surprisingly smooth. Perhaps thanks to the restored peace or maybe Thomas's foresight, they nodded to the gate guards and stepped out. Casually, they looked back. It's strange, isn't it? What's wrong, all of a sudden? The gate leading out of the town. They had passed through it countless times, and now they were passing through it again. That should have been all. This town isn't as familiar as Wals should be, yet I feel the same reluctance to leave. Ah yes, I think I understand that feeling. A lot happened here, after all. It has a special place in our memories. There was a future where that western gate might have been exposed to the ravages of war. But now, no scars were etched upon it. Merchants busy preparing for departure. Children running around them, helping or playing. The slightly less stern expressions of the soldiers. The flags of the Juristan kingdom and the Azar countdom fluttering in the summer sky. The atmosphere was markedly different from the somewhat tense bustle from when they had first arrived. Perhaps this is what it meant to be lively and vibrant. What is this feeling? Maybe I'm just happy to see this kind of sight. Ellie gazed at Letty's profile. Her brows softly arched, her eyes slightly lowered, the corners of her mouth turned up just a little. Yes, I think so too. A smiling Letty was there. Ellie gazed at her profile, smiling, never tiring of it. Section. Eventually, having savored their farewells enough, they turned and began to walk. The midsummer sun was already high and hot before noon. They put on sun hats and draped thin white cloaks over their shoulders. The climate in this region, perhaps because the sea was distant, had low humidity even in summer and little rain. As long as they shielded themselves from the sun and a breeze came through, the dry air was pleasant. The weather is nice, isn't it? Yes, the sky is blue. The sky they looked up at was a deep summer blue. They narrowed their eyes, gazing at the cloudless expanse. After a while, Letty murmured, "That's right, the sky is blue, isn't it?" As if she had just noticed it for the first time. Yes, it is, it's blue. Ellie narrowed her eyes. If someone who knew nothing overheard, they would probably be astonished and say, "What an obvious thing to say." But for Ellie, those words brought joy. A bird zipped across the sky. A slender, sharp silhouette, maybe that of a swallow. As her gaze followed it, distant mountain ranges came into view. Trees, having soaked up the summer sunshine, held a deep green. Descending from there to the foot of the mountains, the fresh green of the sprawling grasslands spread out. The highway winding through them was covered with white cobblestones, and the occasional trees planted beside it were also a rich, deep green. The sky is blue, and the mountains are green. It's obvious, isn't it? It's obvious, but it's such an obvious thing. But why does it look so different from the scenery I've always seen? Letty's hand was squeezed. Surprised, she looked at Ellie beside her, who was smiling gently. For some reason, she felt a little embarrassed, as if something she didn't want seen had been seen, and she looked away. But, I figured as much. I think walking was a good choice, she murmured. Chapter 54. Revisiting for the first time, they left Azar before noon. Sometime after midday, they took a break in the shade of a tree by the side of the road. As they munched on some light snacks they had prepared, they idly watched people passing by. Several times, merchants in horse-drawn carriages called out, offering them a ride. Ellie politely smiled and deflected them, though for some reason once they were even given some dried fruit. Time passed as they observed the sun-drenched road and its daily activities from the shade. Occasionally, a breeze would blow. Quietly, ever so quietly, time flowed on. Section. 30 minutes must have passed. Eventually, without a word, they both stood up, packed their things, and resumed their journey west along the road. Those people just now were kind, weren't they? Yes, we even got fruit. I'll ask, just in case, but it was okay to decline, right? Yes, we'll arrive before nightfall anyway. The two continued west at a leisurely pace. It was hot, but not unpleasantly so. With their aimless conversation, they didn't mind the heat, and their steps felt light. As the sun began to dip, and twilight started to paint the sky from blue to red, the town of Augsburg came into view. Speaking of which, why does the sky turn red in the evening, I wonder? It seems there were scholars researching it, but they never really figured it out. Something about the relationship between the sun and magic, but they never reached a conclusion. As they chatted, the townscape, bathed in a soft red light, looked slightly different from when they had seen it before. And so, after a little more walking, they reached the gate just as the long summer twilight was drawing to an end and night began to fall. With a soft sigh, they looked back at the path they had traveled. The border town of Azar was long gone, swallowed by the encroaching darkness of the road. And most of the path they had walked during the day was also obscured. Feeling a slight pang of regret, they completed the procedures and entered the town. Section. The town of Osberg was also full of energy. At night, some people hurried home, while others were already enjoying drinks and in high spirits. They walked along the edge of the main street, avoiding the crowded thoroughfare, searching for an inn. They had thought they'd find one quickly with such a lively atmosphere, but before they could, "Hey there, ladies, wanna come have a drink?" They were stopped by a drunk. Indeed, if one didn't know their true nature, it was only natural for two beautiful girls of different types walking together to attract attention. In some ways, it could be considered unfortunate. "I'm sorry, we already have plans." "Ah, come on, just blow them off. Let's go, I know a good place." Ellie tried to brush him off with a polite smile, but he seemed to be a particularly persistent drunk. He reached out to grab Ellie's arm to stop her. He tried to grab it, his hand was stopped midair. What the hell, lady? Hey, what is this?" A slender arm, surely no match for his strength. Yet he couldn't move it an inch. He couldn't push or even pull. It was as if his arm had turned to stone, a cold, rigid sensation. "We said we have plans, didn't we?" "A cheek." A voice, colder than a blade of ice, reached his ears. A gaze sharper than a polished dagger. He was going to die, not be killed. It wouldn't be a gentle death by human hand. It was the terror of being granted a merciless death by something far beyond human action. The man and his companions seemed to sense it too, and they began to tremble uncontrollably. Letty, who had been observing them with a cold gaze, released the man with a shove. He completely lost his balance, staggered, and collapsed onto his backside. His companions stood frozen, unable to help him. Letty watched on with a bored expression while letting out a sigh of exasperation. "Ellie, let's go." "Ah, yes." Ignoring the men still frozen in place, the two left. Section, after walking for a while. "Letty-san," suddenly Ellie stopped. What is it?" "Please hold me." Puzzled by Ellie's abrupt request, Letty tilted her head. "Okay." She spread her arms, saying, "Here." Ellie thought, no, not like that, not like that. But since the offer was there, she took refuge between Letty's arms anyway. A sigh of relief escaped her as she felt the tight embrace. Although it wasn't a common area, they were near the main street. They were exposed to quite a few gazes. Letty didn't care at all, and Ellie didn't even notice. The two remained like that for a while, completely unconcerned. Finally, when the stares became truly piercing, they separated. Letty was her usual self while Ellie had an expression of, "What have I done?" They continued walking, resuming their search for an inn. "Ellie, is something wrong?" "No, nothing's wrong at all." A strangely red face, suspicious behavior. Letty gazed at her face for a moment. "You seem to be walking a bit slowly." Is that so?" "Come on, let's go." Saying that, she took Ellie's hand. We shouldn't get separated, should we?" Ellie was pulled along, led by Letty. There was nothing she could do. Though Letty's grip wasn't strong, it stole her ability to resist. "Just do what you want with me," she decided in her heart. Then, a double room. There was absolutely no preparation or expectation whatsoever. The two of them simply spent one night at the inn. Chapter 55, in a word. After Ellie one-sidedly got her hopes up and wound up disappointed, the night passed. Morning arrived with Letty perplexed by Ellie's subtly sulking yet clingy demeanor. Somehow, she managed to appease Ellie, and they had breakfast. Before noon, they paid a visit to the third night order's garrison. It's Ellie-chan. "Yo, Egret, good to see you." "Ellie-chan, what brings you here today?" After suddenly finding themselves surrounded by burly knights, Letty stepped in, waving her hands to shoo them away. Though rather blunt, they knew when to retreat. Seeing them still being themselves, she felt a strange sense of relief. "Is Jorg still here? I just thought I'd say hello." "The commander, he's swamped with paperwork right now." "Hold on a sec, I'll go ask him." One of the knights familiar with them rushed off to Jorg's office. Not a single person bothered to see him off. Instead, they asked Ellie if she was safe, what she had been up to, if she was well, and invited her for a drink sometime. Letty once again intervened and chased the knights away. Perhaps it was because they understood each other's limits. Somehow, even that kind of exchange felt strangely odd. As they were bantering, Jorg arrived, his eyes bloodshot and deep wrinkles etched between his brows. "Oh, you too, it's been a while since then. You didn't have to go out of your way to visit, but I welcome you." He still possessed his usual beaming smile, however. "Standing here won't do. Come to where you can sit." Letty nodded at the invitation. Then, I'll take you up on that. She gave a slight wave to the knights, loitering nearby, and followed Jorg. The knights left behind, then began to chatter. Hey, was Egret always like that? I'm all for Ellie-chan, but that was quite something too. Her impression changed, didn't it? They were engrossed in such trivial conversation. Section. I see, so you're heading to the royal capital then. After ushering the two into his office, they exchanged information over tea. The circumstances of their renewed journey, and the reasons why Jorg was swamped with work. After the recent turmoil, Oscar's depleted First Knight Order was reorganized, with some members incorporated into the Royal Guard. The rest were to be integrated into the Second and Third Knight Orders, or transferred to newly established public order units. You seem to be having a tough time too. Well, it can't be helped. We're lucky it's only this much. Jorg was buried under these administrative tasks, and preparing for the integration of the additional troops into the Third Knight Order. He looked tired, but his smiling face as he said that showed that he still had some energy. Seeing that, Letty nodded in relief. Given the situation, it seems it will be difficult to talk to anyone related to magic in the royal capital. Don't worry about that. The new court magician wanted to meet you two anyway. All right, I'll write you a transit permit for part of the way and letters of introduction to His Highness, His Majesty and the Mage. He spoke with childish excitement, eagerly grabbing a piece of paper in his office. Letty watched on with a somewhat exasperated expression. I thought it would be bad to make you go to so much trouble, but it seems I didn't need to hold back, did I? Honestly, I'm starting to feel like we should work him even harder. Hey, you should at least hold back that much, shouldn't you? Amidst those who knew each other well and had faced death together. I see, this kind of relationship, surely, was what they called comrades in arms. Letty was familiar with the phrase, of course. By the way, do you have any free vouchers for inns along the way? Ellie teased. Just because I've given you my approval doesn't mean I can go that far. Use your common sense, Jorg snapped back while laughing. The atmosphere was somewhat reminiscent of the dinner table they had shared with Rita and old Bob. It suddenly occurred to her for the first time that those two were also comrades in arms. Days had passed, and she had completed requests methodically, mindlessly, without realizing her own loneliness. But behind it all was old Bob's information, and Rita, in her own way, was working and keeping the organization running. Suddenly, for some reason, she felt a longing to see the two of them. Once this matter's settled, let's try returning to Wow's. Keeping that thought in her heart, she observed Jorg and Ellie's comedic back and forth with a somewhat soft expression. Section, Jorg, having somehow fended off Ellie's teasing, carefully put away the letters of introduction he had written. They were about to leave his office. Or so they thought. Commander, is it true that Ellie Dono is here? A middle-aged man entered. Oh, it's the second-in-command mage. Look, she's still here. Hello, it's been a while. Indeed, it has been a very long time. The mage who arrived looked around the room, recognized Ellie, and nodded meaningfully with a meaningful expression. Letty, seeing this, suddenly spoke up as if remembering something. Oh, that's right. Hey, Jorg, can I borrow this mage for a bit? Egret, you need to learn how to use words a little better. If he doesn't mind, it's fine. As long as it's nothing too out of the ordinary, it should be fine. Perhaps the animosity was reserved only for Ellie. He nodded magnanimously at Letty's sudden request. Thank you, actually, you see. She then explained, vaguely, about the concerns regarding Ellie's anti-magic barrier, and her desire for him to cast some light attack magic for an experiment. Very well, only I would know Ellie Dono's barrier so well. I shall accompany you in this experiment. An opportunity for revenge, with a legitimate excuse, had presented itself. As soon as he understood this, he showed the utmost enthusiasm and readily agreed. 30 minutes later, he was witnessed kneeling dejectedly, having had all of his polished magic completely defended against. Chapter 56. Even as king. After helping the mage recover and thanking him, then thanking Jorg again, and chasing away the knights who approached, they passed the time with their usual trivial and aimless antics. Before they knew it, it was already well past noon. Since they were there, they were invited to lunch. There was a moment when Jorg, perhaps foolishly, declared, "This one's on me," which caused a horde of hungry knights to swarm him, only for Jorg to scatter them. Section, After lunch, and after shaking off lingering goodbyes, they left the town of Augsburg. The journey from there was smooth sailing. They were blessed with good weather and kind people along the way. Upon entering cities, Jorg's issued permit granted them access without any trouble. They did have to camp twice along the way, but it wasn't difficult. In fact, they even found it enjoyable. The summer night air, with a hint of the day's heat still lingering. The tiny crackling sounds of the bonfire they shared, and looking up. All those lights in the sky are stars. She had lived in the world of night. She was sure she'd seen them countless times before. Yet, it felt like the first time she had truly looked up. An overwhelming sensation. What have I been seeing all this time? What's different now? She even felt a sense of bewilderment. Though, when she spoke honestly about it to Ellie, she was met with a gentle smile and had her head stroked as if she were a child, which she found unfair. They continued their journey smoothly. A week later, they safely arrived in the Valandian royal capital. Section. This place still hasn't been repaired, has it? It's been only, let's see, 2 weeks and a bit. It hasn't even been a month yet. The two crossed the Eastern Bridge, where Jorg and the First Night Order had clashed. Foot traffic and wagon movements had already resumed, but somehow, the sound of footsteps and rattling wheels echoed with a desolate tone. Looking closely, dark red stains clung everywhere. Arrows, swords, spears, various parts of the bridge were marred. Although the bodies had been removed, the scars of battle remained vivid, as if to quietly tell of the many lives lost there. They advanced quietly, as if internalizing the scene. "Ellie, do you have a moment?" When Letty spoke, she stopped at the end of the bridge and turned her whole body to face it. "Yes, I'll join you." Ellie, understanding, followed suit, turning to face the bridge. They gently closed their eyes and offered a silent prayer. It wouldn't bring the dead back, but remembering their deaths like this didn't feel pointless. Most people passing through here probably did the same. Despite being a crucial traffic point leading to the main street in front of the royal castle, the spot where the two offered their silent prayer was enveloped in a serene quietness. Section. After offering their silent prayers, they once again headed towards the royal castle. As expected, once they entered the city, the closer they got to the castle, the more vibrant it became. They moved through the bustling main street, weaving through the crowds. Eventually, they reached the service gate of the castle. Well, I've heard from Jorg-sama, please wait a moment." Jorg had likely sent a messenger ahead of their arrival. The gate guard immediately smiled when he saw the permit they presented. One of them rushed inside to notify the castle. Then, almost without delay, an escort arrived to guide them in. They were led to a small room deep inside the castle, and after a short wait, "Hello, you two. It's been a while, or perhaps it's still too early to say that." Leonhardt arrived, accompanied by several attendants. Dressed in a deep crimson cloak with a high collar and gold trim, he seemed to have matured dramatically from his earlier princely aura. He now exuded the air of a full-fledged young king, especially combined with his already mature expression. "I think it's been a while is fine." "Yes, it has been a long time, Your Majesty Leonhardt." As the two rose and bowed and offered their greetings, he displayed his familiar smile. "Haha, I'm still not used to being called Your Majesty." "Oh, that's right, let me introduce you. This is Marius von Landier, the new court mage." The mage introduced Bode respectfully. He was a young-looking man standing behind Leonhardt. He wore the formal robe of a Valandian royal court mage, embroidered with magical patterns in gold and silver thread. "I am Marius von Landier. Please allow me to make your acquaintance. I have heard much about you two from His Majesty and His Excellency Rainbird. I had hoped to meet you one day, so today is truly a stroke of fortune." He smiled warmly as he spoke. "I am Egret. I have no family name as I'm a commoner, so just Egret. Nice to meet you." "I am Ellie. It is a pleasure to meet you as well." After returning the greetings, the two exchanged glances, looking thoughtful. "Oh, are you two all right?" Marius asked, concerned, as Letty furrowed her brows in a troubled expression. "I'm sorry, but who was Rainbird again?" "Oh, that's Jorg. Come to think of it, I hardly ever used his full name in front of you two. Jorg von Rainbird." Leonhardt, who had been watching the two with a puzzled expression, explained this, and the two ahaed in understanding. Then, they suddenly fell silent again. Marius began to fidget nervously as the two began to tremble slightly with suppressed laughter. "Your Excellency, Jorg, Your Excellency." "WL he is, but Jorgsan, your excellency." Leonhardt, overhearing their murmurs, put on an incredibly broad smile. It doesn't suit him, honestly. With that single remark, laughter erupted like a broken dam, and the two, with Leonhardt joining in, all three laughed together. Marius, left alone in the atmosphere, could only stare at the scene in a daze. Chapter 57, A Thorn of Doubt. After the three of them had a good laugh, Leonhardt cleared his throat. He turned back to Marius with a flawless, princely smile. "Well, in short, this is the kind of relationship we have with them, so rest assured." "Ah, I understand. No, I don't really understand, but..." The escort knights looked at Marius with pity, as he had no choice but to respond that way. "All right then, let's get back to it. I hear you have something you want to ask us today." "Your Highness, no, Your Majesty, why do you look so happy?" It's obvious, isn't it? It's a chance to do you a favor." "I'd sell you any number of favors." Letty gave Leonhardt, who was smiling amiably, a suspicious look. He received it calmly, and even said things that would normally be difficult to say with perfect composure, showing he still retained his good-natured personality. "Hearing that makes me not want to ask anything." "Yes, Letty-san, it's fine. No matter what happens to me, even if I don't get fixed." "No, Ellie, I can't just leave you like this." Marius stared in surprise, as Letty and Ellie suddenly held hands and began a little play act. No, Leonhardt was surprised too. In fact, he was more surprised than Marius. "Egret, I knew Ellie did things like that, but you too." "Ah, Ellie gets happy when I do this." Letty replied with a voice that sounded somewhat unwilling, and a face tinged with a slight blush, which surprised Leonhardt even more. "Letty-san, please don't make it sound like it's all my fault." But I think it's mostly Ellie's fault." He knew they were close, but had it always been this much? Flaunting their affection at every opportunity. For some reason, those words crossed Leonhardt's mind. But he was sure that if he uttered them, they would launch into an even bigger act. With the little information he had to work with, he found what he needed to ask them. "By the way, what do you mean by Ellie being fixed or not fixed?" "Oh, right, that's what we came to ask Ellie, please." "Ah, yes, that's right. Actually..." And so, they stated their original purpose for coming. They asked if anything resembling a magical tool like a crystal had been found, something that would only return a specific magical signal in response to another specific signal, whose use would be difficult to understand. They described its shape and reaction in a way that would be particularly easy for Marius, as a mage, to understand. "Well, is there anything that seems to fit the description?" Leonhardt then asked Marius, who had been nodding with a hum. "Yes, I can't say for sure, but there should be a few matching items." "Really? We'd really like to see them." Hearing Marius's answer, Ellie eagerly leaned forward and pressed him to continue. Letty grabbed her arm to restrain her. "Ellie, calm down, he'll show us." "Right. Yes, considering you two right now, there's no option to say no." Leonhardt swallowed the words in many ways. It certainly wasn't outright killing intent, but it was a pressure that made it easy to imagine what would happen if he made the wrong choice. He wondered if his own skin was thicker than he thought to be able to brush it off with a smile. He asked Marius, "It's okay, right?" Marius nodded frantically and silently, as if terrified of something. Section. While Marius went to retrieve anything he could think of, Leonhardt straightened his posture and turned back to the two. "Now, another topic while we have a moment. It's about the former chancellor. Did either of you notice anything strange about him?" At Leonhardt's question, they exchanged glances for a moment. After a while, Letty spoke. "Rather, everything about it was strange, right? When, how, and why he was replaced, there's no end to the questions." Leonhardt nodded, as if to say, "Exactly." "Yes, that's right. He was probably replaced when my father died, or around the time my mother began to lose her mind. How and for what purpose are completely unknown. It's clear he was trying to misuse the garden of the Thunder Emperor, but then for what purpose, that's the thing. The misuse of the garden of the Thunder Emperor should have been merely a means to an end. Leonhardt was certain of that. But then, why? In the end, his mother transformed into an abomination, but was that part of his plan, or was it an accident? Was the bug Ellie found while operating Whiskeraf something he orchestrated, and what was its purpose? And fundamentally, for what reason was he, a demon whose numbers have drastically decreased in modern times, trying to do what he did? It only brought about a bad feeling. I'm not asking you to investigate. We're already working on it on our end. But if you two find anything, could you let us know? Leonhardt, once a prince and now the king of a nation, asked this with a sincere gaze. They glanced at each other, their eyes meeting, communicating wordlessly. He was still himself. It seemed he was going to become king just as he was. Feeling a sense of relief, they let out small smiles. Of course, we'll let you know if we find anything. Yes, leave it to us. Thank you both. With your cooperation, it's like having 100 men. He chuckled, adding, after all, you're a woman worth 200 mithril silver coins. Feeling a slight blush at his words, Letty suddenly asked, puzzled, but is that okay? Won't you owe us again? Oh, that's right. He clapped his hands as if just realizing and chuckled. But it's fine if it's you too. It gives me something to strive for, to repay you again. The smile he showed then was appropriate for his age. Chapter 58, A Regrettable Mat. The delicate discussion finally came to a close, and the conversation shifted back to trivial topics. Just as the prince was comically recounting a blunder from Jorg's early days as a knight, with the escort knights desperately trying to suppress their laughter, Marius returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Your Majesty, everyone seems to be having quite a good time. Ah, Marius, welcome back. Well, you see. Yes, a shared, pleasant topic is quite valuable, that's all. Leonhardt calmly smiled at Marius, who had returned with a hasty, serious expression. Marius replied with a somewhat vacant ha, before immediately composing himself and presenting what he had brought. These are the items that might be relevant. What do you think, Elidono? Thank you, I'll take a look. Oh yes, oh I see. She picked up each item and pretended to inspect them from various angles while flowing a small amount of mana into them to check their functions. She continued this process for a while, and when finished, she shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, thank you for bringing these. Among what you brought, there was a relevant item, but unfortunately it was broken. Is that so? Perhaps our storage was poor, I apologize. She hastily waved her hands at Marius, who was bowing apologetically. No, please don't worry about it. Normally, no one would even know what these are for. In reality, this was something she had prepared herself for. She was just a little disappointed, but she didn't show it, keeping her smile. She was happy enough when Letty showed concern and gently squeezed her hand under the table. A small cough. When she looked over, Leonhardt was smiling amiably. I'm sorry we couldn't be of help, you two. If anything new is found, we'll keep it here for you. Thank you, please do, if that happens. Yes, thank you very much. Ellie felt a bit awkward, wondering if they had been found out. Letty, however, showed no concern whatsoever. Both of them bowed slightly. Well, I think our discussion is mostly finished. What will you two do now? I think we'll stay here for a night, and then leave tomorrow. Oh, may I ask where it is you're heading next? It's fine, but... Letty gave Leonhardt, who was leaning forward slightly, a somewhat suspicious look. Knowing the shrewdness of this former prince, now king, she was wary of what he might be up to. After this, we plan to head to the royal capital of Cordor. Ah, I see. There's a huge ruin there, isn't there? That's right. Letty inwardly acknowledged his quick understanding, but nodded nonetheless. Seeing him nodding with a she tilted her head. What's wrong? Oh, you see, a swordsmanship tournament will be held there soon. It looks like it will be quite a large-scale event, so it might be fun to go. It might be a good stimulus, he added with a smile. His smile was truly unreadable. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. Well, if the timing is right, we might watch at least. Yes, something like that. He was a trustworthy comrade-in-arms, but they both remained wary of his smile at times like this. After that exchange, they continued with more trivial conversation. Eventually, it was time for Leonhardt to move on to his next appointment. Your Majesty seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. He replied with a smile to Marius's question. Did I? Well, those two are quite special, if you ask me. Marius turned a thoughtful face towards Leonhardt and remained silent for a while. Then, he cautiously opened his mouth. In that case, wouldn't it be wise to keep one, or even both of them, by your side? He spoke with a very serious expression. Indeed, as the newly crowned king, Leonhardt was trying to reform various systems, which meant he had many enemies, but also many who sought to curry favor with him. There was a constant stream of overtures for him to take a young queen. Therefore, it was only natural to suggest placing such trustworthy women close to him. However, though they were words born of loyalty, Leonhardt looked taken aback by Marius's thoughts. He immediately began to chuckle. Those two? Impossible, absolutely impossible for me. Unfortunately, I don't have the capacity for that, and I certainly couldn't do anything so terrifying. He thought this precisely because he knew the two of them so well. He smiled at Marius, who looked disappointed. I admit they are attractive women, but you, too, understand that to be a queen or a concubine, attractiveness alone isn't enough, don't you? To be a king's consort, one needed various political skills or powerful backing. While those two certainly possessed extraordinary abilities, they were, after all, individual abilities. Well, someone like Letty might be able to achieve various things without leaving any evidence behind. I want to be friends with those two, or business partners. I believe that would be most beneficial for this country. These were his honest thoughts, as someone who had seen their true capabilities up close. Their abilities were too outstanding to be confined within the framework of a nation. Therefore, maintaining a good relationship was likely for the best for both parties, and especially so for Valandia. Hearing that, Marius looked as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and simply nodded silently. Chapter 59, by the lakeside city of Quartz. After their meeting with Leonhardt ended, and they left the royal castle, Letty and Ellie exchanged glances and laughed. He was the same as always, wasn't he? Yes, he was still himself. He had become a little more king-like, but they were satisfied knowing that his core self remained unchanged. As they laughed, the conversation eventually turned back to Jorg's blunders from when he was a fresh knight. It was such a conversation that carried far enough for the city folk to hear. Later, when Jorg next visited the royal capital, he was teased mercilessly. His furious outburst at Leonhardt, whom he suspected of starting the rumors, is a story for another time. Section. After spending the night at an inn in the capital, the two continued further west, finally arriving at the city of Quartz. It was a city situated beside a lake so vast it could be mistaken for the sea. "What is this?" Letty murmured blankly. "A huge, enormous puddle of water." To put it bluntly, that's all it was, but when it actually spread out before their eyes on such a scale, it could truly render one speechless. An unobstructed, open view. Standing on the lake shore, from right to left, the azure of the sky and the reflected blue of the water filled their entire vision. And yet, far in the hazy distance, the silhouette of mountains. A simultaneous sense of certainty that the land indeed continued beyond, and an unreal feeling of not knowing if it truly did, washed over Letty. For those familiar with it, it was surely nothing more than an ordinary sight, but for the current Letty, it was an overwhelming spectacle. For a while, she stood rooted to the spot before it, gazing in a daze. It's incredible, isn't it? This is probably the largest lake on this continent. Ellie, who had visited this area several times in the past, was relatively calmer. Even so, the sight still affected her, and her voice was slightly higher pitched. Letty had already been aware of it, but seeing it in person, it far surpassed her imagination. I see. It seems that what I knew was completely insignificant, I still know nothing. That somehow felt funny, or perhaps exciting. She let out a soft chuckle out of nowhere. Letty-san. Oh, I'm sorry, what is this feeling? All I can do is laugh. Ha, to think there was something this amazing in the world. Maybe I'm strange for assuming I knew so much. It wasn't self-deprecation. She genuinely felt that way. And strangely enough, such thoughts made her happy. Hey, Ellie. Yes, what is it? Will you keep going to all sorts of places with me from now on? I think I've grasped that I know nothing. And, you see, I want to learn what I didn't know. Is that bad? She realized she was being a little cunning. She knew the girl standing beside her wouldn't refuse such a request. Still, just a little, she wanted to indulge in some sweetness. Letty-san. What? Ellie cleared her throat, then unexpectedly. What do you mean? Stating the obvious, of course, I'll be with you. Letty-san is my master, we're practically bound by fate, you know. There's no way I'd abandon Letty-san and go somewhere else. There's no way I wouldn't go where you want to go. I'll follow you even if you say no. I won't accept any objections, I won't. She rattled off in an incredibly fast torrent. The intensity left Letty dumbfounded. Once Ellie finished speaking, she gave a smug look of satisfaction. Letty stared at her face for a while. Yielding to what welled up from the pit of her stomach, she let out a soft chuckle. Ah, just as I thought, she gently took the still smug Ellie's hand. Thank you, I'm glad you're here with me, Ellie. She smiled, FFH. With a sound like air escaping, Ellie's face turned bright red and she collapsed on the spot. Section. That's what I mean, you temptress. Unleashing such a weapon of mass destruction in front of people is just too cruel. Ellie, who had finally recovered, but was still trembling, protested. Is it really that bad? Letty felt like she was being treated terribly unfairly. But it wasn't such a bad feeling either. It was while they were fooling around like this when... Oh, excuse me, you over there. You the one with the black hair? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Me. Looking around, she was the only one with black hair. Curious, Letty turned towards the voice. There she saw a man around 40, his brown hair unkempt and tangled. A scruffy beard covered his face, and his shirt was rumpled. While he wouldn't yet qualify as a vagrant, it wouldn't be a very risky assumption. Yes, you there. Please, would you be my model? Letty froze, taken aback by the sudden request. Then Ellie suddenly stepped between them. I can't let that go unheard. If you wish to request Letty-san as a model, please go through me, her manager. What? So you are a person of renown after all. I apologize, it'll be paid afterward, but I will definitely pay. I absolutely must capture such beauty in a painting. So ho, you have quite the discerning eye. Let's hear the details. The conversation proceeded, completely bypassing Letty, the person directly involved. She watched on, still dumbfounded. Ellie, since when did you become my manager? First of all, what even is a manager? She could only squeeze in just that much as irrelevant questions began to surface in her mind. Chapter 60, The Painter and His Request. I apologize, that was incredibly rude of me. My name is Serge, I'm just a humble painter. After a moment of excitement with Ellie, the man finally calmed down and introduced himself. His brows were lowered pitifully, and a faint smile played on his lips. Somehow he seemed to lack the essence of a painter. I'm Egret, this is Ellie. I am Ellie, pleased to meet you. So, Serge-san, you have excellent taste in wanting Letty-san as your model. Oh, we've already talked about that extensively. No, I mean, what kind of painting model? Ellie suppressed her excitement from boiling over once again and put on a professional smile. Flaunting at every opportunity. For some reason, that phrase popped into Letty's mind. Since Ellie's question was also what she was wondering, she patiently waited for Serge's response. Ah, yes, I apologize for the lack of explanation. First, are you aware that the Kingdom of Valandia hosts an annual painting competition? As he posed the question, both naturally shook their heads. Seeing this, Serge nodded slightly and continued. Until now, only those of baronet rank or higher could enter, but starting this year, the doors have been opened to commoners. Oh, perhaps this is thanks to His Majesty Leonhardt, our new king. Anyway, commoners like myself can now apply. I know that at this age, it might be a little late, but I couldn't resist the chance, however small. His halting speech tried to feign calmness, but the passion in his eyes was almost intimidating. It made Ellie straighten her back instinctively. I see, so you decided to do an exhibit, but why do you want Letty-san as your model? Ah, that is, you see. He stammered for a moment before taking his time to gather his emotions to put into words. When I saw her, I knew she was the one. Her eyes, looking at the lake here, perfectly match what I'm looking for. Letty involuntarily flinched at the man's passion. I don't think I did anything so grand. Then her shoulder was patted. It was Ellie. What are you saying? Don't you know that your existence alone is a poetic masterpiece? Ellie, let's calm down a bit. Are you aware that you're being quite strange? What should I do? She had never been this confused in her life. Exposed to human passion, one such source being a living tactical weapon, something she had never encountered before, she didn't know how to handle it. Only one thing was clear. There was something that drove them this strongly. Amidst her confusion, it seemed just a little, truly, just a little dazzling. I don't mind being a model, but specifically, what do I need to do? In the end, she gave in, or rather accepted. Instantly, both of their eyes sparkled. Why Ellie too? She muttered inwardly. Yes, well, to be specific, my studio is over there. It would be a great help if you could come for about 2 hours a day, for several days, and just sit in a chair. That's all, she tilted her head to confirm. Listening to him, it didn't seem like much. Serge nodded once, then hastily waved his hands as if to deny something. Oh, I'll specify some poses, but please don't worry, I don't plan to ask for anything difficult. How does that sound? The color of his eyes as he asked that felt somehow familiar. If I can accompany her as her manager, I permit it. Ah, like that time. It was just like the eyes of a certain someone who had asked her to put Whiskeraff to sleep. In that case, Ellie, why are you giving permission? Well, it's fine, but Letty feigned an exasperated tone. It's true, I guess. It seems it's tempting to put up a front at moments like this. While learning this superfluous lesson, she nodded to the two of them. Though immediately after, seeing them cheering and high-fiving, she regretted it. Who am I? Chapter 61, Who Are You? After Letty reluctantly agreed to be a model, Serge led them to his studio, saying he would show them around. Located by the lake, what he called a studio was, to put it kindly, a rather shabby hut. But then, as the property of a self-proclaimed humble, commoner painter, perhaps it was unavoidable. Stepping inside, the strong scent of oil paint immediately assaulted their noses. It probably hadn't been cleaned much, as the air was faintly dusty. Perhaps to protect the paintings and paints, only a minimal amount of sunlight was allowed to filter through. Indeed, it had the distinct ambience of an unsuccessful painter's studio. Or so it seemed, until Ellie gasped in surprise at the works displayed within. What? Is this a portrait by Rimberg? And this, Pablasso's self-portrait from his youth, Monel's masterpiece, Water Lilies, and Dury's abstract painting, why are these here? 1. Numerous masterpieces from the era of the ancient magic civilization were displayed in this humble painter's studio. Now it was Serge's turn to stare at the gasping Ellie in shock. Huh, Ellie-san, you recognize these? They were painted during the Ancient Kingdom period. Not many ordinary people would recognize them. I'm a mage, you see, and I also research Ancient Kingdom weapons, so I study such things, But then, why are they here? These works should, by rights, be housed in a national museum. Yet they were in this man's studio, treated with some care, but still rather haphazardly displayed. And what's more, upon closer inspection, these, for something from the Ancient Kingdom period, the paint looks new. Ah, you noticed, you really do know a lot. In the process of being equipped with the communication skills expected of a commander dealing with nobles of that era, Ellie had also been embedded with a certain amount of general knowledge. That's why she held some knowledge of painters and their representative works from that period. Her memories sometimes matched, sometimes didn't, and sometimes matched too perfectly. The paint looks like it's from that era, but it also looks like it was prepared recently. Hey, so does that mean this is? With just that much, Letty put the pieces together. Having walked a less scrupulous path in life herself, she was quick to grasp such implications. But she deliberately held her tongue, just staring and waiting for what he would say next. Haha, it seems there's no way to deceive you. Yes, I'm a mere fringe painter, or rather, a person who doesn't have the right to call himself a painter. In other words, I'm a forger. Serge was smiling, but his expression and eyes were tinged with an indescribable bitterness. Letty gazed at his face for a moment, then back at the paintings. Ellie, if you mistook them, does that mean these paintings were done with incredibly high skill? Yes, that's right. After being called upon, Ellie hastily took another look. She re-examined each piece, comparing them to the data in her memory. Huh? She tilted her head, contemplated, then looked again, many times. Did you really paint these, Serge-san? Yes, without a doubt I painted them. Is that so, really? His confirmation only confused her further. That's how similar they were. I'm not an expert, so I can't say for certain, but at least to me, they seem to be painted with incredible skill. The accuracy of the depiction, of course, but also the reproduction of each individual touch. Saying this, Ellie approached one painting. For example, this one, it seems to be an imitation of Monel's Water Lilies. This meticulous pointillism, it's a technique where you apply paint in tiny dots, and the intricacy, the color scheme, and above all, this bright, open atmosphere, it truly doesn't look like it was painted by someone else. Oh wow, I see, now that you mention it, when I get closer, it's very clear. After hearing Ellie's explanation, Letty's interest was piqued, and she took a closer look. After gazing for a while, she nodded with a hum. Ellie then pointed to another work. This one is a forgery of a Dury piece, right? He's a painter who uses thick impasto to create a very realistic texture while depicting impossible scenes that strongly appeal to the viewer. In other words, these should be paintings with completely different styles, nuances, and artistic approaches. Yet, both of them are paintings that took even you by surprise, even though they were painted by a single person. Comparing the two, they were clearly different paintings, yet they were supposedly created by the hands of one person. It's amazing. Yes, I think it's incredible. Just being able to paint one type of work this well is amazing, but to do so with so many different styles. Serge, who had been listening to Ellie's explanation with a pained expression, blinked at their comments. He looked back and forth between their faces, as if saying, you two, that's all you have to say. I mean, shouldn't you be more? He was, after all, just an art forger. He had braced himself for mockery. But this takes incredible skill, doesn't it? I don't know much about painting, but even I can tell that this was done with amazing skill. Indeed, there aren't many people with this level of skill. They nodded as if it were obvious, while Serge looked at them as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He questioned if the two even understood what they were saying. Like selling forgeries or accusations, so to speak. If there are people who will buy them, isn't that fine? To make a living, I think it's still quite a peaceful means. Letty had seen far worse things being sold, her own abilities being, perhaps, the worst of them all. If so, then what he was painting, actually, she even felt a rising sense of respect. MHM, Ellie nodded. This isn't hurting anyone, and you must have acquired various skills to be able to sell them, right? This level of effort is something most people can't achieve. Seeing the two of them, Serge stood speechless. What are these two saying? No one's ever said such things to me before. Because aren't I just a con artist? He tried to deny himself. But then, how much did you practice to be able to paint like this? She asked him so directly. His past days came rushing back. Over 30 years, from when he aspired to be a painter until he passed 40, he had always faced the canvas alone. His own paintings had never been appreciated. And yet, now two people he had just met today acknowledged him. Well, yes, how much practice, how much? There wasn't a day he hadn't practiced. There wasn't a day he hadn't moved his hands, his brush. Unrecognized, yet believing that a day would come when he would be recognized. Believing, until he could no longer believe. Practice was. He gazed at his hands, dirty hands stained with paint and charcoal. It's not that I did practice, I'm still practicing. I see, I'm sorry. You're right, you'd get rusty if you didn't keep at it, and you wouldn't be able to do this. Understood, accepted, he felt acknowledged. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Such a thing, such. He couldn't form any more words. He looked down, and tears splattered onto his palms. What his hands had done, what they had been stained with, it hadn't been in vain. With these hands, the dirtiest in the world, the scummiest in the world, and the proudest in the world, he covered his face and sobbed for a while. Chapter 62, Tomorrow, Yesterday, and Today. I'm sorry, I forgot myself for a moment. Silence fell as Serge covered his face. Once things subsided, and after a bit more time, he finally seemed composed enough to lift his head. His eyes were red, but that was unavoidable. No, we were surprised, but I'm sure you probably have a lot going on. Yes, we are, after all, quite familiar with the world, so it's all right. Their familiarity with the world was severely limited in scope and often horrific. But still, they weren't disturbed by his display of distress. Nor were they so jaded as to mock his emotions. He blinked for a moment, taken aback by their composure. In many ways, it didn't match their appearance. Perhaps asking you to model was the right choice after all. What he had glimpsed in her at that moment. His intuition that something hidden within Letty made her stand apart from ordinary people. That, it seemed, was not mistaken. We won't know until you actually paint, though. What are you saying? The moment Letty-san got picked to be the model, it became a guaranteed success. And on top of that, he'll be painting you with such skill. Okay, so Ellie, let's calm down, all right. There was no mistake. Just watching their exchange was enough to wash away the somber atmosphere from moments before. Haha, when you put it like that, it feels like a lot of pressure. It is. So make sure you paint well, okay? Ellie, stop with that look. You know that could kill someone. Letty admonished Ellie, who was glaring at Serge with eyes that seemed as if they could pierce right through him. Truly, it was a sobering feeling. a slight fear and immense pressure, and more than anything, expectation for himself. Serge found himself smiling without realizing it. Section. So, the real modeling will start tomorrow then. Got it. I just need to come here tomorrow afternoon, right? Yes, that would be great. After that, he spent some time showing them the tools and other works in the studio. The future arrangements were explained, and the session concluded for the day. Well then, we'll be going now. See you tomorrow then. Yes, see you tomorrow. He waved to the two of them, saw them off, and closed the studio door. Immediately, a familiar sense of confinement began to settle in. One part of him thought, this is all it ever amounts to. Another part, this time it's different, this time for sure. His two selves vied with each other, and no conclusion was reached. He sighed, phew, and looked up at the ceiling. It was a sooty, familiar ceiling. Can I change? Even he himself thought it was ridiculous. Yet those two people believed in him, despite meeting for only the first time today. He wasn't sure if he could truly share their belief, though their words felt so honest that it made him wonder. Regardless, I'm not quite what I used to be. Can I do it? Can I bring out what I saw in her at that moment, with these hands? He stared at his hands again. Then, GHK, og. Suddenly, he coughed violently. He slumped weakly, his body sometimes jerking like in a seizure as he crawled around, same as always. After a while, the coughing fit finally subsided. He rolled over, lying weakly on the floor, his limbs sprawled. He was fortunate it hadn't happened while those two were here. Lately, the intervals between these coughing episodes had been shortening. His lungs, aching with a throbbing heat, felt heavier and hotter than before. Please, hold on for me. He pleaded with his own body. He closed his eyes, focused on breathing deeply, and after a moment, his breathing finally began to calm down. Just as he groaned and pushed himself up, there was a knock at the door. Serge, you're in there. Is the item ready? A voice. The worst customer had arrived at the worst possible time, though he kept that thought to himself. Mardani-san, is that you? Please wait a moment. Just one deep breath. He spurred his body, which was slowly regaining strength, and somehow managed to stand up. He put his hand on the doorknob and slowly opened it. So you were here. You look pale, another fit. Just now, I'm feeling better. Serge offered a weak, ingratiating smile and ushered him into the studio. Mardani, the art dealer. He had strong connections with the nobility and managed various painters. He was one of the country's leading art dealers. And he was also the very person who had urged Serge onto the path of forgery. The excellent mood he had been in just moments ago was instantly shattered by the coughing fit and this visit, plummeting him to his lowest point. He thought this is all it ever amounts to, and yet, it's not over yet, surely not until the very end of this life. Thinking such thoughts, Serge closed the door. Chapter 63, The Weary Ways of This Transient World. So, is it ready, Serge? Mardani looked around the studio as he spoke. To him, the dingy studio was a familiar sight. Even the haphazardly placed artworks within it were insignificant in his eyes. Serge grumbled inwardly as he brought the item out from the back. It's over here, Mardani-san. It's aged perfectly. There lay an old-looking painting. It appeared old, but it was a painting he had created. The painting Ellie had seen through earlier hadn't been processed to look old. That was intentional. If it were ever exposed, he could pretend it was just a practice piece. If he had processed it with fading or other treatments, there's no telling what kind of scrutiny might follow. Even if not known by the average person, there's always a risk of someone like Ellie, a person who treats information from that era as everyday knowledge, coming along, and with it the risk of the forgery being traced. That's why Mardani had thought, what if it were by a painter who genuinely existed and was known to a certain degree by knowledgeable people, but whose works were largely unknown beyond their name? His plan, unfortunately, succeeded. In recent times, with the widespread availability of works by somewhat famous painters, it had become a burgeoning trend for self-proclaimed art connoisseurs among the nobility to collect and display works by painters known only to those who know. This was, to some extent, influenced by Mardani's own machinations. And once this trend could be established, all he needed was to secure a painter capable of recreating paintings from the ancient magical civilization era. He could create any number of valuable works for the nobility. It's good. You've really captured that age texture well, haven't you? Well, yes, I think I've also matched the style. Serge knew Mardani had no interest in the painting's quality itself, but he said it almost as a jab. Mardani, whether aware or not, simply brushed it off. All right, I'll take this. Ah, and this is your cut from the last one. A leather pouch was casually placed on the table. Serge glanced at it, his lips twisting in a sarcastic smile. Much obliged, this should keep me alive for a little while longer. By the looks of it, there were probably 5 large gold coins inside, about 500,000 yen. This meant Mardani himself had likely sold it for 50 mithril silver coins, or about 50 million. Where there is money, there are those who will spend it. He acknowledged that Mardani's nose for finding such opportunities was genuine. Yes, do live long. You are a valuable painter after all. As a forger, of course, they both understood that, without it needing to be said. Mardani also knew that Serge wasn't truly content with it. Yes, I'll make sure to paint for as long as possible. So, when Serge laced his response with sarcasm, Mardani's eyebrow didn't even twitch. Section. After Mardani left with the painting, Serge slumped weakly into a chair. He was tired, fatigue, weariness, and something more. For a while, he couldn't stand against the oppressive weight of such sensations. He didn't know how much time had passed, but it was already completely dark outside. Finally, he managed to push himself up. Nothing ever goes my way, he muttered, but it changed nothing. If that was the case, he just had to do what needed to be done, one thing at a time. He pushed himself to his feet, and leather pouch in hand, headed outside. The night air could be felt as summer drew to a close, and the colors of autumn began to reveal themselves. The slightly cooler breeze seemed to irritate his body right after the fit, but he continued with heavy steps, telling himself that this much was nothing. Entering the town center, it was early evening, and the taverns were already overflowing with revelers. He walked through the chaotic din toward his destination. First, to the apothecary. He settled his accumulated tab and paid for the current month in advance using 1 large gold coin. To the landlord, for the rent, another coin. This included last month's as well. Then he walked for a while to a single private home. The shabbily built 1-story house had dirty brick walls. Light leaked from the gaps in the lowered shutters, suggesting poor construction. He knocked on the door a few times. He sensed movement, then footsteps. The door rattled open. Serge, what are you doing here at this hour? Hey, Matilda. Just got a bit of unexpected income, you see. Consider it child support, at least. Matilda looked at Serge with a chiding gaze as he shrugged playfully. She sighed. I told you, you don't have to do that anymore. Yes, that child is yours, but we've separated now. I know, but that's a separate issue. This is just something I have to do. Saying that, he forcefully took Matilda's hand and, hidden from view, pressed a large gold coin into it. He squeezed her hand, then quickly let go. So that's how it is. This is a matter of my feelings, so you don't need to worry about it. With that, he spun around and dashed off. Stumbling, staggering, occasionally swaying, and tripping over his own feet. Matilda watched him go with a worried expression, then looked at what he had pressed into her hand. Her face warped, and she quickly looked back up in the direction Serge had disappeared. Hey, giving this much, what are you thinking? He had pressed 2 large gold coins into her hand. Living with her parents, this amount was enough for her and her son to live modestly for 2 months. How could he, a poor painter, have such an amount? Matilda could only stare blankly at the dark street where he had vanished. Section. He didn't know how long he had run. Matilda was completely out of sight, and he was thoroughly out of breath, even gasping, so he slowed his pace. Fortunately, no seizure followed. What remained in his hand was 1 large gold coin. Enough for him to get by for a while alone. It's fine, this is fine, he muttered, clutching it tightly. First, he just needed to make enough to finish the painting. Anything after that could wait. After all, he had several places where he could run a tab. If it was just about surviving, he could manage. I'm going to paint. I will paint. He repeated this to himself over and over again as he dragged his feet along the path back to the studio. Chapter 64, Drawing Time. After that, Serge, reeling, had managed to make it back to his studio. He had collapsed onto his bed, and by the time he realized it, the sun was already quite high. He hastily shoved whatever food lying was around into his mouth, washed it down with water, and just as he was doing so, Ellie and Letty arrived. "Hello, pardon the intrusion." "Hello. Oh, perfect timing. I was waiting for you." He somehow managed to tidy himself up and open the door. The two women studied Serge for a moment while he was forcing a cheerful expression. "Should we have come a little later?" At Ellie's concern, Serge's shoulders slumped. It seemed they were not people who could be fooled with such a simple facade. Section. At any rate, since the door was already open, there was nothing he could do about it. He invited the two inside and led them to the window. "Wow, this view is amazing." Ellie meant it not as empty flattery, but truly from the heart. It was a place where the entire lake could be seen. In the early afternoon, with the sun beginning to dip, the lake's surface shimmered a little less intensely. It was as calm as a mirror, yet occasionally, a breeze would blow, creating ripples. For a while, they gazed at the water mirror as it showed a variety of expressions with each passing moment. "Do I sit here?" Letty asked, indicating a spot by the window. "Yes," Serge nodded, gesturing towards the chair to encourage her to sit. "Please sit there, and I'd like you to gaze out at the lake." She simply nodded back and settled into the chair with a soft thud. Egret-san, could you please stand up and sit down again?" Serge suddenly blurted this out after observing her. Letty tilted her head in puzzlement and replied, "Okay," then stood and sat as instructed. As he watched this series of movements intently, Serge let out a sigh. "How in the world can you move like that? So effortlessly smooth, your body doesn't waver at all. What on earth is that, a picture-perfect way of sitting?" He spoke with his voice and expression mixed with exasperation and excitement. Yes, he was exasperated and excited. He had never seen a human move like that. So smoothly and efficiently, like a marionette, and as if free from gravity. Oh, if only I could capture this movement in a painting. Such an unreasonable desire even arose within him. Surely there was no painter who could witness such a scene and not be inspired. How, you ask, practice? She had just found herself able to do it. Or rather, she hadn't even been conscious of being able to do it. She had never considered how she moved. I don't think practice alone can achieve something like that. Right, I always wondered about it too. Even to Ellie, who had seen many warriors, Letty's movements appeared unique. Her motions, stripped of all wasted effort, were mechanical yet undeniably human. In truth, it created a very real sense of discomfort. Even if both of you say something like that, for me, this is normal. That, too, was her honest opinion. Her training had indeed been grueling, however. She had never seen anyone else's training, so she didn't know how intense it truly was. If Rita were to comment, she would likely dismiss it entirely, saying, "No way that's humanly possible. Anyway, you're going to draw, right? Do I just need to sit here?" Her voice was slightly sulky. She sat down again and asked Serge, "Oh, I'm sorry. Please wait a moment. Yes, all right. Please turn to the side and look towards the lake." He gave instructions as he hastily propped the drawing board with paper clipped to it onto the easel and grabbed a piece of charcoal. He gazed intently at Letty, who had turned to the side as instructed, and began to capture her form. As he focused on her, something suddenly caught his attention. Please breathe, okay?" He became worried by her utterly motionless posture and spoke up. I am, though." The voice that replied sounded steady and normal. There was no sign of the breathlessness one would expect after holding their breath. It seemed she could control her body to that extent. "I truly made the right choice asking you to model. A model too ideal, a presence too intriguing." Such a being was sitting there, obediently following his instructions. From here, he would once again delve and extract something he had found within himself. He would discover what he had not seen before. This challenge gave him a truly sweet intoxication. Drunk on it, he moved his charcoal. Lines were drawn on the pristine white paper. Lines that, at first, would make no sense to an amateur. A rough, scraping sound. When the sound stopped, an intense, staring gaze. A somewhat unsettling and mysterious gaze that seemed to see not just the outside, but through to the inside. Is it possible that what he's trying to capture could actually be that extraordinary? Suddenly, such a thought occurred to Letty. Wow, is this what it's becoming? Huh, wow, she heard Ellie's voice, a mix of admiration and astonishment. Well, now I'm curious, what kind of picture is being drawn? The motionless model pondered such things. Chapter 65, more than just a drawing, Partway through, Ellie was left speechless. A drawing emerged from nothing. No, it was uncertain if emerged was even the right word. It was as if it had always been there, naturally, as if its existence was simply a given. With an unwavering presence and naturalness, it simply was there. This was just drawn, right? Ellie murmured in a daze. It might have been partly because she was so engrossed in watching, but still, it hadn't been a long time. It had been completed in the blink of an eye. It's done already? Let me see. Saying that, Letty also peered in. What was there was a beautiful woman, seated by the window, bathed in the soft afternoon sunlight. Her gaze, turned to the side and looking beyond the window, was serene and distant. Her eyes, capturing something, were strong. Her raven-black hair, flowing like silk threads, softly danced against her skin, made even fairer by the glimmering sunlight. From her slender chin, her graceful neck curved down to her delicate shoulders and bosom. A body so delicate it seemed as if it might break, yet conveying a strong core, the soft texture of the clothes covering it. Fingers loosely intertwined, a straight and elegant back, yet showing no unnecessary tension. A posture that was almost too perfect, yet perfectly natural. It was truly. Who is this? What are you saying? It's obviously Letty-san. See, I told you, just your presence alone is poetic art. Letty wanted to deny it. She felt like her face was on fire. This was undoubtedly embarrassing, mortifying, but she couldn't deny it. It's not me, it's this drawing, isn't it? Even I can tell how amazing this is. Something remarkably similar to herself existed there. However, the presence, the texture, the compelling power emanating from that existence, it all felt inexplicably disproportionate and alien to herself. I agree this drawing is amazing, but that's right, Serge-san, please sell this to me. How much will you sell it for? Ellie frantically rummaged through her satchel. The mithril silver coins inside, the 200 from before, had been split, so she had 100 to use. Would 100 be enough? She wondered, pulling out a leather pouch. No, this is just practice. If you'd like, I can give it to you after we're done. The artist himself chuckled lightly. From his perspective as the creator, this was merely practice. The model was the embodiment of ideal, beyond his expectations, but he had no intention of drawing it for money. But precisely because of that, the immense gap in perception left Ellie, pouch in hand, stunned and frozen. Give? What is this man saying? As if he would just give it away for free? No, more than that. Practice? This. Yes, that's right. I've only captured one pose of Egret-san, so I still need to draw a few more. As expected, that was it. The words her ears caught and their meaning. In other words, you mean more artistic masterpieces like this will be drawn? She couldn't help but exclaim. Oh, come on, a masterpiece? That's too much. It's just a simple sketch. I'd like to draw at least 3 more poses from the left, right, and from behind. Is that all right? Simple, this. Certainly, the time taken was indeed what one might call simple. Ah, yes, taking poses isn't a problem, but this is simple. Letty felt slightly taken aback. If he started drawing seriously, what kind of things would be created? I want to see. Such a feeling began to well up inside her. Serge-san, when you're finished, can I have the remaining 3 poses or even more? Ellie's voice was extremely desperate. Yes, of course. If this much is good enough, I'll give you as many as you like. Serge replied calmly, with a relaxed smile. Ellie was speechless for a moment at the lack of resistance. Are you a god? Were you a god? Being able to churn out such divine drawings, you must surely be a god. Before she knew it, she had clasped her hands together as if in prayer, revering him. What? A cry resembling a shriek erupted. Ellie-san, please stop. I'm not that great. But the look in Ellie's eyes, fixed on Serge, was no joke. It was akin to the gaze of a devout believer before their chosen deity. The sheer intensity made him flinch and back away. Letty watched their comical yet desperate exchange from slightly outside the fray. Then, she looked at the drawing of herself once more. Perhaps I've got myself mixed up in something incredible. This was right after being plunged into the major incident, involving the usurpation of the kingdom of Valandia's throne. Yet she even felt as though this matter might be even more important. That's how desperate Ellie was and how flustered Serge was. And as she watched the two of them, Letty, uncharacteristically, felt her heart lift. Chapter 66. What was seen there? After a brief pause, the sketching began anew. In the same pose as before, looking out the window, Serge changed his sitting position to capture her from the right side. After adjusting the chair and easel for a while, he unhurriedly took up his charcoal. Again, the sounds of carving something echoed through the room. Ellie had wondered why he chose a composition that only showed the back of Letty's head, looking out the window. But as the work progressed, she understood. Long, black hair. What she had thought was just that, she now realized was not that simple. The afternoon light streaming through the window softened her silhouette. The lustrous black hair that framed her body seemed to gather light as it moved from inside to out. It faded, disappearing as if melting into the ambiguous boundary between light and shadow. "All right, Egret-san, good work. Are you finished already?" That voice snapped Ellie back to reality. The moment she saw Letty stand up and turn to face her, Ellie instinctively rushed forward and hugged her. Wait, Ellie. What's wrong? What on earth, hey, that tickles?" Letty protested faintly, having been hugged and then suddenly groped, but Ellie paid it no mind. After thoroughly feeling her body to confirm, she murmured, "Good, you're still here, you're still real." As Ellie voiced her relief, Letty gave her a slightly resentful look. "Ellie, I feel like I'm being treated very unfairly." Realizing this, Ellie hastily waved her hands as if to make amends. "Oh, I'm sorry, it's just that I felt like Letty-san had disappeared, and I just had to confirm." What could that even mean? Coming out of nowhere like that. "Look at this drawing. The moment I saw it, it just came over me." Ellie showed Letty the sketch she had been looking at. Letty looked at it, and for a while, she was silent. "I guess I can understand why you reacted that way. Is this really how I looked?" The moment Letty said that and turned to look at Serge, Ellie froze as if struck by lightning. Serge looked at the trembling Ellie with concern, wondering what was wrong. "Yes, that's right. I've emphasized some parts a little, but for the most part, yes. I drew this to capture Egret-san's hair quality and her relationship with the light, so I did exaggerate the lighting in some areas." "I see," seemingly convinced. Letty nodded and returned her gaze to the sketch. The image of herself depicted there, compounded by her turned face, conveyed a sense of unease, as if her corporeal form might vanish at any moment. Letty recalled how she instinctively grasped Ellie's hand when she once seemed on the verge of disappearing, and she averted her gaze slightly, feeling a little awkward. Then she saw Ellie's face, the face of someone who had made up her mind about something. Letty tilted her head. "Serge-san, I have a favor to ask." "Yes, of me." "Yes, it's something I can only ask of you." Hearing her seriousness, different from her usual cheerful voice, Serge instinctively straightened his posture and turned to face her. Staring intently at Serge, Ellie opened her mouth. "Please teach me how to draw." A moment of silence fell at the utterly unexpected request. Serge and Letty were both left at a loss, blinking repeatedly as they stared at Ellie. I don't mind, but... Ellie, what's gotten into you all of a sudden?" Ellie looked between the two of them while they were still trying to process the sudden outburst. For a while, she remained silent, as if suppressing something. And then, "I'm frustrated. Even though we were looking at the same thing, Serge-san saw a Letty-san that I couldn't. I get not having the skill to express it, but not being able to see it, it's unbearable." Letty flinched at Ellie's earnest plea, but Serge received it with a serious expression. "Understood," he nodded gravely. "If you say so, I will teach you to draw." But don't you have to draw too, Serge?" Letty became flustered by his heavy yet clearly definitive acceptance. Serge smiled at her. "Yes, it will be while I'm drawing, but I'm happy, you know, to have someone who can discern the meaning in the art with just this measly sketch." Saying that, he gazed at the two finished sketches. Just 2 sketches. But he had poured all he had into them. He was happy that his feelings were seen through, that they had been conveyed. "In my opinion, while it's true that drawing requires skill, there's another important thing. I believe that it's the eye or the mind, to capture what you see, to interpret its meaning, to reconfigure it with your own interpretation. Skill might just be for giving it form." Although she had initially just been surprised by his skill, Ellie was now surprised by his interpretation of the sketch he had drawn. It was the first time he had been understood to that extent, and that made him incredibly happy. "Ellie-san, most of what I can teach you is technical, but through that technique, you might start to see things similar to me. That's what you want, isn't it?" "Yes, that's exactly right." She nodded in affirmation. Serge nodded back, It probably won't be easy, is that all right? Of course, if it were easy, I'd be frustrated by that too. Her strong declaration was dazzling. Surely he too must have felt like that at one point in time. He couldn't remember it anymore, though. Understood. Then, follow along closely. Yes, Surge-san, no master. Calling me master might be a bit premature. He thought with a wry smile. He hadn't taught her anything yet, and more than anything, he himself. Nevertheless, since he had been called that, he decided he would work hard to live up to such expectations. He straightened his posture and turned back to the drawing. Chapter 67, the first lesson. Now, try to draw from this position. Surge spoke as he set up another easel and chair. Ellie sat as instructed and stared intently at Letty. Staring intently as if devouring her with her eyes. Ellie, you're a little scary. Oh, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. At the model's complaint, Ellie quickly averted her gaze. She suddenly noticed the awkward position, looking at Letty from an angle, and tilted her head. Surge-san, why this position? About that, I'll teach you as we draw. First, let's start with the basics here. Hold this charcoal. Like this, lightly, without putting in much force. Imagine moving your wrist with as little tension as possible. As he demonstrated with his hand, Ellie mimicked his movement. Faint scrape sounds echoed as black lines were inscribed. Indeed, black lines were being drawn. But why did Surge's lines alone emit such a vivid impression? They were dark, yet light. They almost seemed to glow. I know you're curious about many things, but first, please focus on capturing the form. We'll start by roughly capturing the outline with thin lines. Divide the canvas into 3 sections like this, and let's place Letty-san's head around the top section. Encompass the head shape within a large oval. As he spoke, she drew, weaving the meaning of his words in her mind. Is this it? She thought, rubbing the charcoal, and a small nod came in response. Yes, that's the feeling. Now, let's give that oval some direction. Like this, draw a vertical center line and a horizontal center line over the face. A curved line was drawn in the middle of the oval, vertically, horizontally. With just that alone, the shape of the face began to emerge. Ellie exclaimed, looking repeatedly between Surge's canvas and her own. Realizing that simply imitating wasn't enough, she studied the model, Letty, intently again. Such a perfectly sculpted face. She tightened her grip, pulling herself back from being mesmerized, and stared. Is this the center? She looked closely before transferring the lines she saw onto her canvas. Yes, good, that's it. Then the position of the jaw is already decided, right? Like this, then it'll be easier to capture where the neck connects. It doesn't have to be exact, just try to draw where the neck is roughly. He looked at Ellie's canvas, then at his own, and drew lines as smoothly as if spelling out words. As he did so, the body from the neck to the shoulders and chest took shape. Ellie hurriedly tried to catch up, but her lines went wrong. She erased them once and took a deep breath. There's no way I can do it in the same way, so I just need to go at my own pace and with my own style. Build the body downwards, from the nape of the neck, down to the shoulders. Ellie-san. Do you, by any chance, have experience drawing? Your ability to capture form is quite advanced for a beginner. Drawing, you might be able to call it that. Back when I was in the military, I was assigned to a reconnaissance unit, so I did some sketches of maps and exteriors. I see. To be precise, it was a reconnaissance unit prepared for armed reconnaissance. Ellie, with her astonishing defensive and offensive capabilities, could fully exert her abilities even when operating in small groups. In fact, there were even cases where less damage occurred if she went alone. Perhaps it was only natural to entrust someone like Ellie to a solo reconnaissance mission. All right, I understand that Ellie-san has a certain level of drawing ability, so I'll speed up the pace a bit. Once you've got the general shape of the body, we'll gradually refine the details. Oh, since Egret-san has long hair, should we draw that first? Then he added lines. Ellie stared blankly for a moment as the human form took shape in the blink of an eye. No, she forced herself to come back to her senses. The silhouette that formed Egret, her crucial black hair. She concentrated on capturing the form, being careful not to get lost in admiration. To be honest, she didn't like the texture she herself drew. First the form, she reminded herself, capturing it. Yes, first let's capture the form like that. And now, finally, to answer your question. Why this angle? from slightly below the intersection of the vertical and horizontal lines of the face, like this, roughly sketch the shape of the nose. Then, going back in reverse, roughly sketch the right eyebrow. Ellie-san, you're right-handed, right? Yes, I'm right-handed, but why? Somehow it's easier to draw. She moved her hand as instructed. Her hand moved. No, the line she needed to draw was in a position that was easy for her hand to move to. Yes, with this type of composition, it's relatively easy for right-handed people to draw. Of course, that's why it's drawn so often. Once you get used to it, I think you should challenge yourself with more difficult angles. Saying that, Serge himself moved his hand. The composition he himself was drawing was capturing the subject almost directly head-on. It seemed difficult to balance the left and right, yet it was drawn with terrifying accuracy. I'll try my best with this one first. Ellie turned her focus back to her canvas. Chapter 68, in the space of a single stroke. The shape is like this line is like this. No, not like that, it's like this, but not quite. Trial and error and hesitation appeared, lines erased, only to be drawn again. The lines, vague and human-like, slowly transformed into the semblance of a human figure. Letty-san's face is like this, the eyebrows like this, and the lips, the eyes, shining like this, more, no, a bit too much. The shapes that vaguely resembled a person transformed into Letty's face, or, at the very least, into a face that could be recognized as Letty. This is truly astonishing. This is your first time drawing a portrait, isn't it? And you can draw so accurately already, I don't know what else to say. It's truly amazing. Oh, is it? Let me see too. As Serge spoke with admiration while looking at the canvas, Letty, her interest peaked, peered over Ellie's shoulder. Indeed, the one there was certainly Letty. A face and body captured so accurately that she could clearly recognize it as herself. MHM, Letty nodded, seemingly satisfied. No, this is wrong, a pained voice like chewing gravel. Ellie groaned while glaring at the canvas. She felt she had certainly captured the form. Though clumsy, the resemblance to Letty was undoubtedly there. But it was wrong. The shape was similar, but it was different. Yet she couldn't put into words how it was different. She couldn't express what went wrong. But I think this is a good drawing. I don't think it's bad, even if I say so myself. But it's wrong, this is Letty-san, but it's not Letty-san. She knew she was speaking incoherently, but she could only describe it as an inexplicable sense of wrongness. The shape of Letty she had seen was roughly captured, but the Letty she had seen was not like this. The sense of life, of expression, none of that was there. She couldn't convey it, couldn't express it, couldn't give it form. In her frustration, she ran her hands through her hair. At that moment, for example, maybe something like this. With that, Serge moved his charcoal. Swish, swish, a light sound, light lines, just a little. Not many were added. It wasn't drawn in detail, and yet. The two who were watching widened their eyes. Wait, what did you just do? Yes, that's it, this is it. But how can you do that? The lines Serge drew created the softness of the skin. The drawing, which had merely resembled an inorganic reproduction of various shapes, now held warmth. Somehow, they could almost feel the radiance of life emanating from it. With her frustration resolved, Ellie abruptly stood up and stared at Serge. He offered a troubled smile in return. When you ask, how? It's experience, observation, a variety of things. I've accumulated various things, and I see the world as I see it. And I can render that into lines like this. I can teach you some of the technical aspects with words, but the most important part is something you'll have to explore by imitating and observing. Ellie held her breath as she absorbed his every word. The skills Serge had just casually demonstrated were surely what he had accumulated over time. She was grateful to have had the chance to witness it up close, and she was frustrated that she couldn't fully grasp it all. Just as one frustration was resolved, another came. Surely, when this frustration disappeared, the next one would arrive. Serge-san, have you been building up these kinds of things all this time? He nodded. Yes, I think so, all this time. I believe I can draw like this because of all my experiences. Serge's eyes were unwavering, yet he too must have his own frustrations. That's probably why he so desperately asked Letty to model for him. However, the frustration Ellie was currently feeling seemed to have long been surpassed by him. His calm yet composed demeanor. Master Serge-san, you really are a master. I am still lacking, but I'll do my best. With determination, she gripped her charcoal. On the canvas, there was a Letty that she had drawn and Serge had brought to life. It was a great pity that she hadn't been able to draw it by herself. A very, very great pity, but this wasn't the end. The sun was still high. She wasn't tired. Her concentration and motivation felt endless. It was just the beginning. She would continue to build it up from now on. With that resolve, she turned back to her drawing. This one piece would be unforgettable. She was absolutely certain of it. Chapter 69, Do Black and White Make Gray? Time flowed. The sunlight streaming through the window was slanting, taking on a reddish hue. By her side were 3 completed drawings. Let's stop here for today, Serge called out. He himself had finished over 10 sketches. Ah, why yes, understood. Ellie stopped the hand she had been directing at the canvas and put down her charcoal. As she exhaled, a wave of fatigue washed over her. She was tired. Physically, it wasn't much. But she now realized that her various information processing circuits had been screaming. She had been engrossed. She had struggled, and indeed it was fun. That was what she concluded with her sluggish, hazy mind. Ellie, good work. I'm a little tired too. Honestly, Letty, who had been sitting still as the model the entire time, began to stretch her arms and back. How many hours was she sitting like that? She barely moved. Can she really only be a little tired? Ellie looked at her master with a slight astonishment. Seeing that she truly was only a little tired, just as she said, Serge also had a faint look of seeing something otherworldly. No, Egret-san, you worked hard too. I'm sorry it went on for much longer than planned. It's fine. Ellie seemed to be having fun after all. Letty had been stared at intensely. Ellie had been desperately trying to draw her. But I won't mention that such an Ellie looked quite cute. Ellie herself was staring at her own drawing with a dissatisfied expression. What's wrong, Ellie? Why such a difficult face? Letty-san, please look at this. I think I drew it better than before, but still. The drawing she showed was even more improved than the first. It was undoubtedly well drawn, enough to be called skillful. Though Letty couldn't help but feel it was slightly idealized. I think it's good, but putting aside whether I'm really this beautiful. What are you saying? This isn't accurate at all. You're much more beautiful. I think that's a bit too much favoritism, isn't it? Letty took a closer look at the drawing. Her own image, depicted on the canvas. She had more expression on her face than she thought she did. A gentle, soft look. She had no memory of making such an expression when looking in a mirror. Is it because I was looking at Ellie? Suddenly, that thought occurred to her. She convinced herself that it wasn't like that typically, but Letty still couldn't help but blush slightly. Letty-san, is something wrong? No, nothing at all, but I really do think it's well done, you know. Serge peered at the drawing. Yes, I wholeheartedly agree you've done a great job. Well, I mostly understand where your dissatisfaction comes from, but that's something Ellie-san herself will have to overcome from now on. Even from his perspective, it was relatively accurate. Of course, there were still many areas that needed refinement. Up until now, he had been giving specific advice. But she had reached a point where he thought she should figure things out for herself. From then on, he posed questions, making her think of the answers. Serge hadn't expected her to be able to draw this well in just one day. Technically, Ellie still had a long way to go, but time would solve that. More importantly, how to approach drawing, how to think about it. He felt she had absorbed quite a lot in those aspects. Thank you. I'll do my best. I want to draw Letty-san even more beautifully. Her high motivation was very pleasing. It was very dazzling and a little painful. When she spoke with such emotion, it felt like something was piercing through him. If you draw me any more beautifully, I think I'll die of embarrassment. No way you're much more beautiful. Could they be flaunting their affection? He briefly wondered. Section. Well then, let's meet again tomorrow around the same time as today. Understood then, see you tomorrow. Yes, please take care of me again tomorrow, master. After a while, Ellie recovered. They prepared to leave and then exited the studio. Ellie took most of Serge's sketches home. To Serge, they were just practice to capture Letty, but to Ellie, they were treasures. Art is often like that, but it filled him with a renewed sense of satisfaction. Yes, then, see you tomorrow. He spoke with a smile, waving his hand, and saw them off at the door. Soon, their figures disappeared, and he closed the door, then crumpled to his knees. Cough, hack, he coughed as if expelling something he had been holding back. How long had he been coughing? Exhausted from sketching, and even more so from the coughing fit, he lay sprawled on the floor. His breathing was ragged, and he felt suffocated. He rolled onto his back. How many times have I looked up at the ceiling like this? With each passing attack, the ceiling seemed to grow further away. He just needed a little more. He reached out his hand, trying to grasp something. Then he stared at his outstretched hand for a moment. Ah, yes, still a dirty hand. A thought that came to mind, and yet that wasn't all. Today, he had conveyed various things to her. Surely that alone gave meaning to such a dirtied hand. She, focused on drawing with single-minded devotion, was dazzling. He was a little envious, though he too once had such a time. The painter he revered as his master had also shown him a similar miracle, a world where light expanded, merely by adding black to a world of white. He had been captivated by that and pursued this path. It turned out quite differently than I imagined, but perhaps it's not so bad after all, he muttered to himself. Of course, that was just a way to deceive himself. His own paintings had become sullied. Only the surface was polished, while the inside was completely. That's what he had thought, but thinking of their reaction to his artwork, maybe it wasn't so bad after all. I have to paint. I will paint, I have to me. For his apprentice, and above all for himself. With a body and mind still lacking strength, such vague thoughts swirled around. Chapter 70, What to Put on the Brush. Returning from Serge's studio, the two were quieter than usual. It was an unusual sight. Ellie, who normally chatted away, was lost in thought or distracted, and Letty was watching her out of the corner of her eye. She was thinking about whether to speak to Ellie or not. While she was pondering, they reached the city. The city streets were bathed in twilight, and the diverse crowd was hurrying home with quick steps. Letty subtly guided the pensive Ellie to the side of the road, positioning herself between her and the main flow of people. This was the first time she had seen Ellie so oblivious to her surroundings. It was a little worrisome, yet Letty wanted to leave her be. What Ellie had discovered was surely meaningful. That much was evident from the drawings she had completed, and more than anything, seeing what Serge had drawn made it undeniably clear. The only frustration was that Letty could only be involved as a model. There was no particular reason for it. Almost instinctively, Letty took her hand, causing Ellie to look up with a start. "Hey, Letty-san. Is something wrong?" "No, you seemed lost in thought, so I thought I'd lead you." The excuse was an afterthought. She couldn't bring herself to say that she just wanted to hold her hand, as it felt like it would be admitting defeat. Then, seeing Ellie's joyful face as her hand squeezed back, Letty felt her own expression soften. Maybe I've already lost. Such a thought crossed her mind, walking through the twilight streets, holding Ellie's hand. For a moment, she was reminded of a scene in Augsburg from the other day. However, something was different this time. It was a difference that created a slight knot in her chest. Not knowing exactly what it was, they made their way towards the inn. Soon they arrived, had a light meal at the attached tavern, and returned to their shared room. It's really amazing, isn't it? As soon as they returned, without a moment to settle down, Ellie took out the sketches from her satchel and gazed at them. She already possessed the knowledge and ability to appreciate such pieces. And perhaps, having actually tried drawing herself today, her eyes had become more discerning. The brilliance of the sketches resonated with her even more deeply than when she first saw them. How can someone draw such lines? How can someone create such textures? How can it look like this? She pulled out her own drawings and compared them. What was different between hers and his? No matter how much she thought, her current self couldn't imagine it. She pondered, is it this way? Is it because of that? She thought and thought, but she couldn't understand and could only sigh. I know that drawing is amazing, but isn't it pointless to strain yourself so much? Ugh, that's true, but... She knew. Thinking about it any further would probably be meaningless. All she could do now was confirm her ideas by actually moving her hands. Unfortunately, her concentration and similar faculties were exhausted for the day. That too was incredibly frustrating. I wish tomorrow would come sooner. I want to draw again so badly. Letty watched Ellie grumbling for a while. She looked so frustrated, yet also so eager. Surely this was a good thing for Ellie. She thought so, but... You're completely engrossed, aren't you? Saying that, Letty plopped down beside her. Perhaps she had spoken a little curtly. She suddenly felt embarrassed about it and looked at the drawing Ellie was gazing at, as if finding an excuse to avoid eye contact. Of course I am. Because then I can keep my Letty-san inside this paper forever, you know. Letty was left speechless by the unexpectedness. What did she mean by that? For some reason, her mind became strangely muddled. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I said it as if Letty-san were my possession. When I'm the one who's Letty-san's possession, with that, Ellie looked at her. Letty felt her heart give a ba-dump, her cheeks burned. She didn't know why her body reacted this way. She only knew that the cause was Ellie's gaze. Letty couldn't meet her eyes. It was something akin to fear. Yet it was different from fear, rather it was a warm premonition. Well, for me, this is how I see Letty-san, and I'm so happy that I can put that into form and show it to you. And I'm so frustrated when it's not what I imagined. I want to express even more how wonderful Letty-san is to me. Clumsily, passionately, whispered near her ear. Her cheeks, already hot, grew even hotter. It was just like, "What you're talking about sounds like a love letter, you know." She suddenly blurted that out. Ellie clapped her hands, as if realizing something. I see, a love letter from me to Letty-san. That must be why I'm so into this. Oh no, she thought, from the bottom of her heart. She had come up with a fatal answer to the reason for her embarrassment. And then, now that I know that, I'll just have to try even harder starting tomorrow. Facing Ellie, who was smiling joyfully, her eyes sparkling, Letty could no longer deny it. Starting tomorrow, love letters would be drawn right before her eyes. And they would be read out loud, right in front of Serge. What kind of face am I supposed to make as a model starting tomorrow? Letty looked up at the ceiling, looking utterly bewildered. Chapter 71, Days Gone By. And so, tomorrow arrived. Serge noticed her different expression from yesterday and called out to her. Egret-san, you seem tired somehow. No, I'm not, don't worry about it. Though that's what she said, Letty's lifeless voice indicated a different truth. With a subtle aura suggesting she didn't want to be probed, he decided not to pry. On the other hand, Ellie-san, you seem, how should I put it, full of energy. Oh yes, I just wanted to draw. Last night was super painful. Sparkling, there was no other way to describe her expression, the glow of her skin. What on earth happened? Could it be? No, it didn't seem to be that. Still, there was a markedly different atmosphere from yesterday. He couldn't help but mull over it in his heart. Section. And so, Letty, the model, sat in the chair, and Serge and Ellie positioned their drawing boards for their respective compositions. Even at that point, Letty already seemed quite uncomfortable. Ellie-san, wait a moment, that's a bit too much exaggeration. While that might be good eventually, for now, be more faithful. Sorry, I just got carried away, and so much burst out. Letty didn't want to see it. She shouldn't see it, but she also kind of wanted to. Such conflicting emotions made her squirm internally. Well, I do think this kind of thing has its place, though it really conveys Ellie-san's passion. It does, thank you, I put all my feelings into it. Unbeknownst to her, Letty's face flushed at their conversation. She was being watched. The freshly drawn love letter was being looked at. It was unbearably embarrassing. But since only Letty and Ellie knew its meaning, she couldn't stop Serge. Maybe I'll just die of embarrassment. She even thought such a thing. And yet, Serge continued to speak purely in technical terms. Ellie seemed to be responding to him, yet simultaneously acting with deliberate intent. Letty could only listen to their conversation without stopping them. Section. And so, the days passed with Letty serving as a model, feeling utterly out of place. During this time, Ellie drew feverishly, and Serge continued to sketch. All right, I think I've finally grasped Egret-san. I'll start painting seriously tomorrow. Serge declared this. In the meantime, the number of treasures Ellie had drawn had grown immensely. Finally, even for master, it takes that long. But yes, somehow, the texture and things like that seemed to be even more expressed. Ellie compared the many sketches Serge had produced. From the beginning, they had been wonderful works. But as the number of pieces grew, they became even more and more true to life. I'm not a god, so I can't do it instantly. I have to grasp the subject's texture by drawing many sketches from various angles. If possible, not just the outside, but the inside as well. With metal and wood, even two of the same square block is clearly different, right? I think it's about how much of that you can express. Saying that, Serge quickly drew two rectangular prisms without looking at anything. One was clearly cold, hard metal, and the other was warm and wooden. After seeing this, Ellie was silent for a while. "Master, can I have this one too?" Yes, I don't mind, but..." It was both Ellie operating as usual, and Ellie getting further out of hand. Section, and so, finally. "Well then, today we'll begin the draft for the main piece. I think I'll be making more demands on Egret-san as a model than usual. Though, she usually handles them just fine." Since that day, though she hadn't gotten used to it, she had managed to reshape her expression. She controlled her facial expressions just as she controlled her body. There was no way she couldn't. At least, that was the idea. She might have been a bit stiff at first, though. Understood, she nodded. "I'll be more careful than usual to hold the pose." Seeing Serge more serious than usual made her feel resolute as well. She had felt his intensity many times before, but today was particularly different. It seemed that up until now it had truly been just practice, and now was the real deal. Exposed to his gaze, she couldn't let her guard down. "I'll be watching, Master." Ellie, who normally just drew frantically, seemed to sense the atmosphere and shifted into observation mode. She felt a premonition that she couldn't miss a single moment. "I do get nervous being watched so closely, but yes, it'll probably be good for you to observe." "All right, here I go." He propped the canvas, already primed, onto the easel. Taking that as a signal, Letty took a deep breath. As requested, she placed the chair diagonally facing the window, straightened her back, and sat down. She turned her face slightly further to the right so Serge could see her profile. Her fingers were loosely clasped in front of her abdomen, appearing natural yet dignified. And her gaze was directed far, far into the distance. He stared intently for a while. Then, with a thick brush, Serge began the underpainting. Imagining the finished piece, imagining its shadows, so that they could be gently supported. Nothing was visible there yet. "So this is underpainting. What's its purpose?" In a little while, the initial coating would become invisible. So, Ellie tried to commit even this to memory. When it was finished, the charcoal sketching began. A lighter touch than usual, a rougher capture of form. Yet, depth and texture were already beginning to be expressed. The cluttered space, the soft light streaming in, the sparkling gaze within it. Then, more layers of thickness were added. The rough drawing deepened the shadows even further. By doing so, the form emerged even more clearly. Ellie couldn't help but realize that something was beginning to breathe within the world on the canvas. Hugh. "Let's call it a day." Until Serge said that, neither of them could utter a sound or move a muscle. "Huh. Master, good work. That's all I can think of. Sorry, it was amazing." "I agree, not a killing intent, but such an intense concentration, right?" Both of them could only offer such fragmented impressions. Serge, for his part, seemed rather pleased with their reactions. Chapter 72, already nostalgic memories. "I'll let this dry completely now. It should take about a day, so tomorrow I'll probably work on some other everyday paintings. You two are free to do as you like." When Serge explained his upcoming plans, the two women exchanged glances. As Ellie made puppy eyes, Letty gave a wry smile and nodded. Can we come again tomorrow? We'll stay to the side so we don't disturb you. I'd like to draw and observe, if that's okay." "I sort of thought you'd say that. Of course, that's fine. I might not pay much attention to you, though." Though he said that, Serge had a broad smile on his face. Section, as the sun began to set, the two departed. Serge saw them off and closed the door. It seemed his attacks weren't going to surface today. Somehow, he felt good. The brush had flowed freely today. Though it hadn't fully taken shape yet, he could see the image of the finished picture beyond the rough underpainting. He was itching to do more, but his hands were tied, and he had to wait for it to dry. "I know I'm supposed to stop for today, but..." He sat in his chair, gazing intently at the painting he had started today. It was frustrating. He was impatient. He couldn't wait for it to dry. His mind, his heart, his body were all clamoring for him to paint. Images welled up one after another, and his fingers moved on their own, wanting to draw this way, paint that way. More. Explode, crave, yearn. Pour all of it into the paint. While staring at the canvas, he was letting himself be consumed by something dazzling, akin to desire, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Who could it be at this hour? His thoughts were interrupted, and he snapped back to reality. Yes, just a moment. I was just getting to a good part, he thought, scratching his head as he walked with heavy steps to the door. And when he opened it, "Matilda, what are you doing here? What's wrong with me, coming to see my ex-husband's face?" Standing there was Matilda. In her hand, she held a large basket. "Well, nothing's wrong, but what's with the basket? You haven't been eating properly again, have you? You'll collapse if you don't put something in your stomach. Here, let me in." She spoke with exasperation, while observing Serge's face. Then she pushed her way inside, practically shoving the basket into his face. When she'd seen him last, he looked like death. Today, he was a little better, but his complexion still wasn't good. She let out a small sigh, thinking, this man is just as he always was. Pushed aside by Matilda, Serge found himself letting her into the room. If he thought about it, there was no reason to refuse, but considering how they'd parted ways recently, it was a little awkward. "Still a mess, I see him. What's this?" Matilda looked around the room before her eyes fell on a painting. It must have been painted just recently, as a distinct scent lingered, and it emanated a strange presence. "Ah, that's the painting I'm working on now. I'm thinking of entering it in the next contest." Serge noticed Matilda's gaze and replied, scratching his head a bit shyly. And yet, he also seemed to exude a quiet confidence. You're not drawing while drooling over a young, pretty lady, are you?" Smack, she gave his back a rather hard slap. He coughed slightly from the unexpected blow, then looked at her resentfully, tears welling in his eyes. "It's not like that, you know that, right? I'm not that age, I don't feel that way, and I'm not that kind of person." She laughed brightly in return. "Oh, I know all too well. To the point where it's sickening, I know." For a moment, silence fell. She lowered her gaze and sighed with a gloomy smile. His clothes were worn out and haphazardly washed. The size appeared baggy too. He seemed to have lost weight again. "I know very well that painting is the most important thing to you. Even your own life is second, or less. So, I figured you hadn't eaten again. This is just a return for all your unnecessary meddling." "Matilda, I'm sorry." How gross. Acting all humbled. It was nothing new. After all, that was the Serge that she was familiar with. Matilda, too, had been so absorbed in assisting his painting that she neglected her newborn child, with daily life coming second. Even when their son nearly died from illness, nothing changed. No doubt it would have been the same even now. That's why she thought it was the right decision to leave. Otherwise, they surely wouldn't be able to laugh together like this now. "By the way, how's Theo doing?" "Oh, thanks to you, I even managed to feed him something good the other day." "It's really gross, you sounding like a father." "No, I am his father, aren't I? I mean, I certainly wasn't much of one." Those days were certainly not good. Yet, looking back, they weren't all bad. Perhaps there was even a hint of nostalgia. But he couldn't go back, and he didn't intend to. "Honestly, you suddenly acting like a father makes me worried. Here, lend me the kitchen. I'll get things ready quickly." "Oh yeah, go ahead." Matilda headed towards the indicated direction with the basket in hand, then grimaced as she peered inside. "What is this? I have to clean it first." "I haven't used it in a long time, now that you mention it." "I figured as much, but it's so true it's exasperating." She put the basket down, then rolled up her sleeves and sighed again. At this rate, just preparing a meal would take quite a while. "No, if you clean it too, it'll get late, won't it?" "That's really too much trouble, I'll manage it myself." The sun had already set, and it was quite late. This area wasn't particularly safe, so he couldn't send her back late. When Serge tried to stop her, Matilda gave him a meaningful look. "Don't worry about it. I told Grandma I might stay tonight. You don't mind, do you? We're ex-husband and ex-wife, after all." Her expression was a familiar one. "Ah, well that. Yeah, I don't mind, but..." Serge's hesitant reply was also reminiscent of the past. Chapter 73. A human morning. And then, Serge awoke to the morning light. There was a slight languor, but his head was remarkably clear compared to usual. Taking a slow breath, he caught a familiar scent mingling with the usual mustiness of the sheets, a smell he hadn't experienced in a long time. He gave a wry smile, thinking, I guess I haven't forgotten it after all. They had both grown older. He knew that, and understood it well. Would she get angry if he were to say that they still fit together surprisingly well? Suddenly, he noticed a drifting aroma and sat up. I guess I've smelled this many times before, too, he thought, while getting out of bed and stretching. His joints ached slightly, but it wasn't enough to bother him. After a quick tidy-up, he peeked into the kitchen. As expected, her back came into view. "Oh, you're awake already? I was going to wake you later. I just got up somehow. Can I help with anything? No thanks. If you touch anything, you'll just get in the way. Sit quietly. She waved him off, so he reluctantly sat down at the table. It wasn't his imagination that the room was tidier than usual. After a short wait, breakfast was served. A simple soup, and the bread, perhaps bought fresh from the bakery this morning, was still soft. A common, familiar meal. He briefly offered a prayer and began to eat. It feels like I've greeted a normal morning for the first time in a long while. Really, if I leave you alone, you don't do anything. He gave a small apology under her chiding tone. Perhaps it was because they had grown older that they could both accept this about each other. Her words had thorns, but they were withered and blunted. A short silence followed. Hey, Serge. Sometime, when you have time, will you draw me again? Again, I've drawn many paintings of you, haven't I? And during those times, she had been nervous or bored, at least. She hadn't seemed to like it. That's true, but I've started wanting you to draw me as I am now. Or do you maybe dislike drawing an old woman like me? How long has it been since she's shown such a bashful expression? Caught off guard, he himself felt embarrassed. No, not at all. You're your still charming Matilda. Haha, that's nice to hear. Well, I guess so, at least enough to make you feel better, right? With her unexpected teasing, he nearly spluttered his soup and choked. He coughed for a while, wiped his mouth, and then, could you stop saying things like that first thing in the morning? He protested, yet his expression didn't seem entirely displeased. There was certainly a part of him that was enjoying this exchange. In that case, shall I start drawing today? I need to wait for that painting to dry, after all. No, that's a bit too sudden. I have things to do at home too. It was Matilda's turn to panic at Serge's eagerness. Still, counting on her fingers and nodding that the schedules would line up, she was hardly any different. So, you're painting that other picture again tomorrow. How about the day after tomorrow? Serge nodded back. All right then, let's start the day after tomorrow. His current self, drawing her as she was now. That alone gave him a sense of exhilaration, though he couldn't explain why he was in such a hurry. Section. After finishing and clearing away breakfast, she even did some light cleaning. Matilda also washed Serge's clothes, and while she was at it, smoothed out the wrinkles of what he was planning to wear for the day. Here, try to look a bit sharper, okay? Especially since those young ladies are coming. Smack. She slapped his back and showed a smile, then Matilda left to head back home. He coughed again, protesting with teary eyes while watching her leave. Then, returning alone to the room, he let out a sigh. Oh man, this is tough, my schedule's all messed up. As he said that, he looked at the canvas he had intended to paint. To paint the pictures Mardani demanded for his livelihood, that desire had completely vanished. Besides, he had given him several pieces the other day, so he probably wouldn't come for a while. This is really tough, truly. To have two paintings I want to paint. He still wanted to paint the picture, with Letty as the model. And he also desperately wanted to paint Matilda. He just felt that the urge to paint them stemmed from slightly different places. He gazed intently at the unfinished painting. Let's do more this way, a little like that, his painter's instinct seemed to call out to him. It hadn't subsided. The continuation of yesterday's concept immediately welled up. Then, why did I want to draw Matilda? Really, what to do? Coming to a realization, Serge covered his face with both hands. It seemed he wanted to draw her as a human being. The realization made him intensely embarrassed and shy. What kind of face am I going to make when those two arrive now? He mumbled at a loss. Maybe I could somehow deceive them. As he thought about this, a brilliant idea came to him. He was sure he could fool them with this. No doubt. He was convinced. Section A. It was after Serge made a certain proposal. Letty snuck occasional glances at Ellie, looking troubled by the reaction, and, Master, you're going to draw a picture of the two of us, and multiple poses. Please, please, I'll get on my hands and knees and beg, do anything. I'll pay any price, please. Ellie was already prostrating herself. Chapter 74, What was poured into that brush. Okay, first, let's have you two sitting side by side. Serge brought over two chairs. He placed them next to each other, had Letty sit on his left and Ellie on his right, and then lightly adjusted their positions and poses. After stepping back a bit to check, he nodded slightly. I think this looks good. Please hold that pose for a while. Serge went to his easel and picked up a piece of charcoal. Of course, He couldn't start another oil painting while two were already in progress, so it would just be sketches. Still, Ellie's joy when he suggested it was as expected, or even more so. On the other hand, Letty's bewilderment was unexpected. Even when sitting as a model like this, her expression suggested she was less relaxed than normal. In fact, Ellie, despite being less accustomed to modeling, had a more natural expression. No, her joy was perhaps just a bit too radiant. All right, how about this? How do you both like it? His hand stopped, and he flipped the drawing board around to show them. Depicted on it was Letty, whose composed face was a little stiff, and Ellie, beaming with a full smile. Even with their contrasting expressions and impressions, the two still looked well-suited sitting side by side. I suppose this is what I expected. I think it's good. What do you think, Ellie? Ellie. When she laid eyes on it, Letty became unusually and visibly flustered. Still, she dutifully gave her impression before turning to Ellie, who had unexpectedly remained silent. Is she unconscious? Seeing Ellie standing rigid with wide eyes, Letty murmured. Wondering why she even had such a function, she gently shook her shoulder. Huh. After being shaken for a while, Ellie finally recovered and hastily bowed her head. I'm sorry, my consciousness went to heaven from the sheer impact. Then, she looked at the sketch again, her expression one of ecstasy. How long did she stay like that? With a fulfilled smile, she gently took a leather pouch from her pocket. So, how much would you like for this? No, something like this isn't a big deal. You both modeled for me, so consider it payment for your time. Serge responded hastily while waving his hand lightly. Retaining the same smile, Ellie smoothly, very naturally, prostrated herself again. It took Serge and Letty quite an effort to get her back on her feet. All right then, I'll draw you in whatever poses you like after this. Since we have the time. Whatever poses we like. What should we do, Letty-san? Well, don't ask me. You can do whatever you want, Ellie. Letty had gotten strangely nervous just sitting next to her, so she couldn't think of any other poses. So she just left it entirely to Ellie. As expected, Ellie's face lit up. Are you sure? You said it, so no denying it now, okay. Yes, you can do whatever you like, Ellie. She would regret saying that just a few minutes later. From then on, Ellie seemed to have forgotten the meaning of restraint. First, like this, holding hands to show we're good friends. Like this, with me hugging Letty-san from behind. Ellie, wait, that tickles. And no, we definitely need a classic one like this, hugging face to face, right? What makes this a classic? Why do we need to stare into each other's eyes from the front? Under the pretext of being models and posing, Ellie did pretty much whatever she pleased. As Letty went along with her whims, her expression gradually softened back to her usual self. No, it became even softer. This is worth capturing, Serge thought as his brush flowed. Well, it was charcoal, but still. Truly, these two have a radiance unique to them. Surely, capturing it like this has meaning. With that in mind, he continued to draw as Ellie requested, and into that drawing he poured, with them shining brightly before him, his gratitude for being able to discover his race and daredar. Section. All right, it's getting late. Should we end it here for today? The playful yet fulfilling time passed in a flash. As the sun began to set, Serge announced the end. With all the sketches done, a sparkling Ellie was left dissatisfied, while an exhausted Letty nodded, thinking, finally. They each tidied up in their own ways. Well then, I look forward to tomorrow as well. Yes, I look forward to it too. Me too, please. They each exchanged their respective remarks and parted ways as usual. How long will these days continue like this? Serge murmured to himself. Section, the next day. All right, now I'll start painting properly. Egret-san, there's no need to be nervous, just be as you usually are. Ellie-san, I've taught you most of what you need to know about using paints, the rest you'll have to grasp yourself. Try painting while observing my movements. Serge, having prepared and greeted the two, gave his instructions. Having some understanding already, they moved briskly according to his directions. Soon, everything was ready for painting. Egret-san, angle your body just a little more to the left, yes, that's it, just like that. All right, I'll begin, thank you. Declaring that, Serge took up his brush. Ellie remembered the time that followed with peculiar clarity. The brush, moved with intent, laid color onto the canvas. At times delicate, at times bold, at times powerful. It danced, It touched upon something fragile, it murmured, it conversed. Serge, the painter, approached the canvas in various ways, striving to create a masterpiece. His manner was, in itself, poetic, dynamic, and moving. Ellie knew she should be moving her own hands, yet she couldn't tear her eyes away from Serge as he worked. Chapter 75. And the world revealed there, the brush danced. At times, etching minuscule pieces, at times boldly spreading paint. The world visible only to him was expressed onto the canvas. It was by no means a bright world. Rather, it was a gloomy, cluttered room, almost suffocating. Yet there was the soft warmth of light streaming in from the window. The girl sitting in the illuminated space nearby gazed out with serene yet strong eyes. Yes, looking outwards. A cramped room, as if she were confined. A cluttered interior with various rough objects askew everywhere. Still, the girl remained unstained, unwilted, facing the outdoors. "This is true art," Ellie whispered softly, so as not to disturb Serge's concentration. "This is it. This is how the world is, his perceived world." It was almost akin to a scream, a brushwork that seemed to plead. Subtly, a sense of fear, yet she also felt a poignant sorrow. An unbearable amount of unspoken feelings, ones that could only be poured into a painting. It was being hurled at her, up close. I mustn't look away for even a second. Section. He wasn't serious at all until now, was he? Letty thought to herself. The person in front of her was Serge. It should have been. But he had transformed into someone she had never seen before. The feverish passion, akin to madness, hurled at her by his brush, which moved with single-minded devotion as if possessed by something. She had been astonished by his skill countless times. However, what she was witnessing now far surpassed all of that, something more than just skill. It was something she had often felt since starting her journey, and now it was being thrust upon her. It was incredibly dazzling. Maybe, just maybe, will I be able to acquire something like that myself one day? She wanted it. It was a desire that had naturally arisen. Section, the brush moved. He had no intention of stopping, but it moved before he even thought to move it. Colors were chosen and placed before he could think. He would only realize belatedly that it was exactly as he intended. It was less like painting and more like the act of naturally extracting what was supposed to be there. Existence was being carved out, as if it had been there from the start. He had conceptualized it over and over. He had iterated through trial and error in his mind, building up the world. Now it was taking form, taking back its rightful appearance in its rightful place. There was a priest who, with confidence, preached that God created the world with the words, "Let there be light." If so, he would bring light to this world. In this world, his and his alone. No, that wasn't quite right. It was not just him creating it, with his model. And with his apprentice, who was intently watching from beside him, he had thought it was a solitary world. He had always worked alone, in a world of his own, believing it was something to be done solely by himself. But after meeting them, while causing various commotions, and sometimes concentrating intently, the world they created together like this was incredibly dazzling. Section, I don't want it to end. If he finished painting, it would end. Still, he couldn't stop his hands. He would finish it. And then he would begin again. It would surely be difficult, and not everything would turn out good. But still, something awaited beyond that. What he saw in the eyes of the girl by the lake, what the eyes of the girl he had just drawn on the canvas pleaded with him. Surely, it was all right to seek it. A future of becoming someone. The happiness of gaining something, to begin for that purpose. Starting here. Unbeknownst to him, tears had begun to gather in his eyes. He poured all his emotions into the brush and applied it to the canvas. Section. How much time had passed? The light streaming into the room began to take on a faint red hue. Noticing the change in color, Serge stopped his brush. "Let's stop here for today. Egret-san, good work." Announcing that, he let out the long breath that had been building up in his lungs. Leaning back against the chair, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He was tired, honestly quite worn out, but despite his body, his heart was satisfied. He had painted. Though it terrified him, he had painted the world exactly as he imagined it. The painting he glanced at was still unfinished, not everything fully expressed, but the completed form he envisioned was definitely in sight. No, he had a premonition that he could go even higher than what he had envisioned. For the paint to dry, Tomorrow felt frustratingly slow, and the day after, when finally ready, was eagerly awaited. How long had it been since he had felt such an overwhelming urge to paint? In contrast to the exhausted but exhilarated Serge, Letty and Ellie wore solemn expressions. Serge, you two, good work. Well then, we'll continue the day after tomorrow. Good work, master. Oh, should I massage your shoulders? Or perhaps make you something to drink? No, what's wrong with you two? I'm fine, really. They were too distant somehow. Serge was taken aback by the unusual distance in their demeanor. For him, it was normal, no, even for him, it was a rare level of concentration and passion. And the two of them were completely swept along by it. No, but I want to do something. Should I just pay you after all? No, I mean, why, please, compose yourselves. He could only give a wry smile, as Ellie was completely flustered. Chapter 76, A Beloved Night's Conversation. Leaving Serge's studio as usual, the two were devoid of their customary chatter. A lingering sense of excitement, like the afterglow of a festival, mixed with an almost empty weariness, enveloped them both. It was dusk. The end of day and the beginning of night blended together, painting the world in a dim red. They walked through the indistinct twilight, their steps more unsteady than usual. The scene they had just witnessed was unforgettable. Exposed to that passion, words failed them. Each knew that the other felt the same, so they weren't surprised by their shared silence. The day ended. The sun vanished behind the mountain ridge, leaving behind vestiges of red as indigo claimed the sky. That too deepened gradually, stars appeared, and eventually night's darkness settled. Hey, Ellie. Looking up at the sky, Letty spoke. Yes, Letty-san, Ellie responded in a somewhat hazy tone. I thought this before, but today I especially feel it. The world has so many colors, doesn't it? Blue, red, yellow, green, even black. The colors she saw were more vivid and intense than she could have ever imagined, so much so that at times they made her feel dizzy, resonating deeply within her heart. But even among those, today was especially striking. Why does Serge's painting feel so intense? Ultimately, it was just paint, and the materials he used were not beyond the reach of common folk. Although he did gather some materials and make his own paints, naturally not everything was self-made. Yet, the world he created was exceptionally vibrant. I don't know, but I also feel like I shouldn't leave it at that. As his apprentice, I feel like I have to grasp something. Having just started, she knew she couldn't possibly grasp his art, which was on such a lofty level. Still, she yearned to grasp it, even through struggle. No, she felt she had to struggle, because she believed there was meaning in doing so. Thinking about it again, we've really gotten ourselves involved in something incredible. Letty truly felt that way. Just one man painting. It should have been just that, yet they were caught in an intensity that rivaled the fever of war. It held an unfamiliar fear, and yet, precisely because of that, it captivated her. In short, she couldn't escape, and she no longer wanted to. That's right, isn't it? Ellie responded absent-mindedly, then fell silent. Various unformed words circulated in her mind, appearing and disappearing. And then what she uttered was, Letty-san, I'm sorry. Saying things out of nowhere like that. Letty blinked, startled by the abrupt apology. She hadn't done anything to be apologized for. As she looked at Ellie with suspicion, Ellie continued. I, dragged you on this journey because of my selfishness, and then I kept us here for so long because of my selfishness. It feels like I'm just stringing you along. Letty gazed at the downcast Ellie for a moment. A small chuckle escaped her. Hey! Ellie looked up as she felt a hand gently stroking her head. Don't worry, I'm probably enjoying the current situation. I consider what I'm experiencing now to be very important. She gazed into Ellie's eyes, smiling. Slowly, as if soothing, as if cherishing, she ran her fingers through Ellie's hair. Most of all, it's not about having to do this, but I think I'm happy that Ellie found something she wants to do. Honestly, watching Ellie so absorbed in painting is fun in its own way. I even think it's cute. Ellie drawing with sparkling eyes. Ellie amazed and awestruck by Serge's paintings, the way she shines, so dazzling and delightful. So Letty would do everything she could. That is what she believed. Ellie, I want you to do what you want to do then, maybe. I feel like I might see something too. It was just a vague premonition. Could she become a different version of herself than she had been? She didn't know what kind of self that would be, but. So, don't apologize. Do as you want to do, okay? It was both a wish and perhaps a prayer. For this bright girl, created as a weapon, yet so unweapon-like. If she had found something, Letty wanted nothing more than for it to be fulfilled. That's what she wished and prayed for. Ellie, who received that wish up close and head-on, blushed more deeply than ever. Not knowing how to process her emotions, tears welled up in her eyes. Is it really okay? Is it really okay if I do what I want to do? Well, don't get too ahead of yourself, but probably mostly yes. As Letty responded with a smile, Ellie's tear-filled face crumpled. She squeezed Letty's hand. Then, hold my hand and take me to the inn, because of Letty-san, I can't see properly in front of me. Ah, that can't be helped, can it? I'll take responsibility and lead you. Letty squeezed back. A hand that was warm and trembling, proof of her emotions. Letty couldn't help but smile again. Also, please sleep with me tonight somehow. I just want to stay close to Letty-san. Yes, I don't mind, but that indeed was a little embarrassing. A little, probably just a little, but if she wanted it, it might just be okay. You said it, you promised. Yes, I promised so. Letty replied, while Ellie smiled through her tears. She believed that if something like this could cheer her up, then it was probably fine. With such thoughts, holding hands, smiling, the two walked on into the night. Chapter 77. Under the scrutiny of time. What are you doing sleeping here? Still the same as ever, I see. Whack thud, two sudden impacts. Whoa, what was that? Serge, who had tumbled to the floor as a result, hastily sat up and looked around in confusion. As his eyes landed on Matilda's cheerfully laughing face, his shoulders slumped. Matilda, if you're going to wake me, couldn't you have found a different way? What are you talking about? It's your fault for sleeping past noon on that couch, isn't it? Weren't you supposed to draw me today? She pointed to the window, where he saw that it was already bright. Ah, whoops, he muttered, scratching his head vigorously. Last night, he had spent all his time gazing at the painting. The unfinished piece, floating in the dim lamplight, looked strangely ethereal. He had indulged in the luxurious act of pulling out one concept after another from his mind, only to discard them into the void. It seemed he had lost consciousness during that period. Ah, sorry, yesterday, I really got into it. I can tell, not even bothering to tidy up. Well, some things never change with you, do they? With an exasperated sigh, she roughly put away things he probably wouldn't need today. As expected of someone he had lived with for years, her hands knew exactly what to do with what. By the way, Matilda, while I'm at it, there's one more thing I need to apologize for. What is it? So formal all of a sudden. He had been acting unusually lately, but such a contrite attitude was truly rare. Well, actually, in a little while, my model and apprentice will be coming. Why would the model be here? And when did you get an apprentice? Sorry, I accidentally let it slip that I was drawing you, and they said they wanted to observe. Besides, I think they were planning to come anyway to practice. He scratched his head, a habit he had when trying to gloss over something inconvenient. Matilda stared at him with a deadpan, fixed gaze. He looked uncomfortable, but she didn't care. Oh, so you're telling me, with such pretty young ladies around, this old hag has to sit here with a prim face. It's fine, it'll be no problem. It's a big problem. That's not helping at all. Whack, and so, for the second time today, a loud sound echoed particularly strongly. Section. Hello there. Hello, we're always in master's care. Matilda fell silent before the two, who soon arrived at the studio. She stared at them for a while, then she beckoned Serge over. What is it? What is it, you blockhead? Your apprentice is also such a young lady. What exactly are you trying to pull? And once again, a loud sound echoed. I'm sorry, you two are just too beautiful. I'm Matilda, as you've probably heard, this blockhead's ex-wife. After giving Serge a good scolding, she introduced herself. The two young women, who had been wide-eyed at the sudden former marital comedy routine, managed to compose themselves. I'm Egret, the model. Nice to meet you. I'm Ellie. I insisted on becoming master's apprentice. Ellie, subtly covering for Serge, showed herself to be a capable girl. Matilda noticed this, narrowed her eyes, and smiled. Serge, honestly, these girls are too good for you, aren't they? That's entirely true, but that being the case, I wish you'd be a little gentler with me, Serge grumbled, rubbing his back with teary eyes. Section, all right, Matilda, please sit here. Ellie-san, you can practice drawing Egret-san over there. Matilda might get nervous if you just observe directly. Giving instructions as usual, he also set up his own easel. Today, it was still paper on a drawing board, not canvas. Oh, is it practice today? Yes, it's been a while, so I want to get back into the swing of things. Saying that, he sat down in the chair and picked up his charcoal. Before he could even say, front-facing, Matilda turned to face him. He gazed intently, and she gazed back. Is she a little nervous, after all? It's rare to see her like that, and it's a little cute. As he let out a soft chuckle, she gave him a slightly annoyed look, saying, "What?" He shook his head slightly, saying, "No, no," to which she shrugged her shoulders with an exasperated sigh. Before he knew it, Matilda was wearing her usual smile. All right then, here we go. With that, the charcoal danced. Certainly, the marks of time were evident, on her hair, her skin, around her eyes, at the corners of her mouth. Etched there relentlessly. To be honest, she was probably a bit weary too. Yet, the woman reflected in his eyes was by no means shabby. Alive. Such a word came to mind. Surely, her simply being alive was meaningful. Even if only because his brush moved so, he was glad she had asked him to draw her. With the slight distance between them now, they could maintain a good relationship. It would make a good drawing. With that conviction, he let the charcoal dance, following his heart's desire. Was Matilda perhaps sensing what he was thinking? She showed a somewhat troubled, bashful smile. Section. Letty-san, did you see that just now? I did see it, but it was kind of a strange exchange, wasn't it? That's what they call understanding each other, with just a look. I wish we could be like that too. While pretending to practice on the side, two people were watching that scene. Chapter 78, Fleeting Days of Brilliance. And so, the days of Serge immersing himself in painting began. Since Matilda visited, he could get a decent meal every other day. Because Ellie intently watched his brushstrokes, he couldn't slack off. Because Letty modeled without moving, he couldn't help but respond to her dedication. He felt fulfilled. Perhaps that's why his brush felt light. Images came easily, the colors he mixed fit perfectly, and he could place them exactly where he intended. He could survey the whole and maintain balance, yet also render details without deficiency. Undoubtedly, his progress was smoother than ever before. He could see the overall balance while also executing the finer details perfectly. Was this what it meant to be in a flow state? And the world being created in this way was truly. Ellie peered in as he put down his brush, signaling the end for the day. Ha, today is even more amazing. Yesterday was amazing too, but the level of perfection has gone up even further. Serge took a breath, composed himself slightly, and then gazed at his painting once more. Then he nodded. I'm glad to hear you say that. If I may say so myself, my brush has really been flowing lately. Even looking at it again, it was progressing well. The world he wanted to paint was almost entirely visible there. Letty, who had been peering in while gently stretching, suddenly spoke up. I've been thinking this for a while, but how much more do you have to paint until it's finished? He paused, then shrugged his shoulders, looking troubled. To put it bluntly, it may never be finished. You can keep painting indefinitely if you wish. Basically, it's until I'm satisfied. This time, there's a competition deadline, so I can't do that, though. With oil painting, where layers can be applied, it's possible can paint over existing colors. This layering can create unique textures, and some painters layer extensively to achieve that, though Serge's current painting didn't demand that level of thickness. I think we might see the end in about 3 more days. The world that was almost entirely visible, the world he wanted to paint, was there. Yet it wasn't enough. It wasn't sufficient yet. From this point on, it was almost entirely a matter of nuance. A process of adjusting subtle imperfections against his own sensibility. Still, with his current self, he surely ought to be able to paint it to his satisfaction. Only that much left, it feels like it went by in a flash, even though it's been nearly a month. Having immersed himself in the work, Serge had spent over 10 days on both Letty's and Matilda's paintings. Just 1 month, yet it was an incredibly significant one. The two pieces showed remarkable progress. In the meantime, Ellie's painting had also improved considerably. She was now at a level where she could begin practicing layering colors. This intense month was condensed into those paintings. Has it really been that long? I'll ask for your company for just a little while longer. Please stay until the very end. As Serge pleaded, both nodded. After coming this far, it's too late to back out now. I'm also looking forward to its completion. Of course, I'll see masters painting through to the very end. I'm glad I called out to them back then, truly glad. He was sure he could paint something satisfying. Both of you truly, thank you. It wasn't over yet. Still, he couldn't stop the tears from welling up. And so, after they left, it was the usual solitary night. Gah. Cough aga, hey heck cough. Coughing alone, as was typical for his nights. During the day, perhaps thanks to his medicine, it was suppressed. Still, gradually, he felt his lungs burning with a dull ache even during the day. At night, when he coughed like this, the pain in his lungs seemed to increase. The duration also seemed longer. Most of all, the exhaustion after it subsided, as he lay there, was even worse. Just a little more, couldn't you just behave? The ceiling he dazedly looked up at was at an unfamiliar height. It seemed far, far away, unreachable, as if he himself were sinking into the earth. He clutched the floor, struggling, twisting his body as if to escape. Not yet, he couldn't sink yet. I knew you'd be like this, you blockhead. Suddenly, Serge heard a voice that shouldn't have been there. Lying on the floor, he slowly lifted his head. His face hardened in surprise, and his lips trembled as if to speak, but no words came out. Oh, it's fine, you don't have to talk. You want to ask why I'm here, right? Well, you know. Even if we're exes, we were married, so there are some things I can just sense, right? Ellie-chan and Egret-chan didn't seem to notice, she added, a little smugly. Her smile contained a hint of sadness. Here, lean on me. Let's get you to bed. I know I can't stop you, so at least get some rest. His powerless body was supported. He found himself thinking, she's gotten strong, an out-of-place thought. He himself was thinner than he had realized. His body was weak, but with help, he could still walk. Sorry, even for this, I'm sorry, muttering like a delirium, he finally reached the bed. Compared to the cold, hard floor, it was better, even if it smelled musty. He let out a sigh of relief. Do you have any medicine? Oh, you keep it there, huh? I'll get it, just stay in bed. Has she always been so sharp? He thought so, watching her briskly take care of him. Perhaps he had been naive after all. That's why it was, and why it was now. It was also futile to say it. He could only reminisce about the days gone by. Here, open your mouth, don't spill it, okay? He was held up and given medicine. Perhaps because the attack had subsided, the water seemed to soak into his body, and the medicine felt effective. Sorry, really. Fool, this is when you say thank you. She patted his head, gently with a sorrowful softness. Her eyes seemed to see everything. Thank you. Now go to sleep. Tomorrow you'll be drawing me after all. There were things he wanted to say, but he swallowed them. The hand that was gently stroking him to sleep was suddenly grasped firmly. He looked, noticing her eyes, trembling as if clinging to him. You idiot, and with a wry smile, I came at this hour, so of course that's the plan. Slowly, their two shadows merged. Chapter 79, Wouldn't It Be Lovely? Chirp, chirp, the sound of birds chirping. Serge slowly opened his heavy eyelids, then closed them once, dazzled by the morning sun. Then, cautiously, he opened his eyes again. A familiar bedroom, a familiar ceiling, a clear sky. With this, the light was unlikely to affect the painting's color tone. Noticing his own thoughts as they casually revolved around painting, he leaned his head back on the pillow with an exasperated sigh. Phew, he exhaled to relax, and when he inhaled again, there was that familiar scent that had recently become commonplace. He felt his lungs, still aching and hot with a dull throb, heal just a little. He was alive. Somehow still alive. That brought him relief. Perhaps thanks to the night's sleep, his body, though sluggish, could move. The sensation in his fingertips was probably fine too. I can still paint. His priorities made him let out a soft chuckle. No matter if he was dying or whatnot, that was just the kind of person he seemed to be. If that were the case, perhaps sacrificing himself, for it was also true to his nature. Slowly, he sat up, took off his sweat-drenched shirt, and got changed. His emaciated body inevitably caught his eye. Still, as long as his hands could move. He moved the fingers of both hands as if to confirm, then nodded and clenched them into fists. Then he made his way towards the kitchen where Matilda was cooking. You're up. Yeah, good morning. She glanced at him briefly, then immediately returned to her cooking. He thought her eyes looked a little red. Section. Breakfast was quieter than usual, an atmosphere as if they were both probing for something. He wasn't sure how long that lasted. When Serge had almost finished, he put down his spoon and looked at Matilda. Matilda. I'll paint today as planned too. Is that so? Yeah, and it'll probably be finished today. Is that so? And then, silence again for a while. They were both searching for words. There were mountains of things they wanted to say. But they were no longer young enough to simply blurt everything out. And they were no longer ignorant of each other. Then, will it be dry enough to move by tomorrow evening? Huh? Matilda's words seemed completely unexpected, causing him to falter for a moment. Then he pondered, his gaze wandering into empty space. Yeah, it should be dry enough by then, I think. When he gave his answer, Matilda smiled broadly. Then, I'll come pick it up around tomorrow evening, so help me carry it. It looks like it'll be hard to carry by myself. I don't mind, but I don't think it'll make much difference if I help. Honestly, he thought Matilda might have more physical strength than he did as things stood. In that case, he'd probably just be in the way. When Serge said that, Matilda gave a slightly exasperated wry smile. And while you're at it, why don't you have dinner at my place? Yeah, that sounds good. Indeed, that was an appealing offer for his current self. And at the same time, he thought it was necessary. Probably for his human self. If that's decided, I guess I'll try a little harder today. He spoke with a smile, then stood up and began clearing the dishes. Section. That day, his brush was particularly inspired. Not only could he create what he wanted and place colors where he intended, but he could also relax where needed and apply force where necessary. He could vary the strength as he wished, making the painting's impression warm and soft. What he wanted to paint came to life exactly as he imagined, even more so. Textures he hadn't even thought of emerged. And then, I think this is it, finished, he spoke as he put down his brush. Phew, he exhaled the breath he had been holding. His eyes met Matilda's as she exhaled at the same time, and they exchanged wry smiles. For a moment, he looked up at the ceiling and took another breath. Then, he looked at the painting again. Yeah, I think it's good, he murmured softly. What? You're just going to sum it up with one word? Ellie, who had been observing from behind, couldn't help but exclaim. Next to her, Letty was nodding emphatically. I don't really know much about art, but this is amazing, isn't it? She gazed at the painting again. Even to her, who wasn't particularly sensitive to high-quality art, the emotions conveyed were palpable. It was no doubt even more so for Serge, who had a trained eye. What's all the fuss about? Let me see too. Here it's like this. Serge moved aside so she could see easily. And upon seeing the painting that spread before her eyes, Matilda gasped. A woman sitting in a chair, facing forward, bathed in warm sunlight. Truthfully, she wasn't particularly beautiful. Her hair was dry and frizzy, lacking luster and vibrancy. Wrinkles etched around her eyes and mouth, her neck beginning to sag. Even her figure was fuller and softer compared to when she was a girl. The years had clearly been imprinted upon her. Even the clothes she wore were not of fine quality. Indeed, it was clearly her. And yet, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Do I really look like that? She murmured softly. The eyes of the woman in the painting were as gentle as a loving mother's, yet they shone like a maiden in love. Her gently curving brows and lips formed a soft smile. As that impression grew stronger, even her relaxed physique seemed to be an expression of gentle embrace. Perhaps because of the texture of the sunlight filtering in, she could feel the warmth on her skin, despite just looking with her eyes. To be confronted with that, after clearly recognizing herself there, was incredibly embarrassing. Well, that's how it looks to me, Serge said, scratching his head bashfully. She turned red and looked down. Ellie, who had almost cried out in excitement, instantly covered her mouth with both hands, desperately holding back. At the same time, as Letty watched on with a puzzled expression, she realized when she looked at Ellie. I see, this is Serge's letter to Matilda. Understanding this, she kept silent so as not to stir up any further trouble. She looked at the painting again. The warmth, the tenderness, and most of all, which she could even feel, was, is this what they call love? She murmured to no one in particular. There is no such thing as eternity. But does an end truly exist? Is what we perceive as an end truly the end? That is the eternal question of living beings. Up next, unseen form, visible truth. Uncertain yet certain. Chapter 80. Unseen form, visible truth. The next day, after Matilda's painting was completed, Letty's painting was also nearing its final stages. It's almost over. He had a clear sense of it. Beyond the movement of his hands, the finished form undoubtedly lay there. And now, only a little more. He had painted quite thickly. He had utilized every technique he knew, mobilized all his knowledge to create the picture. Above all, he had vividly, intensely, visualized what he had glimpsed at that moment and poured it into his brush. A tiny, tiny spark just released from a suffocating darkness. Certain, powerful, but still wavering. It overlapped with something within himself. If he gave it a visible form, a tangible shape, it would be released with substance. That's how it felt. He felt it presumptuous to do it, yet he also felt it was something only he could do. Above all, for his own sake, he wanted to give it form. He had called out to her, she had consented, and now they faced each other as model and painter. However, her personality and the girl beside her. He had briefly glimpsed her world. His own surroundings had changed a little too. The image had changed, just a little. The canvas, infused with that, was still dark, but it faintly, yet more strongly than before, contained hope. Section, that's all for today, I suppose. Serge let out a long breath. He closed his eyes and rubbed them for a while. Slowly, taking his time, he opened them, letting them adjust to the light. He gazed at the canvas for a moment. Yeah, just as I thought, he nodded to himself. Master, that's all for today means it's not finished yet, even with this. Ellie, who had been copying and observing as usual, cautiously spoke up. She looked at the canvas again, then at Letty, the model, then at Serge. Once more, she looked at the painting. Where else could he possibly add anything? Having seen it gradually progress towards completion every single day, she wasn't overwhelmed by the shock. But if one saw it for the first time, it would undoubtedly evoke a feeling akin to terror that would make them freeze. That emotion, a mix of fear and admiration, was surely what was called awe. And beyond that, a faintly shimmering something. These feelings slowly and heavily, gradually yet gently, they pressed deep into her chest. And he said that this is still not finished. Serge, with a troubled expression himself, asked the perplexed Ellie. That's right, Ellie-san. Do you remember the title of this work? Yes, it was From Now On, wasn't it? Yes, From Now On. He returned his attention to the piece. He could undoubtedly say with pride that this was his masterpiece. Yet something was still missing. That too was undeniable. From now on, but no, perhaps that's why. I think I've painted from now on. But what came before the present and the past, something is missing. As he spoke, Ellie looked at the canvas again. Honestly, she couldn't quite grasp it yet, but her master, Serge, wouldn't lie. So something must be missing from this canvas, the present, the past. This is still incomplete. I feel like it has enough, though. Honestly, I also feel it's sufficient, but something is nagging at me. That's just how it is. He smiled wryly, then looked up. He gazed at Ellie with his usual gentle eyes, then slowly spoke. Ellie-san, remember this. As a painting approaches completion, always keep asking yourself if anything is missing. That will be necessary when you become the creator, not just the receiver. And that, surely, would never end. True completion, only God would know. She accepted the weight of his words. The world she was stepping into was such a world. She had already been aware of it. But now, standing before a work she herself couldn't improve further, and being told it was still unfinished, made them all the more realized. Slowly, she swallowed them, and nodded. Yes, I don't think I can fully understand it yet, but I will engrave it into my heart. That was her duty as an apprentice. As someone present, someone who aspired to paint, that's what she believed. Section. Letty, who had been silent so as not to interrupt their conversation, murmured as she peered at the painting. This is still unfinished. After gazing at it for a while, a sigh escaped her lips. The subject of the painting was undoubtedly her. A profile that she could definitively claim as herself, blended with realistic style and transcendent technique. Yet, she was subtly different from herself. The her in the painting was just a little a step, or even half a step ahead. It was just a vague feeling. This is how it should be. This is how I want it to be. A feeling akin to a prayer or perhaps a wish was conveyed. It was embedded in the her within the painting. Still unfinished, then I'm even more so. If so, what was her own completed form? She still had no answer to that question. Section. As the three of them were discussing and pondering about the painting, a knock came at the door. "Serge, are you ready?" Saying that, Matilda entered. "Oh, Egret-chan and Ellie-chan are still here, good work. What's wrong, all three of you looking so glum?" "Ah, welcome, Matilda. I just finished a section." Serge replied with a wry smile. Matilda looked puzzled as she approached. After gazing at the painting, she grumbled, "A section? It's not finished yet. This?" Again, a familiar reaction escaped from her. Then a wry smile quickly followed. "You're still as meticulous as ever, it's just like you, I suppose." "Ha, still, Egret-chan looks so much more picturesque." There was a difference between something for a contest and something personal. But seeing it like this, she still couldn't help but feel that way. "Well, I think your portrait is quite good too." Serge stood up and retreated into the back. The painting he brought out a moment later was... "Huh. Wait, what's with this frame? It looks like a painting." "No, it is a painting. I splurged a bit, what do you think?" "What do you think, you say?" Yes, it was a painting. Not the work in progress she usually saw in his studio, but a magnificent painting, as if on display in some noble's home. Even when she had seen it right after its completion yesterday, it had looked remarkably well done. But framed like this, it felt as if she were momentarily cut off from the world and peering into another, almost getting lost in it. And the world glimpsed from there was very embarrassing. Having it seen by the two young women made it even more embarrassing. Those two women were staring intently. A painting that seemed simple, unlike Letty's. With Matilda as his model, what the world depicted by Serge showed was a love, isn't it? I see this is love. You two stop it, she yelled, turning bright red, as what she had vaguely realized was bluntly stated. She looked troubled, angry, and subtly pleased. Proudly so. The painter himself, the one who had completed it, also looked troubled and embarrassed. However, he watched the scene without denying it. Chapter 81. Forever from here. Well then, we'll be taking our leave now. See you tomorrow, around noon. With that, Letty and Ellie departed. Serge's work was mostly done. Tomorrow, he wouldn't be painting Matilda, and Letty's painting just needed to dry. With a little free time, he decided he would look at Ellie's works. Yes, we'll be waiting for you then. Be careful on your way home, though you're both adventurers, so perhaps that's unnecessary worry. Serge said with a laugh, waving them goodbye. Soon, their figures disappeared from view. Without a word, he lowered his hand. Still gazing in the direction they had left, Matilda murmured, "Is it all right not to tell them?" "It's probably not all right, but I don't know when or with what kind of face." Unconsciously, he put a hand to his chest, to his lungs. The attack hadn't come yet, but the dull, heavy sensation was undeniable. He mumbled, "When it's finished, perhaps, after all." "If things go as planned the day after tomorrow?" Matilda questioned. "I'll do my best to make it so," he replied, sounding a little unconfident. Honestly, it could already be called complete. The rest was just a struggle with his own satisfaction. It was a matter in a realm he couldn't put into words. "Ah, just to your satisfaction, then do your best." She patted his back as if to console him. At the gentle touch, his eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed. "What's wrong? You're surprisingly kind today." "Haha, just once in a while." Matilda looked back into the room. "Besides, you need to help me carry my treasure now, you know." The painting, bathed in the setting sun's faint, reddish light, appeared a little bashful. More than anything, its inherent warmth seemed to have intensified. "Right, I'd be happy if you consider it a treasure." "Don't be silly, it already is." Turning away as she spoke, Matilda's ears were red, as if they'd been dyed by the evening sun. They covered the painting with a protective cloth, lightly tied it, and then, with much effort, carried it together. Their idle chatter continued without interruption. Sometimes one would hold it, sometimes both. Before they knew it, they were in front of a familiar house. Phew, finally we're here. Good work, well, it was mostly you after all. Serge wiped away some sweat. Even though autumn was approaching and it was getting cooler, doing some exercise while the sun was still out made him sweat. "I'm not used to this," he muttered a little weakly in his heart. Suddenly, as he was lost in thought for a moment, "Mom, you're back. Why's Dad here?" The door opened, and an energetic boy called out to Matilda. Then he looked at Serge with curiosity. "Why? Because I carried this painting here." "A painting? Why'd you carry something like that to our house?" As Serge observed the curious boy, Theo, a mischievous thought bubbled up. I think you should ask your mom why. Don't say unnecessary things, you. Looking embarrassed, Matilda thwacked him without holding back. Section, huh, wah, who's this? Mom, it's you, but what is this? Theo voiced bewilderment. The cloth had been removed, and before the revealed painting, he stood frozen. Confusion and exhilaration. Tossed between both emotions, he couldn't move. A person he definitely knew. An atmosphere he definitely didn't. No, not completely unknown, but something he rarely felt. Dad, you went too far with this. Shut up, you. Whack, Matilda slapped Theo's head. All the more so because she herself also thought he might have gone too far. Theo, struck with the unjust attack, protested with teary eyes. Wah, Mom, you know it too. Quiet, I know it, that's why I don't want to hear it. As the sudden parent-child squabble erupted, Serge quietly moved the painting to safety. Still the same, he murmured inwardly. The atmosphere was quite comfortable. Section. Matilda's parents, who ran a shop, also returned, greeted Serge a little awkwardly, and then soon relaxed as they discussed the displayed painting around the dinner table. During the meal, they couldn't help but laugh at Matilda and Theo's endless, trivial back and forth. Time passed in the blink of an eye. I should probably take my leave soon. Saying that, Serge stood up. Matilda's brow furrowed slightly. What, why don't you just stay the night? Haha, I thought about that too, but sorry, I want to go back and think about my next painting. He smiled, looking troubled. When you show a face like that, I'm the one who ends up troubled, Matilda grumbled in her heart. What, Dad, leaving already? Well, see ya. Theo was quite unconcerned, waving his hand lightly. Seeing that, both Serge and Matilda were momentarily left speechless. Yes, see you. He managed to keep his eyes from welling up. His voice wasn't trembling, he was fine. Matilda looked up at the ceiling for a moment and exhaled. She showed a sad smile, as if holding something back. Ah, see you, Serge. Thank you for the painting, I was very, very happy. A feeling like his chest was being squeezed. Words caught in his throat. Unable to say anything, they gazed at each other. Ah, I wanted to paint that expression too. He truly seemed hopeless, thinking such things at a time like this. Thank you for liking it. Thank you for everything. Things he wanted to say, things he couldn't say. Too much to explain, too little time. Perhaps people would call that regret. Well then, both of you and Mom and Dad take care. He broke away with a smile. A smile that, set against the backdrop of the starry sky, seemed as if it might vanish into the void at a moment's notice. Wait, Serge. Just as she reached out her hand, the door closed. Mom, what's wrong? Along with that question, she swallowed many things, just taking a moment. Nothing, I just thought he looked like he'd forgotten something. She laughed. She must have laughed, you blockhead. She cursed at him once in her heart. And then, as if to shake him off, she turned her back to the door. Chapter 82, The Missing Eye of the Dragon. Turning his back on the door, he started walking. One step, then another. With each step, his body grew heavier. Ah, just a little more. Please, just hold on. He pressed his chest, as if grasping his lungs through his clothes, and grumbled. It had been fun. As a father, as a husband, as a human. It had been a joyful meal after a long time. If I'm satisfied with just that much, though, it'll be a problem. A cough escaped him. Just walking made him breathless and his lungs burned. Yet his fingertips felt cold. Apparently, the time he had left was truly short. Was it because he had found a little satisfaction as a human? He felt as if some thread had snapped. I can't let it end here. His legs wouldn't move as he wished. He forced himself to raise his head, which kept wanting to droop, and looked up at the sky. A clear, crisp autumn night. Nothing obscured the myriad stars, shining in the faintly bluish darkness. This is it. This is what was missing. The moment he thought that, Serge dashed forward before immediately tripping and falling to the ground. Lying face down awkwardly, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, just this, for something like this much. He clawed at the ground and lifted his face. The strength that had left him returned. He had to go home. He had to paint. Driven by a desire welling up from deep within his body, he stood and started walking. As he moved, he thought about paint mixtures in his head. Not like that, not that, but this, if it's like this. Thinking such thoughts, he suddenly found himself in front of his studio. He impatiently flung open the door, practically tumbling into the room, and clung to the box containing his paints. This one, not this one and this. He opened the box, rummaged inside, and grabbed them. He pulled the palette closer, dropped colors onto it, and then there was a knock at the door. Who could it be at this hour? No, there was only one person who would come. He opened the door, not bothering to hide his annoyed face at the interruption. Mardani-san, what do you want at this time of night? As expected, Mardani was there. With his usual no, with an even more vulgar smile. Oh, what's this? When I visited in the evening, you were unusually absent. So I came back again, you see. I see, my apologies then, but we don't have any appointments now, do we? He sighed, implicitly telling him to leave. He didn't have time for this conversation. Ah, no appointment indeed, but it seems you've been painting quite diligently lately, haven't you? Show me that. Huh, well, I don't mind. Serge let him in, thinking it was fine to show it since he was about to work on it anyway. Internally annoyed by Mardani, who entered without any sign of hesitation, he led him to the painting. Mardani glanced at it before nodding repeatedly with satisfaction. This is quite good, isn't it? Quite good, you say. It isn't based on anything else, it's not for sale, and I have no intention of selling it. Declaring that, Serge plopped down in a chair. Just go home already. Even with that in his gaze, Mardani didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he even seemed to be enjoying it. A sneer. Mardani's face twisted into an expression more hideous than Serge had ever seen. Not based on anything, that's what I wanted. That's why it's quite good, this one. What did you say? What does that mean? Hearing words he couldn't just ignore, he involuntarily stood up. Serge desperately tried to suppress the blood rushing to his head. You know there's a kingdom-sponsored competition coming up, don't you? There's someone looking for a work that can be exhibited there and perhaps win a prize. What? You mean? Ah, that's right. If it goes well, you'll get a stable income. Not a bad deal, is it? In other words, someone, probably a noble, wants me to paint on their behalf. Once he understood that, he could no longer suppress his anger. Are you kidding me? This is my painting, my painting. For some person I don't even know who or where they are, he raged, his voice rising. Have I really been painting for a scoundrel like this? I've been taking money for this. He felt dizzy from his own foolishness. However, while Serge was glaring at Mardani with murderous intent, Mardani studied him with curiosity. What are you talking about? If it makes money, isn't that good? The pay will be better than before, you know. That's not the point. If you don't understand that, there's no talking to you. Mardani-san, this is the end for us, please leave. Saying that, he grabbed Mardani's arm and pulled. But his arm was shaken off. Serge's eyes widened at the unexpected strength. He had looked like he was well past middle age and into old age. Furrowing his brow in annoyance, Mardani sighed with a theatrical gesture. Good grief, I thought we got along well. But I have my own circumstances, so I'll be taking this painting. He reached out his hand towards Serge. Though faint, it was a hand enveloped in a magical light, and the next moment. What? Gah, hga wa this cough. Serge, who had been standing frozen, was suddenly struck by a severe fit, collapsing to the floor, coughing violently. Tears welled up, and his head swam from the unprecedented pain that made it impossible to breathe. Mardani looked down at him with no emotion whatsoever. What? Just a slight worsening of your condition is all it takes. I didn't even need to lay a hand on you, well, it's a minor thing. Now, I'll be taking this painting. Saying that, Mardani grabbed the painting and started to leave, but something entangled his foot. Give it back, that painting. It's mine, cough, it's mine. You're persistent, just lie there quietly, you living corpse. He looked at Serge, who was clinging to him with a surprising amount of strength for that of a dying man, with slight disdain. With strength that seemed impossible for an old man, Mardani kicked him away. Serge was sent sprawling, though he still managed to sit up and crawl towards him. Give it back, that is mine. Enough already. As Serge approached with a look like that of a vengeful ghost, Mardani expressionlessly kicked him down again. With a dull thud, Serge's head hit the leg of a nearby table, and with that, he finally collapsed face down on the floor. Something clattered as it fell. He stirred a little, but he seemed unable to summon any more strength. Good grief, what a bother you are. Well then, I suppose we won't be meeting again. With just a faint hint of irritation. Slam, the door closed. Section. Stir, Serge's body, which had been prostrate, moved. Give it back, give it back. He murmured softly, reaching out his hand. Even knowing it was already out of reach, he couldn't give up. Stir. His body slowly moved forward, His life rapidly dwindled. He couldn't catch up. He wouldn't make it in time. Even understanding that, even so, his outstretched fingertips touched something he had touched countless times, familiar to his fingers. Palette? Ah. The palette he had been about to mix colors on, when he was interrupted. It must have fallen when he hit the table earlier. That's right. That's right, I have to make the color that color. In his fading consciousness, the color he had seen at that moment floated up. This color, and this, in this proportion. He mixed them, adjusting with the sensation of his trembling fingertips. What he saw through his blurred eyes was the blue of the night sky, seeming to melt and disappear into the moonlight streaming in. This is it, this, there on that. If he did that, it would be complete. Thud, a quiet sound of something gently collapsing, and then nothing stirred again. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 83. A bolt from the blue. Knock, knock. Letty and Ellie stood before the door and knocked. Usually there would be hurried, bustling sounds, but at the moment there were none. Letty, who had tilted her head in confusion, suddenly seemed to realize something and forced the door open. There was no sign of human presence, no movement, not even the faint sense of someone oversleeping. The door wasn't locked either. The bad premonition intensified. Letty-san. Wow, what's wrong? Without answering the bewildered Ellie, Letty burst into the room and immediately found Serge. She ran to his side and knelt, reaching out to check his neck and wrist. She squeezed his wrist tightly, as if praying for something. Master, what's wrong, master? Rushing over a beat later, Ellie knelt on the opposite side and shook his body. The moment she touched him, she knew. She saw Letty, who had been checking his neck, slump powerlessly, and she was certain. But she didn't want to believe it. No, it can't be true, can it? Master, wake up, master. She shook him again and again. His cold, stiff body. Tears, which had welled up unnoticed, spilled down endlessly from her eyes. Even knowing it was useless, Letty couldn't stop Ellie from continuing to shake him. Section. How much time had passed? Only Ellie's soft, hiccuping sobs echoed in the room. Letty clutched her chest, as if trying to grab and crush something swirling within her. Why? How? Only such words remained in her mind. Until yesterday, he hadn't been well, perhaps, but he hadn't seemed on the verge of death. Then, why? Her heart felt heavy. She had witnessed death countless times. Yet, why was her mind so unable to function properly? She understood the situation. So what next? What should she do? At the very least, this couldn't stand. That much she knew. Ellie, I'm sorry, stay here for a while, I need to go call someone. There had to be some official who could handle this situation. She had to call that person. A doctor, a guard. Someone, anyone, I just do need to do something, she thought, trying to stand. Her body felt heavy. Has it ever taken this much effort to move? She looked at Ellie with a somber expression as Ellie was shaking her head, her eyes full of tears. Her own wavering heart weakened even more upon seeing her in such a state. Still, she was the only one who could do it now. She knelt beside Ellie, who was looking at her with a pleading gaze, and pulled her face into her chest. I'm sorry, I'm leaving you alone, but I'm sorry, someone has to go call for help. I'll be right back. Ellie clung to her desperately. For a moment, her grip tightened. Then, suddenly, her strength left her and she let go. She understood, too, that it had to be done, that she herself couldn't do it right now, and that Letty had to go. So, unable to say anything, she just nodded. Letty nodded back, then stood up, while entrusting her heart to that warmth. Still, she had to go. Telling herself this, she ran out. In truth, she wanted to leap there, but what little remained of her reason wouldn't allow it. Section. Ellie absent-mindedly watched Letty run out. Why? Why isn't Master moving? Such questions endlessly swirled around in her head. With a dazed look, she stared at Serge, who lay face down. Ah, is it because he's sleeping in such an awkward position? Such an illogical thought even crossed her mind. This must be uncomfortable for breathing. She murmured as if in a trance, laid a hand on his body, and gently rolled him over. The moment she did this, a deep night blue danced into view. Her eyes were mesmerized by its hue. Looking closely, it seemed to be painted as if with Serge's very being. At its end, a palette mixed with paints lay on the floor. That blue was burned into her eyes. Before she could even think about it, its meaning was thrown at her. What were you doing? Why were you trying to paint when you were on the verge of death? It was too much like him. She couldn't help but let out an exasperated laugh. Her voice trembled, and the tears that had stopped began to fall again. Laughing, she squeezed her own hand. Why do you look so satisfied? Is this color the one Master wanted?" There was no response, only a satisfied smile. She shifted her gaze to the palette. The blue, long since dried, and the colors from which it was made were seared into her memory. If this was what he had wanted, then she had to remember it. It was an unwavering conviction. Section. How long had she stared at that color? Suddenly, she noticed a presence from outside. It was undeniably that of someone very precious to her. "Ellie, are you all right?" Seconds later, the usually composed person rushed in, breathless, and embraced her. Yes, I'm all right." Ah, warm, something familiar. And something she mustn't lose no matter what. As she hugged back, Ellie felt as if something important had gently dropped and settled deep within her chest. Chapter 84. How a Life Ends. Quite some time after Letty had rushed in, a doctor and a guard arrived. Perhaps because Letty had gotten so far ahead of them, the doctor was breathless, and the guard was looking at Letty as if seeing something unbelievable. In any case, Serge was immediately examined. During that time, the two girls remained seated on the floor. "This is an exacerbation of lung disease, no doubt. I had prescribed medication, but unfortunately, he must have had a severe attack." The doctor, who had been examining Serge's body, announced this while shaking his head. Hearing that, the guard also nodded as if to suggest that it was a reasonable conclusion. There were no external injuries, and the discoverers were two people close to Serge. Even looking at the scene, there was no doubt about a death from illness due to a sudden change in condition. Then, it seems he was unlucky to be alone at the time. "Well, I will return and report that. I'll also contact a priest. There's the funeral to consider." Saying that, the guard turned back. The doctor also bid them farewell with a somber expression and left, and so only the two remained in the room. They sat by Serge's side while watching them leave. And then silence again, absent-mindedly gazing at Serge. After some time, Letty spoke. "I see, we have to arrange a funeral, don't we?" "That's right, I completely forgot about it." An automatic response. Their voices were uncharacteristically lifeless, their thoughts superficial, making it doubtful if they even understood half of each other's words. More than anything. "A funeral, I've never really arranged a proper one, so I'm not sure what to do." "Right, I've only seen quick ones on the battlefield." They had seen countless deaths, but those were always in extraordinary circumstances. Now, facing death in an ordinary setting, they didn't know what to do next. They didn't know the proper procedures. However, they knew what they wanted to do next. "First, let's lay Serge on the bed." "Yes, that's right, he can't stay on the floor forever." Slowly they rose, the thought of touching him. Ellie's heart trembled from that alone. Suppressing that, she gently lifted Serge's body. For her, who was stronger than she looked, he should have been light. He felt heavy. Was it because he was cold? Was it because his strength had left him? He felt strangely heavy. Suppressing the urge to cry again from that weight, she headed to the bedroom. Letty went ahead, opened the door, turned back the covers, and laid Serge there. Gently, she covered him with the blanket. "Should we wipe his fingers clean?" I wonder. I feel like keeping them as they are is more him. But someone might wipe them down anyway." Such trivial things. A vague sensation, still without a sense of reality. No, precisely because they were aware of the reality, they were putting a lid on what threatened to overflow. If they allowed it to seep out, they weren't confident they could bear it. "Then, let's leave them as they are. If someone else is going to wipe them, then we'll just leave them, since he's so proud." She looked at his face again. He looked proud, satisfied. That must be a good thing, surely. But to be satisfied all alone and to die all alone was unacceptable. Still, this was his life. If this color was what he had finally grasped, she couldn't disregard it. "You're right, what is it with him, really? Why does he look so satisfied? What were you doing, Master, really?" Ellie laughed, exasperated. It sounded like a laugh. Letty couldn't help but hug her. She flinched. Then, slowly relaxing, she clung to Letty. Her body trembled, her emotions so overwhelmed she couldn't even speak. Just then, "Egret-chan, Ellie-chan, Serge, is it true?" Matilda rushed in as she shouted. Without hesitation, she entered the bedroom, saw the two hugging and Serge lying on the bed. She looked at his face and the paint on his fingers, her face crumpled. "You idiot, you blockhead, How dare you look so satisfied? You were so close, weren't you? You said we'd talk about it tomorrow. Smack, a dry sound. The sound of Matilda hitting Serge's chest was too light, too hollow. A single sniffle. She looked up at the ceiling and took a deep breath. Her face, when she turned to the two, was still distorted by tears. And yet she still. You too, this must have been hard for you, a shock, wasn't it? Thank you for laying Serge down. Her smiling face was reminiscent of the painting. When she hugged them both together, it was too much. Waya, oh no, Matilda-san, master, master, master. As if the dam had broken, Ellie once again burst into sobs. Matilda, drip, drip. I'm sorry, drip, drip. Serge, Letty disjointedly mumbled something akin to a confession, unable to stop what was overflowing. Matilda gently accepted all of it. Yes, I know, it's all right. I know, it's all right, he knows too. Though there was a glint in the corner of her own eyes. Chapter 85, The Fate of the Painting. While Matilda was comforting the two, a priest whom the guard had spoken with arrived. He made a sign over the reclining Serge and offered a prayer. He then began to explain the necessary steps and preparations for the funeral. While he was undoubtedly accustomed to this, his remarkably formal demeanor left a strange impression on Letty. Perhaps it doesn't mean much to him, she thought this inwardly. Immediately, she shook her head slightly, thinking, of course it wouldn't. She herself had been that way, after all. Is this, then, retribution? She found herself thinking something completely unconnected. Then, the funeral will be held tomorrow. Please take ample time today to bid farewell to the deceased. He bowed deeply, speaking dispassionately. The evident detachment once again crept into her thoughts. Thank you, I'll contact his acquaintances, Matilda replied, bowing deeply in return. Though separated, she was his ex-wife, and she couldn't avoid arranging the funeral for Serge, who had no next of kin. Following her lead, Letty and Ellie also bowed their heads. Section. After the other minor arrangements were concluded, the priest left quickly. The three remaining people sighed in unison, as if by arrangement. Somehow, being in this position, it really makes you feel it, doesn't it? Yes, and it feels strangely systematic. Unaccustomed to such matters, the two complained with subtly somber expressions. Truthfully, by this point, the initial shock of finding Serge had considerably eased. The impact of being mechanically presented with what needed to be done, leaving no time for sentimentality, was not insignificant. Well, that's how it is with these things, you see. If you let yourself, you could grieve endlessly. Then people wouldn't be able to move on to tomorrow, so I suppose these kinds of systems are necessary. Matilda, who was somewhat more accustomed, had a wry smile. The two gazed at her for a while. Matilda, you seem quite calm. Could it be you knew something? Letty's tone held a hint of suspicion. Having reached the same conclusion, Ellie nodded in agreement. Even Matilda could only raise both hands in surrender. Well, you know, his illness had worsened, and he might not have had long. He intended to tell both of you too. Yes, he said he was going to tell you tomorrow. But for this to happen right before that, there's nothing we can do. She gently patted Serge's head, much more gentle than usual. Looking at Serge's face left her at a loss for words. Silence dominated the room for a while. Eventually, she spoke again. Well, it's just like him. He was the kind of person who put his life into his painting, though putting his life into it for real is another matter. She chuckled wryly, then suddenly shifted her gaze. She thought, her expression turning suspicious. Matilda-san, is something wrong? Ellie, curious, asked. No, well, you see. Matilda looked around several times, then tilted her head. I don't see that painting. Now that you mention it. What? Master's painting. For a moment, they exchanged glances. In the next instant, they scattered, frantically scouring the studio for the painting. It's not here. Why? Oh no, his last painting too. Not just Ellie, but Matilda too, frantically searched with a pale face, but it wasn't found. No one suspected that it couldn't be found. Letty, who had been searching with a similar fervor, suddenly stopped as if coming to a realization. Wait, I'll try searching with my magic. What? Egret-chan, you can do that. Oh, that's right, Letty-san. The two looked at Letty with intense, pleading gazes. Though momentarily overwhelmed by their pressure, she took a breath to calm herself. As usual, she began to chant the spell. Though she hadn't marked it, it was a painting she had been involved with for so long, and with such emotional investment. She was confident she would be able to locate it with a search spell. But it was repelled? No way. Letty's eyes widened in shock, causing Ellie and Matilda to look up in surprise. Repelled, what does that mean? As Ellie pressed closer, Letty turned to her with a troubled face. It's probably either enchanted with a spell to interfere with search magic, or it's within a barrier that blocks magic, Letty continued to explain. However, halfway through, she gasped, as if struck by a possibility. What is that? Why would something so elaborate, so elaborate? Yes, there's a high possibility they intended to do that from the beginning. There's also a chance that it was added to an anti-magic barrier prepared for another purpose. But in any case, that means the culprit is someone who can prepare such a thing, right? Unforgivable, it's unforgivable. To go that far, just for Master's painting. Following Letty's train of thought, Ellie ground her teeth. Frustrating, unbearably frustrating, an injustice she couldn't possibly forgive. Of course, Letty and Matilda felt the same, but Matilda was slightly calmer. Wait a moment. Does that mean the enemy knew the value of that painting? Yes, that would be it, wouldn't it? Wait, was he painting in front of him? As Matilda muttered, Letty blinked several times while drawing her own conclusion. As she processed the implications, her face became indescribable. So, someone who knew the painting's value, and who was acquainted with Master, that means. The art dealer who had Serge paint forgeries. At the deduction, the two exchanged glances. Then, they looked at Matilda. Serge's art dealer was named Mardani. I've seen his face too. If I were asked whether he was the kind of person to do something so audacious, she thought about it for a while. He just might do it. If it's really him, I'll never forgive him. With that, Matilda's previous composure vanished. A dark, shadowy flame flickered in her fixed eyes. Chapter 86, The Emotion of Goodbye. Matilda calmed down. It's not confirmed yet. It's true that the situation does make him the most suspicious, but jumping to conclusions is dangerous. I know, but Matilda nodded, acknowledging Letty's words, but her body was trembling slightly. I wanted him to fulfill his life as a painter. I knew it wasn't good for him as a person, but still, I wanted him to be satisfied. Serge, for the past month or so, had looked truly fulfilled. He was so content and vibrant that one might even feel jealous. Perhaps it had eroded away at his remaining life, but still, it was no doubt a meaningful time. And yet, but this isn't right, is it? That was a painting he put his life on the line for. I can't forgive anyone who would just snatch it away like that. A dark and murky passion reared its head. Black flames blazed in her fixed eyes, accompanying the words she spat out. It was only natural. She, more than anyone, was wounded by his death. She had merely been suppressing it with her inherent good sense, and if that restraint broke. However, neither Letty nor Ellie seemed capable of stopping her. If asked if they even wanted to stop her, they would be left at a loss for words. If that was the case. Matilda, we feel the same way, so won't you leave this to us? To you too, you mean? She finally seemed to realize something, her face stunned. Ellie nodded. Yes, we are adventurers after all. To investigate, and what comes after that, we can probably handle it better. Following up, Letty took Matilda's hand. Like them, Matilda didn't know where to direct her emotions. In that case, they should take charge and guide them to where they belonged. The magnitude and type of emotions might be different, but they surely shared some of them. Receiving their gazes, Matilda thought for a moment. And after a brief silence, she nodded. All right, I'm counting on you. Please don't let his painting end like this. It's just too cruel this for him, who thought of nothing but painting, for this to be his end. Though still nodding, she couldn't lift her head. Ellie gently embraced her, as her shoulders trembled slightly and Letty squeezed her hand tightly. They understood. On that one point at least, they undeniably shared the same sentiment. His painting, it couldn't end like this. Of course not, he's my master. He's the one who taught me the wonder of painting. I won't let it end, not like this. Yes, I was only the one being painted, but still, he taught me things I didn't know. He helped Ellie find something important. It doesn't make sense for such a benefactor to end up like this. That's right, such an end was unacceptable, such an end was illogical. They couldn't possibly allow it, hands squeezed back. They shared warmth, a warmth with a somewhat maddening distortion to it, but still, it was what the three of them needed right now. Oh, thank you, Ellie-chan, Egret-chan, thank you. She was vaguely aware of that distortion, but for now, she could only cling to it. Section. The next day, the priest arrived, funeral preparations were efficiently made, and the funeral began. Letty continued to cast search spells until dawn, and in between the funeral rites, though they were still being repelled. The priest and other attendees, unaware of this, gathered as usual and attended the service. Of course, his son Theo cried profusely, but for most adults, it was a familiar ritual to varying degrees. The farewell ceremony was held in Serge's studio. When his body was placed in the coffin, it was carried by the attendees and transported away. This entire sequence of events felt mechanical, somehow, but perhaps in times like these, such a systematic approach was a blessing, rather than allowing them to be dragged down by emotions. Letty absent-mindedly considered such things. The sound of bells drifted from a distant church. Their solemn, melancholic toll seemed to mourn Serge's death, to beckon him to his eternal resting place, and to guide the funeral procession. The only certainty was that they resounded to ensure he would reach that place without getting lost. Did bells always sound like this? Now that you mention it, I never really paid attention. The two exchanged trivial remarks. The bells resonated strangely in their minds, which felt heavy and dull. It was like an unspoken message being conveyed. This journey, this procession, was an extraordinary event within their ordinary lives. It was as if they were being told that. Unconsciously, they felt a solemn mood. Eventually, they arrived at the church. The sky was a clear and brilliant blue, without a single cloud. Against that backdrop, the church would normally appear magnificent, but for some reason it felt solemn and desolate. Perhaps it was because they knew, and were reminded again, that this was now a place of farewell. Section. The funeral procession continued to the graveyard. They proceeded to the prepared grave, and the coffin was lowered into the dug hole. Finally, the coffin was opened, and his face peered out. Dad, Theo couldn't help but burst into tears. Matilda hugged his body tightly. Serge, you really are, right up until the very end. She couldn't say anything more. The priest, with concern, guided the two slightly away from the spot as the attendees stood before the coffin, bidding their farewells aloud. Words of regret overflowed, and tears welled up in the eyes of Matilda, Theo, Ellie, and Letty. Then it was Ellie and Letty's turn. Serge, thank you. What you painted for me will surely become something precious to me. Master, thank you so much. I will never forget what you taught me. Each of them offered their own goodbyes. Their words varied and their thoughts differed slightly, but still, the feeling of mourning his death was common to them all. Chapter 87, A Place Worth Preserving. Each person said their goodbyes. The coffin lid closed slowly, as if reluctant to part. Then, with the hands of the attendees, soil was covered over it. As the work proceeded with few words, only the dry, scraping sound of earth, scrape, thud, echoed strangely loudly. Theo, biting his lip and trembling with tears in his eyes, and Matilda, holding Theo, gazed intently at the scene. The coffin completely disappeared under the soil, and more soil was heaped upon it. When it was fully buried, Theo whispered softly, "Goodbye, Dad." His voice still quivering, but a slightly mature strength shone in his eyes as he looked at the newly erected gravestone. Section. Once everything was finished and the priest announced the end of the funeral, a collective sigh escaped from the group. A solemn atmosphere lingered, but casual chatter began to ripple through the gathering. Amidst this slight murmur, Letty and Ellie walked over to Matilda. "Matilda, you must be exhausted." "Ah, you both. Thank you for coming to the funeral." "What are you talking about? We're his disciple and model, of course we'd be here." Though still somewhat exhausted, Matilda, and indeed Letty and Ellie, were gradually returning to their usual selves. As the three spoke in a somewhat subdued tone, Letty's eyes fell on Matilda's feet. A boy was clinging to her, hidden in her shadow. "Matilda is that child." "Ah yes, this is Theo, my and his son." "Come on, Theo, say hello to the ladies." Despite being prompted by Matilda, he didn't immediately come out. After he fidgeted for a while, Ellie gently knelt down to meet his gaze. "Hello, Theo-kun, my name is Ellie. I'm your father Serge's disciple." Dad's?" "Yes, your father's disciple." When Ellie smiled warmly, Theo gazed at her face with a puzzled expression. Then he looked up at Matilda with a thoughtful look. "Mom, was Dad really painting seriously?" Theo spoke cautiously, Matilda sighed, a hint of exasperation in her voice. You're definitely my son. Section. As Matilda explained that Serge had been painting seriously to restore his honor, a man approached. He appeared to be middle-aged, a merchant-like man with a thick beard. Matilda, a word if you please. Oh, landlord, forgive me for making you attend. No, that's quite all right, it's mutual. So, I know this isn't the best time, but about the house Serge was renting, what are you going to do about it? Though his voice was subdued out of respect for the setting, the utterly pragmatic nature of the conversation caused both Matilda and the landlord himself to look troubled. Ah, yes, indeed, there are a lot of tools and things, so what to do? I've already received this month's rent, so that's fine, but we need to sort it out before next month. I know it's odd to ask you, his ex-wife, but there's no one else I can ask. Both of them sighed. Although she was working, Matilda didn't earn enough to pay Serge's house rent. If she used the large gold coin Serge had pressed upon her recently, she could manage next month, but what about after that? The landlord didn't want to be unreasonable, but he couldn't let it stay vacant indefinitely either. Just then, a voice interjected. Excuse me, if I pay next month's rent instead, can we continue to rent it? Huh? Yes, of course, that's fine, but you are. The landlord was taken by surprise by the unexpected remark from an unfamiliar woman, and a rather young and beautiful one at that. He glanced at Matilda, confirming that they appeared to be acquainted. I am Egret, Serge's painting model. This is Ellie, Serge's disciple. If there's no problem, we'd like to continue renting that house. She spoke dispassionately, as if it were a simple matter, and the landlord found himself just nodding along. Huh? He shook his head slightly, snapping himself back to reality. If you can pay, that is. You, at your age, can you afford it? It's one large gold coin a month, you know. Oh, that much is fine. Both the landlord and Matilda's eyes widened at the sight of a gold coin being produced so effortlessly. Letty wore a thoughtful expression for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, she said, If I said I wanted to buy it, how much would it be? That would be 100 large gold coins, or about 10 mithril silver at least. He had inflated the price, assuming she would balk at such a sum. But the girl remained cool-faced. I see. Ellie, can I buy it? Oh, if Letty-san wants to buy it, that's fine, but is that really okay? The landlord was dumbfounded by the girl's casual remark. Who is this woman? Was written all over his face. Ignoring him, Ellie looked apologetically at Letty. Even though it had only been about a month, it was a familiar studio. If they could preserve that place, where her beloved master's tools and studies remained, indeed, it was a thought that had crossed her mind. Letty nodded readily at Ellie's questioning gaze. Yes, that's what I thought, and if that's what you think, Ellie, I want to preserve his home. If Ellie was to continue painting, then surely owning it wouldn't be meaningless. Perhaps sensing Letty's thoughts, Ellie clung to her. That's just how you are, she mumbled softly. Section. Landlord, I'll vouch for these two. I mean regardless of whether you rent it or sell it. If Matilda says so, it must be all right. Then I'll talk to the town office, and we can draw up a proper contract next time. As they watched the two young women, the conversation progressed concretely. Having inflated the price, he couldn't back down when it was so easily accepted. Moreover, the property itself, while having a good location by the lake, was also quite far from town and troublesome to manage. There was the calculation that if he could get rid of it, it wouldn't be so bad. Understood. Things are still a bit hectic right now. Once things settle down, we'll come to you. I'll have everything prepared by then. With that confirmation, it was done. They had both lived in this town for a long time. This is how things were when familiar with each other. Of course, the official contract would require going to the town office or having an official present. Nevertheless, it seemed they could keep that place as it was. With the matter settled, Matilda let out a large sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. Chapter 88. The truths pulled from falsehood. After the conversation with Matilda and the others came to a close and they parted ways, Letty and Ellie returned to their inn, quickly changed, and began their investigation. As before, Ellie conducted interviews, but perhaps because it was the middle of the night, they couldn't get any solid leads, like eyewitness accounts of someone heading to Serge's studio. So they decided to sneak into the room Mardani used as his office, but there was no one there. The room contained only a bare minimum of items, with faint signs of a planned move. Inquiries in the neighborhood only revealed that he had left in the evening, and no one had seen him return. As expected, it's not going to be that easy. Right? I don't know how cautious he was, but it seems he made sure to leave no traces. They figured their previous inquiries in Azar had gone too smoothly. However, having so few clues made them feel quite depressed. They sat across from each other on the open terrace of a cafe they visited for a break, sighing softly. It was past noon, approaching evening. The autumn day was hurrying towards its end, casting long shadows, and a cool breeze brought a slight sense of urgency. The orange juice they'd ordered, acting as a table fee, was left mostly untouched. Investigating just by seen or unseen is very hit or miss. Even knowing that, it's hard to come at this from any other angle. They couldn't come up with any good ideas. The very simplicity of the situation was working against them. As they pondered what to do, they idly watched the street. Soon, as dusk approached, merchants hurried their carriages to make it through the gates before closing. Travelers arriving from outside looked around for an inn or perhaps a tavern. Maybe they saw something? No, not if they didn't know his face to begin with, as she thought about this, suddenly. That's right. The gatekeepers would be checking who goes in and out, wouldn't they? If someone left in the middle of the night for an emergency or something. That's true, the gatekeepers should be stationed there at night in shifts. Then, from here, west is almost impossible, north and south aren't impossible, but the most likely is east, where the royal capital is, right? That might be it. Ellie nodded in response to Letty's deduction. She quickly gulped down her nearly untouched juice. As if time was of the essence, they both stood up. Section. Oh, the lads who were on duty that night are off today. Most likely, they're probably heading to the tavern by now. Ellie's leading questions, or rather small talk, made the gatekeeper loosen his tongue. She then roughly ascertained the men's names and appearances. When Ellie smiled and bowed her head, he waved back, looking utterly smitten. Watching this, Letty was at a loss for whether to be exasperated or impressed. In any case, Ellie returned with a triumphant look, as if saying, "How was that?" So Letty patted her head and said, "Well done." The way she immediately shrunk back in embarrassment was both amusing and endearing. Chuckling softly, Letty found herself patting Ellie's head repeatedly before she knew it. Despite her hair now being tousled, Ellie didn't mind at all and looked completely content. By the time they reached the tavern they'd been told about, dusk had fallen, and the timing seemed right. Weaving through the happy drunks, they searched for their targets and soon found 3 men who fit the description. The table where the 3 sat was laden with so much food one wondered if they could eat it all, and they seemed to be ordering drinks at a rapid pace. For gatekeepers, who didn't earn much, they seemed surprisingly well off. A hypothesis suddenly flashed through Letty's mind, causing her to pause for a moment and mutter something softly to herself. Then, she approached the men and spoke. "Good evening. I apologize for interrupting your good mood, but may I have a moment?" "Huh, what do you want, ladies, with your gloomy faces in a place like this?" One of the red-faced men, who had probably had quite a bit to drink, responded cheerfully. Letty, aware of her gloomy face, scratched her cheek in embarrassment. "There's something I'd like to ask. You're gatekeepers at the East Gate, aren't you?" "Yeah, that's right, what about it?" he replied without any tension. Letty slowly studied each of the men's faces, as if committing them to memory, before speaking. The night before the last, late at night, was there anything unusual? She emphasized the words, clearly stating the date and time, and the men's expressions changed. They suddenly clammed up, exchanging glances as if conferring. After a moment, the oldest-looking man spoke. "No, it was just like any other day." His words and expression were perfectly calm, but Letty's eyes narrowed. "So no one passed through in a rush late at night?" Letty's flat tone implied no suspicion. "Ah, of course not." The man replied easily, appearing composed. Letty then followed through with some seemingly nonsense questions. "Does that mean the art dealer Mardani didn't pass through either?" "Of course he didn't pass through." "Did you hear anything like that he was heading to the royal capital?" "Of course not. Why would we hear something like that?" "I see." Letty took a breath, her eyes still narrowed. Suddenly, the coldness in her eyes intensified. "Did you gentlemen perhaps receive a bribe from Mardani?" "Hey, there's no way." "You're right, I spoke out of turn, I apologize." "We've bothered you." She tossed a silver coin towards the slightly irate man. He caught it in the air, and immediately his mood brightened. Oh, what's this? You're generous, Missy. How about you join? Let's go, Ellie. We're done here. Ignoring the man's invitation, they quickly left the tavern. Ellie hastily followed after her. W8, Letty-san, why did you stop halfway? It's all right, I got what I wanted to know. His answers were all lies. So someone did pass through late at night, and Mardani did too. I don't know if it was at that time, but they also heard he was heading to the royal capital. It seems they got money from Mardani and let him through secretly. Ellie blinked rapidly as Letty ticked the points off on her fingers. AO lie detection. Yes, they seemed unusually well off, so I thought they might have had an unexpected windfall. I could have pressured them more, but it would have wasted time. I see, that's why you ask such specific questions. Letty's smile as she said, that's right, was a little triumphant. Letty-san, can I pat your head a little? I feel like that's a strange thing to ask. Letty gave her an exasperated look as Ellie fidgeted with her hands, as if suppressing some urge. But the lightness of the atmosphere dissipated when Letty followed up with a serious expression. More importantly, let's go back to the inn and prepare. If he left by carriage the night before last night, it wouldn't be strange for him to be in the royal capital by now. Ellie returned her focus to their investigation. By the way, is there anywhere we can quickly rent a horse now? About that, I was thinking of leaping there. So I thought of that too, but will it be okay? Probably. Among the current options, it was undoubtedly the fastest. But Letty had only tried it that one time. Ellie steeled herself for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 89, One Man's Rumors. On a hill close to the capital city of Valandia, the very spot where the two had tumbled before. There, a heavy thud, as something was thrown into the thicket, could be heard. They had set the coordinates for a place where almost no one would pass, hoping to avoid being seen at night. I see, leaping with two people feels like this. Ugh, my head spinning. Having been thrown carelessly, the two lay piled on top of each other, utterly exhausted and unable to move. Ellie, on top of Letty, clung to her due to nausea, and Letty herself could barely move due to intense fatigue. Ugh, I'm sorry, Letty-san, just a little longer like this. Yeah, I don't think I can move for a while either. Fu, Letty let out a long sigh. She had leaped this distance many times before, but had never felt this level of exhaustion. She suspected it was because they had leaped together. I can only use this in an emergency, she muttered to herself. She thought it would make things so much easier if the two of them could casually leap. She didn't consider even for a moment going back to leaping alone. It was a consideration she wasn't even aware of. Does leaping always feel like that? I feel like I saw something I shouldn't have. No, I don't particularly. Maybe it's because it wasn't me. It seemed like it was best not to overuse it, for a variety of reasons. Both of them swore it in their hearts. Section. A considerable amount of time passed after that. Finally, feeling better, the two sat up. Anyway, we were planning to camp here tonight and enter the capital in the morning, so it's fine, but I feel like we ended up wasting time somehow. Right. Oh, Letty-san, please just rest. I'll prepare the camp. Really? I'm sorry, please, I'm still a bit sluggish. No, don't worry about it. Letty was still looking a bit listless. Ellie, on the other hand, seemed to have fully recovered and briskly started a fire, arranging the ground cloth and bedding. When I saw it before, leap didn't seem to cause that much fatigue, did it? Yeah, it wouldn't normally make me feel this tired even over this distance. So, it really is different with two people, huh? How far can you go? Ellie was intrigued. It was something she had never properly asked before. Letty tilted her head slightly. How far, I wonder, at least. I've leaped from near Azar to the capital of Juristan. To be able to leap that far is incredible, truly so. Is there a limit to the number of times you can use it? I haven't done it that many times in a row, so I don't know. But about 3 times was perfectly fine. I see, I fully understand now why Reapers were considered invaluable. Ellie nodded, a mix of exasperation and admiration on her face. Just seeing it with her own eyes was incredible enough, but what she heard was even more so. Despite the unexpected trouble, being able to properly confirm this might not have been so bad after all. With that in mind, Ellie soon finished preparing the camp. Section. The next morning, after clearing all traces of their campsite, they headed to the gate at opening time and entered the royal capital. Jorg's letter, presented along with their adventure cards, still had its usual effect, and they were let through without any problems. The main street was bustling with people heading to work, carrying goods, or going for meals. They proceeded along it for a while, before turning right into a street lined with many shops dealing in arts and crafts. "All right, Ellie, please." "Yes, leave it to me." After all, Matilda didn't even know the location of Mardani's shop. Letty and Ellie, needless to say, didn't either. So they had no choice but to start by locating it. And Ellie, as always, somehow managed to glean information through small talk. It's strange, it really is just casual conversation, but even though she had left it to Ellie, Letty couldn't help but murmur that. Section. Soon, the shop's location was discovered. They also learned that Mardani was apparently not there at the moment. He was probably visiting a client. Perhaps it was just as expected, but they learned that Mardani's reputation was not good. He apparently often used aggressive tactics to steal customers from competitors. Some merchants almost hated him for that, that guy. How did it get that bad? It doesn't seem to be just a simple rivalry. It was certainly true that he had been stealing a considerable number of noble clients, his so-called regular customers. But would that alone earn him so much ire? Perhaps he was involved in other shady tactics. While coming to such conclusions, he's not at the shop right now, right? If he took that painting out, it might show up on a search. Of course, it would be different if the painting itself had interference magic cast on it, but it was still worth taking the time to check. "Right," Ellie agreed. Letty immediately began chanting. Soon, the magic activated, and Letty furrowed her brow in puzzlement, tilting her head slightly. "Letty-san. What's wrong?" It wasn't blocked this time, but... That's great. Oh, is the location bad or something? Not bad, in fact. It's rather convenient, but why there? Why would Mardani, an art dealer, take Serge's painting there? Letty had a bad feeling. It's inside the royal castle. Hearing the location, Ellie's eyes widened. Chapter 90, How to Tame Emotion. WHY is Master's painting at the royal castle. I don't know, but if it's not simply being sold to a noble, wait, there's no point thinking about it. Let's go to the royal castle. We need to go and ask His Majesty or someone we know to secure the painting first. That's right, that's what we need to do first. We're not too late. They had their feelings about Mardani. A mountain of feelings, in fact, beyond words, but those personal emotions could wait. Right now, it was about that painting, the painting he had staked his life on. The two of them dashed off as if in a race. Section. Letty and Ellie were guided to a smaller room in a slightly secluded part of the royal castle. Leonhardt entered subsequently, smiling amiably. "Aren't you two working this king a little too hard?" Since he had made time for them so quickly, it seemed he didn't mean that sincerely. "Our apologies for intruding on your busy schedule, Your Majesty. Sorry, this might be a matter that Jorg can't be relied upon for." As the two stood up and greeted him, Jorg, who had come as their escort, replied with a wry smile. Wow, that's quite a harsh thing to say. Though he did have to admit that he often couldn't be of much help with troublesome matters. Enjoying their exchange, Leonhardt sat on the sofa in front of them and motioned for them to sit as well. "So, a matter Jorg can't be relied on for, you say. Might it involve a painting?" "Yes." "Wait, how do you know? Did you, by any chance, see it?" Ellie's eyes widened and froze, while Letty raised her eyebrows in surprise. The answer to her question, which came after a beat, was a nod. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I saw it yesterday. I was surprised, Egret, because it was you who was painted." Where is that painting?" "It should be in the royal castle's vault right now, but it seems there's a story behind it after all." The two explained the whole situation to Leonhardt, who seemed to have been harboring his own suspicions. As he listened, Jorg's face twisted into a grimace and Leonhardt's smile deepened. A chill ran down their spines for some reason. "I see, I thought something was strange. After all, I recognized Egret at a glance, but it was submitted as the work of a count's son who seemed to have no connection to you. But if that's the case, it makes sense." "Submitted, so you mean?" "Yes, precisely, as an entry for the competition I'm sponsoring. They seem to really have a knack for pulling off ridiculous stunts." With Leonhardt's chillingly cold follow-up, the two involuntarily stood up with a start. It was a look they had never seen before. What is that? Not only did he steal Master's painting, but he entered it in a competition. That's ridiculous. What is that? That painting is not something that should be used for such a thing. Shaking with anger, the two forgot they were in the presence of the king and became incensed. The escort knights involuntarily tensed, but since Leonhardt didn't reprimand them, they couldn't move. Noticing this, Jorg motioned with his eyes to stand down, so they reluctantly relaxed their stances. Unforgivable, I can't forgive this. Who is this count's son, tell me? Your anger is understandable. I too will deal with this matter strictly. So, can you wait until then? Leonhardt met Ellie's gaze with a stern expression, while she was leaning forward as if to grab him. But that didn't satisfy them, and the two didn't back down. I'm sorry, but this is something we can't wait for. We'll handle this our own way. Letty spoke, not bothering to hide her anger. She was about to get up when... Hold on a moment. Jorg, who had moved to her side unnoticed, lightly struck the back of her neck with his hand. Though it didn't hurt, she flinched and froze. Look. The usual you would have dodged or blocked that, or even twisted my hand away. He chuckled, even demonstrating the motion. Seeing that Letty and Ellie's gazes had settled on him, Jorg continued, but right now you couldn't even react. The bloods rush to your heads, and you're not calm. If you two, in this state, go off and do whatever you want, do you really think it'll turn out well? The two couldn't answer. Having had it demonstrated to their faces just how tunnel-visioned they had become, there was no way they could argue back. Seeing them completely deflated, Jorg's tone softened a little. I'm not saying don't be angry. Sometimes that can be a source of strength, but letting your temper get the better of you will cloud your judgment. So, first, take a deep breath, deep enough to reach the back of your head. Prompted by Jorg, they inhaled. They felt their heads cool down a little. Can you feel that hot thing in your head? Now, as you exhale, bring it down to the pit of your stomach. It won't come down right away, so you'll have to repeat it over and over. They repeated breathing as instructed. They felt the sensation of the heat that had dominated their core slowly traveling through their bodies and settling in their lower abdomen. Repeating this over and over, the thin film that had covered their minds gradually peeled away. Good, you two are calming down. You seem to have a hard time dealing with anger. It wouldn't hurt to learn this method, you know. They stared intently at Jorg, who was grinning as he said that. Jorg, you're acting like a senior for once. The for once was unnecessary, Your Majesty. Watching their usual master-servant comedy routine, the two couldn't help but exchange glances. They felt that their faces, which had been a bit tense lately, had returned to normal. I think I might have respected Jorg for the first time. Me too. I can hear you, you two. He laughed it off. Section. Now that you two have calmed down, let's get back to the topic. The problem here is that the painting has already been accepted as the work of the Count's son. So, officially, it's his work. If something were to happen to him now, he would leave his name behind as a tragic genius. After all, that painting is outstanding. It will probably win the grand prize without a doubt. We understand that being rash would have been a bad idea. As Leonhardt's explanation finally started to sink in, both Ellie and Letty were filled with deference. If they had done what they intended to do in this situation, imagining it made their faces turn grim. Also, stealing it is out of the question. Even if you were to claim it belonged to Serge Dono afterward, no one would accept it. It's so unreasonable, but I understand the logic behind it. Letty's expression soured, and Leonhardt couldn't help but chuckle. It was refreshing to see her make such a face. Still, he couldn't just be amused. He fixed his expression and cleared his throat. So, first, we need to prove that the painting is not the Count's son's work. Of course, I believe your testimony, but other nobles probably won't. So, we need to present some form of evidence. How on earth would we do that? As someone who tended not to leave evidence behind, Letty wasn't quite sure what would be effective. In response to her, Leonhardt smiled. Well, there is one way. Since you're here, you two might as well learn it, that there are ways of dealing with things like this. It was a chillingly cheerful smile. Chapter 91. Noble Etiquette. A silence fell after seeing Leonhardt's smile. Finally, Ellie spoke. Your Majesty, are you by any chance angry? He replied with a smile. Yes, you could say I'm livid. A smile so chilling it made their spines freeze. Those around them could only fall silent and stiffen. Jorg, did you, by any chance, teach His Majesty how to control his anger? I did when he was a child. He's mastered it completely. Jorg's wry shrug was likely due to their long acquaintance. Even Ellie and Letty were intimidated. Then, After completely dominating the atmosphere, Leonhardt continued to speak. Have you heard that this contest is the first to be open to commoners? Ah, yes, Ellie nodded, still a bit stiffly. That's why Master Surge was trying to apply. The reason for that, you see, was to lay a foundation for the next generation. For a wealthier country. A wealthier country, what does that have to do with painting? Letty tilted her head in confusion at his seemingly out-of-nowhere explanation. Seeing this, he gave a slightly amused smile. Yes, fortunately, Valandia is a rich country in the sense that no one starves. Even after my mother and the former Prime Minister wreaked havoc, the tax rate readjustment was enough to make sure there was plenty to go around. So I thought about what comes next. What comes next? They understood what he was saying. They had traveled through Valandia and had seen with their own eyes how few people were going hungry. It might be even better off than Juristan, which was also considered a wealthy country. I thought we needed a different kind of richness. As a member of the royal family, I've received the minimum required education, including arts like music and painting. And you know, the richness of the arts enriches the people. I'm convinced it has that kind of potential, and that richness should be widely available to all. His words were calm, or perhaps hesitant, yet filled with a hidden passion. The escort knights, Jorg, Ellie, and even Letty were all listening intently. Naturally, when I opened up the competition, I explained my intentions in detail to all the relevant parties, especially the nobles in charge of the arts. That was the plan, and in fact, there were some wonderful painters among the commoners. However, something was done that tried to subvert that from the very foundation. The quiet, passionate monologue took a sudden turn. In a tone of absolute zero, everyone in the room shuddered at the depth of his anger. If it were just emotion against my personal beliefs, I wouldn't mind. But this, against what I've presented as the direction of the state as king, could even be called an act of treason. Everyone flinched at the gravity of the sentence uttered. However, no one could deny or appease him. Furthermore, if it was to cover up the laziness of the nobles who have been in charge of the arts up until now, then there is no room for sympathy. For the future of this country, I will pass judgment on the Count and his son. Coldly, quietly, solemnly, no one could respond to Leonhardt's declaration. So, with that, how to pass judgment, that is the question. Despite his tone suddenly turning cheerful, the room's temperature sank further. Section. And so, on the day of the ceremony to announce the contest results, now everyone, please give him a grand round of applause. The announcer's voice boomed. As instructed, he stepped onto the stage. The gazes and voices of all the people in the venue were filled with praise. When he waved both hands in response, the applause erupted. Yes, this is it. As a noble, this is only right. With a brilliant smile, he advanced to the podium. I am deeply honored to receive such a prestigious award. He had practiced the speech, written by his hired writer, to be delivered with great emotion. The reactions of the audience, some impressed, some moved, filled him with even greater satisfaction. Thank you for your words. Now, I would like to hear from the esteemed guests. From there, praises and innocuous questions and answers were repeated. This, too, was a form of aesthetic, to gain so much honor with so little effort. Now, for one more, that young lady there, please. Oh, a young lady? To show up to such a stuffy place. His cheeks relaxed at the sight of the beautiful, intelligent young woman who was nominated and stood up. What a sinful man I am to capture the heart of such a lady. It was at that moment, as he was reveling in his pleasure, that the young lady who had been staring at him opened her mouth. Forgive me for my amateur question. The coldness in her words suddenly silenced the venue. I can see a section in the background of this painting where the Bouclé 1 and Monel techniques seem to be fused. What was your intention in daring to combine these two incompatible techniques? Complete silence followed the question. Even the supposed painter himself could not speak. It must have been a great struggle to fuse them. What part did you struggle with the most? All eyes were on the young lady as she calmly spun out her questions, on her profile. Then a murmur arose from a part of the audience, from those who could fully see her appearance. That is, well, He had never thought about it. What techniques were used in which part? Clack, a footstep echoed. The young lady had taken a step forward. Next, the paint used for the lake painted beyond the window. The color is quite vivid. What kind of paint did you use? That, you see, was specially prepared by a friendly art supple. That color doesn't exist in commercial paints. His stammering reply was cut off cleanly. The face staring straight at him was merciless. It's made by grinding a mineral mined in the Debona Valley and boiling it with a special liquid. That was a color he struggled to create. Don't think it's something you can get so easily. The sentiment weaved within her words. Her observations were far from those of an amateur. The eminent passion contained within her every action had a profound persuasiveness. Above all, with every step she took, the murmurs spread. You've painted a strong contrast between light and shadow. What was your aim? No, that's well to make it eye-catching. That's a very shallow thought. The painting doesn't seem to have such a frivolous intention. Yes, it was not something so frivolous. What he had poured into this painting, she knew it well. Her sharp gaze, with every frigid word, continued to pierce him mercilessly. What is the location in the background? What lake is this? This is Quartz Lake, and well, the location is. He realized it belatedly. If the lake was identified, it would be possible to find out where this place was. If that happened, he would have no choice but to try and add more layers of deception. But this was not someone who could be deceived. While he was panicking, the young lady had already reached the immediate vicinity of the stage. Clack, clack, her footsteps echoed as she stepped onto the podium. By that time, the entire venue was filled with hushed tones. One more thing. She ascended the podium, revealing her profile to him for the first time. Who is the model for this painting? Huh? The Count's son looked puzzled, and the audience's murmuring grew louder. Who, that's a secret, of course, eh? He finally seemed to have realized. He compared the profile of the young lady on the podium with the profile in the painting over and over again. The moment he connected the pieces, his knees began to tremble. A sigh of exasperation could be heard. I suppose that wasn't the last question after all. Have you ever looked closely at that painting? Who is depicted there? As if that delivered the final blow, he fell to his knees. The young lady who was questioning him. That young lady was the woman depicted in the painting. Chapter 92, Judgment to be passed. Now, would you care to explain what's going on? In the clamoring venue, a dignified and cold voice rang out. A brilliant, yet absolutely bone-chilling, smile. Everyone who laid eyes on it couldn't help but freeze. Either you or the Count, I don't care. Would you explain what this is all about? Behind Leonhardt, who was prompting them, the court mage Marius stood ready, muttering something under his breath. The Count and his son, however, had no leeway to notice such things. And no, your majesty, this is not what it seems. Oh, and how is it not what it seems? And please explain it in the context of what it means for a problem like this to occur at a contest I am hosting. The Count and his son froze at what he said next. They seemed to have finally understood the implications of their blunder. Well, you see, it is true that my foolish son, in his incompetence, resorted to such methods. However, this was all instigated by the art dealer, Mardani. So you went along with Mardani's sweet talk. Confusing his follow-up with understanding, their expressions relaxed with relief. They failed to realize that they would never be forgiven. That's right, it was all that man. If that's the case, your lack of self-awareness is astounding. He cleanly cut off the Count, who was pleading and trying to pile on more excuses. It was at that point that he finally understood the meaning of the king's gaze. His face turned ashen. You, your family, are a family that has long been responsible for the arts in this country. Your pride, your soul, is something that can be discarded by the words of a single art dealer. Do you understand that you've as good as said that? Reflected in his eyes was clear contempt, disdain for one who had abandoned their noble duty. Pierced by it, they could no longer move. Then, on top of that, by the way, do you know why Marius is here? No, well, To the question coming out of nowhere, the Count could only be confused. A smile was directed at him. A cheerful smile. A cruelly cheerful smile. A malevolent smile so wicked that it didn't even allow for shivering. I recently learned of an interesting magic. It's called lie detection. I had Marius learn it. Lie detection. The Count couldn't immediately grasp the meaning of those words, but after a few seconds he understood. He understood completely. Huff, huff, his breathing became ragged. If, by any chance, you were to give a false answer to my questions, you understand what that means, don't you? With that, the Count could no longer maintain consciousness. Section. Good grief, I never thought things would turn out like this. He grumbled, walking along the road after sunset with a look of dissatisfaction. He, too, had been in the venue. And realizing that things were taking a turn for the worse, he had slipped out. This was a testament to his experience as a merchant who had navigated through many tight spots. I thought that King was a young upstart, but how wrong I was. I must inform that person that he is not to be underestimated, he muttered, quickening his pace. A little further on, he would cross the border. However, the loss of my contacts here is a painful one. I suppose a scolding is unavoidable. He had ingratiated himself with the nobles as an art dealer and had made inroads into the country. He had spread money and made connections everywhere, but unfortunately, it had all been for naught. He failed, but I thought I would succeed at least, but it was not to be. The man who had been the former chancellor was defeated in the recent upheaval. It had been their plan to take over the country together. But now there was nothing more he could do. Oh well, this too must be providence. I will await further instructions. He suddenly came to a stop. In his line of sight, there was a single figure dressed in black. He recognized the cold, sharp gaze. My, what a coincidence to meet here, in a place like this. It's not a coincidence, I have business with you. The very person who had derailed his plan was right in front of him. How and when did she get ahead of him? He didn't let such questions show on his face as he shrugged with an exasperated look. Business with me, you say? The nobles have been judged, so I am of no further use. No use, not at all. Who are you? Oh. How much does this woman know? Such wariness reared its head. Who am I? I am just a humble merchant. That's a lie. To begin with, you're not human, are you? She cut him off abruptly, and for a moment he was stunned. And in the next, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to open like that. I should be the one asking, who are you? He couldn't stop laughing. He had no choice but to respond with a theatrical gesture. To be exposed in this way felt as if he were in a comedy. Me? Let's see, I'm Serge's friend and model. Chilling, it was the sensation of a cold hand stroking the nape of his neck. Dangerous. This woman is dangerous. Serge's friend. Model, someone like that has no reason to be here. I do. I saw something important in his painting. I can't just let someone who defiled it get away. She took a step forward. It seemed she had no intention of letting him go. In that case, I'll make you regret not letting me go, if you even have time for that. With that declaration, Mardani took a breath. He put strength into his body. As he did, his body swelled, transforming into a non-human form. Ah, just as I thought. HMPH, you can only say that for now. I'll silence you immediately. A giant body, towering over 3 meters tall. Arms and legs thicker than Letty's body. A large horn, slanted eyes, and fangs peeking out of a torn mouth. It was like an ogre, but more sinister, and above all, overflowing with mana. Something clearly otherworldly. Now tremble and be afraid. A resounding voice that shook the air and even the ground. In the next moment, Mana Blaster, a dazzling torrent of light from the side, swallowed the monster's legs. Without a single trace, both his legs disappeared, and he fell to the ground helplessly. Wah-ah-ah, what in the world? My legs, my legs. 2 sets of footsteps approached his writhing form. We didn't have time to be afraid or tremble, so what are you going to do about that? Ellie approached while saying something unreasonable. Did you think you could handle me if I were alone? You're far too naive. That's right. While Letty was distracting him, Ellie, who had been hiding on the side, seized the opportunity and unleashed her Mana Blaster. Filled with various emotions, it had enough power to cleanly obliterate even the legs of a demon with high magic resistance. This much to me I won't lose. Please stop resisting, it's pointless. Another blast of light was released. The monster's left arm was consumed and vanished. I'll have you silenced too. Crunch, a dull sound. Letty's dagger crushed and sliced through his right elbow. Jaya, what are you doing? Removing your resistance, because there are things I want to ask. He writhed in agony, having been deprived of his limbs, and cried out in a mournful voice. But the two, with emotionless eyes, were completely unfazed. Who ordered you to do something so ridiculous? Whose orders were you following? That I can't say. I can't say. To be able to say that at a time like this is admirable. But would you like to experience more pain? Wuwang. A heavy, rumbling sound. Light accumulated in Ellie's right hand. It's the truth, it's the truth. If I could say it, I would. He's not lying, he's probably under some kind of gesh. Letty, who had been using multiple search spells to analyze the man's words and actions, muttered discontentedly. Gesh. A type of high-level magic that forces the recipient to perform certain actions or to adhere to certain prohibitions. If they were to violate these, they would go mad and die, all while experiencing the excruciating pain of their entire body being crushed. That's right, that's right. I can't say anything, so please. The demon pleaded, begging for his life. The two looked down at him with extremely cold eyes. Yes, I suppose it's pointless to continue. Go ahead, Ellie. Hearing that, the demon's expression became one of shock. He compared Letty's and Ellie's faces. He was paralyzed by the one Ellie wore. Thank you, Letty-san. She smiled, and then, the light that erupted illuminated the surroundings as if it were midday. Chapter 93, One Last Farewell. I did it. Good job, Ellie, you did great. After the eye-searing light subsided, Letty gently patted Ellie's head as she let out a huge sigh. After letting herself be patted for a while, she slowly looked up. I'm sorry, Letty-san. I got carried away with my emotions and just blew him away. I wish we could have gotten more information. It's okay. We found out what we needed to know. Letty kept patting her head to reassure the apologetic Ellie, who leaned into her, indulging in the gesture. That's true. What he did told us more clearly than words ever could. Yeah. How he acted when cornered, where he was headed. And well, his true identity too. We had a hunch, though. As she said that, Letty looked down the road he had fled on and beyond. Away from Valandia to what lay ahead. Where he was headed, the end of this road. Yes, it's likely, but this road leads to the Holy Kingdom of Amersha. He, a demon, was heading to the Holy Kingdom as a place to run to. We'll need to investigate more, but it seems a little suspicious, doesn't it? Amersha was said to be the creator god who made the world. The Holy Kingdom of Amersha was a religious state based on the Amersha faith, which worships Amersha. Since it's a religion dedicated to the creator god, it's the most widely followed religion on the continent, with churches in almost every country, and it held a great deal of influence. And a demon tried to flee into that country. But I heard that they sealed the demon known as the Demon Lord, didn't they? Wouldn't it be bad if the demon's boss was in a country like that? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, so I think we need to investigate more. I guess you could say we found where we need to look. After the meeting at the royal castle, they had made significant progress in their investigation of Mardani over the few days leading up to the results of the competition being announced. They found that his actions didn't seem very human, and he would occasionally leak subtle traces of mana. Compared to the volume of his trade and his relationship with the country, his dealings with the Amersha region were disproportionately high. They had a strong suspicion. Naturally, they had his face, and they had already marked him. And when they saw Mardani run away just as Leonhardt began his denunciation at the ceremony, they trailed him, caught up, and then got ahead to ambush him. All that's left now is to report this to His Majesty and wait for his decision on what to do. Right, I guess you could say this is a break. She sighed again, her face holding a hint of sorrow as she looked up at the sky. Letty watched her for a while, then she spoke. All right, Ellie. Oh yes, what is it? As Ellie replied with curiosity, Letty suddenly hugged her. Biway, Letty-san, what are you doing? While holding the flustered Ellie, she patted her back. Have you gotten some of it out? I thought you were probably having a harder time. When she said that, Ellie's movements stopped. She stayed there for a while, letting herself be hugged and leaning into Letty's body. Her body started to tremble slightly. Why would you say that? It's. As she struggled to speak, Letty held her against her chest. Letty was tall and Ellie was small. It was a position where Ellie's tearful face was buried into her chest. You tried so hard, you did a great job, so it's okay, say anything you want, it's just us here. Still, she held back for a little while. But soon she reached her limit. Well, master, I'm sorry, I could only do this much. But I protected the painting. I did it, I protected it. The one thing she wanted to protect, she did. The moment she felt that weight lifted, a rush of emotions surged up. She poured them out into Letty's chest. I wanted you to teach me more, but then and then that guy, those guys, I couldn't forgive them for taking it away. I couldn't forgive them. The sadness that had hit her then, the anger and pain she had felt then, She let them all overflow into words. Letty's eyes teared up as well, but she didn't interrupt Ellie. Master, you idiot. I wanted you to teach me more. Don't just disappear on me. If you were struggling, you should have told me. Her own immaturity, his back far in the distance, and yet he had shown her a clear path. She wanted him to show her more. It was a request that could no longer be granted. She knew he was someone who would never burden others, a man who wouldn't compromise, a man who had dedicated everything to his painting. So, thank you so much for teaching me how to paint. Thank you for showing me this wonderful world. Thank you. For what he had given to her. She, who had once only been a weapon, for sharing a piece of his life with her. She gave him her utmost gratitude. That was the most Ellie could do. Chapter 94, the final stroke is cast. Well done, you two. It seems you were successful. It took a while for Ellie to calm down. After that, they slowly made their way back to the royal castle. Even so, the redness had not completely left Ellie's eyes. Sensing the atmosphere, Leonhardt and Jorg didn't mention it. Yes, I don't know if I'd call it a complete success, but at the very least, we got what we needed. Letty nodded. Leonhardt motioned for them to sit, then took a seat on the sofa himself. After waiting for Letty and Ellie to sit side by side, he began to speak. First, let me tell you about the situation here. The Count confessed everything in public. What he said only corroborated our previous investigation, so it wasn't particularly interesting. And we caught some others of his kind, so I, for one, have something to look forward to. With Leonhardt's announcement, coupled with his ominous smile, they were momentarily left speechless. Even though the anger had somewhat subsided, it seemed it hadn't completely gone away. However, this lie detection, it was very useful, but it's frightening. Frightening. Letty tilted her head at the unexpected word. Lies won't work anymore. But that doesn't mean everything will be all right. Now people will either stop talking or find ways to speak that aren't technically lies. If used improperly, it will just create a different kind of distortion, I'm sure. The grimoire was discovered after Letty's hint led them to search the royal archives. The magic it contained was certainly powerful depending on how it was used. Because of that, he had to consider its application very carefully. I even get the feeling that someone might think it's better to just get rid of Marius. Your Majesty. That is, well, how shall I put it? I think there's a better way to phrase that. He waved a hand dismissively at the flustered Marius, saying, My apologies. Then he folded his hands and spoke in a slow, halting voice, as if speaking to himself. So, from now on, I want to create a system where there's an advantage to speaking the truth. Even if there's a blunder, by speaking honestly and consulting, a solution can be found. I think that would be a good solution. Well, it won't be easy to achieve immediately. Logically, it would be the most rational approach. Unfortunately, people aren't always logical. Leonhardt knew this well, so he wasn't planning on rushing things. Still, he kept that thought in his heart. Now then, he said, clapping his hands together to change the atmosphere. Could you tell me about your report? Prompted, Letty and Ellie began their report. For the most part, it was as they had expected, though there was a slight surprise when they heard about the demon's true identity. In any case, the report concluded without any hitches. As I thought, Amersha is suspicious. We're ready to deploy more spies, Jorg offered. Leonhardt stroked his chin, thinking. After a while, he said, Yes, it's dangerous but necessary. I'll have you make the arrangements. Emphasize that their first priority is to return alive. That's all that matters in this situation. Yes, understood. Jorg nodded as if to say, I know what to do. After a single nod, Leonhardt turned back to Letty and Ellie. Now then, I'm grateful for your cooperation once again. It was a joint effort because our motives aligned, but it's certain that you were a great help. If you want a reward, I'd be happy to give you one. When he said that, Letty and Ellie exchanged glances. Letty nodded to Ellie, who was looking at her for direction. With a timidness that was very unlike her, Ellie spoke. Then, Your Majesty, I have a request. Yes, of course. It will be to the best of my ability, but go ahead and tell me. Expressing their gratitude to the easily agreeable Leonhardt, they then made their request. What followed left even Leonhardt and Jorg speechless. In terms of possibility, it's certainly possible. That painting is, well, pretty much yours anyway. After saying that, Leonhardt fell silent for a while, considering what to do. However, I'd like to attach a condition, if that's all right. Yes, of course. Thank you, then here's what. Leonhardt's condition was a very reasonable one, so naturally, Ellie and Letty agreed. Section. The next day, everyone gathered in a room in the royal castle. Letty, Ellie, Leonhardt, Jorg, and one other person. Leonhardt introduced him as the head of the court painters. Now that everyone is here, you may begin. Yes, thank you very much. In the room were an easel and something else. It was the painting, removed from its frame. It was propped up on the easel. Ellie sat in front of it and began preparing her painting supplies, such as her palette. Yes, Ellie's request was to be allowed to make corrections to the painting. In response, Leonhardt's condition was to have a court painter supervise. His official reason was that, just in case, he wanted to prevent any strange corrections from being made to a work that had won the grand prize. But only Leonhardt knew that was just the official reason. Well then, I'll begin. Ellie. Since she seemed a bit nervous, Letty gently rested a hand on her shoulder. She smiled as Ellie flinched. You're too tense. Just do what you always do. Why yes. Thank you, Ellie smiled and nodded before taking something out of her pocket. It was the hardened piece of paint from back then. She placed it down and studied it. She slowly took a deep breath. She felt the sensation of sending air to the back of her head. The hard knot there slowly made its way down. As she did, she could smell the paint. A familiar, almost nostalgic scent. The atmosphere, the heat, all came back to her. An image came to her mind and body. She slowly picked up her palette, placed 3 colors of paint on it, and began to mix them with her brush. She's got quite a handle on it. Yes, my worries were unnecessary. Jorg and Leonhardt, observing the process, exchanged whispers so as not to disturb her. With practiced hands, she mixed the paints, creating a new color. Over the past few days, Ellie had practiced mixing them over and over again whenever she had a moment. She had compared them countless times with the fragment that served as her model. She felt that she could finally get the exact color she was aiming for. The color she created was impeccable to anyone who saw it. She let out a small sigh of relief. Oh, what a deep color, I wonder where she'll use it. The court painter murmured softly. Yes, there were no major problems up to this point. The problem was what came next. Where had he intended to place this color? How much area had he intended to cover? There was no one left to answer. So, that being the case, where would Serge have put it? What would Master have done? She picked up the fragment and held it up to the painting. Where did this color belong? Where would Serge have thought to put it? She moved the fragment around slowly, pondering and fitting it to the painting. As she did, she recalled his habit of color combinations, the feelings he entrusted to this painting, his intended aim. She followed his techniques, his thoughts. Here, but is it really? Is this right? She found a spot that seemed to fit, but was it the right one? With what kind of brushwork? Hesitating, she stared at the canvas. She compared the current painting with the painting with this color added in her mind. Was this the image that he had envisioned? She thought. She pondered. She compared. She considered. She immersed herself in the image of the painting and conversed with his traces etched upon it. There it is, she thought she heard a voice say. She slowly picked up her brush and, following that voice and the image that had welled up within her, moved her hand. She did so without breaking his brushwork, just as she had envisioned. It was a matter of a single moment, a task in a small corner of a vast canvas. I think this is good. She found that her breathing was ragged. The moment she let her guard down, a wave of fatigue washed over her. Did Master always concentrate like this? The question came to her mind. I still have a long way to go, and that made her feel strangely happy. Ellie, you did great. As Letty patted her head, she let herself be coddled. She could say with certainty that she had done everything she could. Painting is surprisingly hard work. I should probably pay more attention to it. Well, that's just your personality, Jorg. Now, what do you think? After teasing Jorg, Leonhardt spoke to the court painter standing nearby. The painter responded with a small ah and stared at the canvas intently. I must say, the color she added gives a softer, calmer impression than the original colors. Technically speaking, you could say that the extreme contrast, which was one of its features, has been softened. Ellie tensed slightly at his observation, although she had already braced herself for the contrast to be softened. However, looking at it now, perhaps it was too extreme. You could even say it was a bit jarring. With that color added, the painting feels more reassuring and easier to accept. That was precisely what she had been aiming for. And what she had hoped for, that it would be what Serge had in mind when he created this color. Lastly, and this is just my personal opinion, I prefer this one. The moment Ellie heard those words, she felt her breathing catch. Slowly, slowly, all the tension drained from her body. Thank you for the analysis. Yes, I like this one better too. I can understand how the impression it gives has changed. I don't know much about painting, but I can see how just adding a little bit can change the entire feeling. What she had done, what she was able to do. Yes, I like this one better too. You really did a great job, Ellie. The words of praise and the feeling of being hugged, surely, it was not a mistake. Letty-san, did I do it? Did I paint it without ruining it? Yes, you did it. It's okay, you did a great job. While being hugged, she stared at the canvas. Compared to her master, there were probably still rough patches. But her best effort blended in perfectly with the canvas. She had been able to create the color and the texture she wanted. I did it. The moment she realized that, tears began to fall, and she buried her face in Letty's chest. Amidst the rush of emotions, whether it was joy, sadness, a sense of accomplishment, or frustration, she felt as if she heard a voice say, "Well done." Chapter 95, Eternal Homework. Dad was so amazing, so this is his painting. Theo spoke with genuine admiration. At the town hall of Quartz, many people had gathered to see the grand prize-winning work displayed to the public. And it was. So this is the kind of painting Serge made, huh? If I had known this, I would have given him a little something extra. A painting made by a familiar face who had lived in this very town until recently. It was bound to attract people's interest. Most were there out of curiosity. Amidst them, those who knew him voiced their regret, with a hint of guilt for not having tried to get to know him better. Regardless, people were interested and saw the painting with their own eyes. They were talking to each other, giving their thoughts on it. Letty and Ellie watched this scene from a distance. Egret-chan, Ellie-chan, thank you, really. To have his painting shown like this, I guess this is what it means to be overwhelmed with emotion. Matilda spoke softly. Letty and Ellie, standing beside her, looked at each other for a moment. No, we did it because we wanted to. So you don't need to thank us. That's right, it's just as it should be. They replied with smiles. Matilda, perhaps having known they would respond that way, returned a wry smile. They both accepted that there was a touch of sadness in their smiles. Even so, to see his painting, seen by everyone, and Theo gets to see it too, I think this is a happy thing. I wish I could have shown him. Her voice trembled slightly. She knew it was a hopeless sentiment, but she couldn't help but wish he could see it from somewhere far away. That's true, Master's painting is finally getting the recognition it deserves. I hope he can feel it. Since there was no way to know for sure, all they could do was wish for it. They prayed that it was so. Well, for me, as long as Theo understands, that's all that matters. The smile she gave was that of a mother. Its softness captured their attention for a moment. Do you want Theo to become a painter? Oh, I don't think so. Unless Theo says he wants to himself. After all, I know very well that it's hard to make a living unless you're exceptionally good. She laughed brightly at Ellie's question. Looking at her strong, gentle smile, the phrase, "a mother's love is strong," came to mind. Speaking of which, I have to thank you too for something else too. You arranged for us to receive Serge's prize money, didn't you? No, it's not exactly something that we needed to arrange. We're not the ones who should be receiving it, and Serge would have been happier this way. The prize money awarded to the grand prize winner. The winner was deceased and single, with no immediate family. As they were wondering what to do, Letty and Ellie intervened. The consensus was that the money should be given to his divorced ex-wife and his son. 2 large gold coins a month, for 100 months, a little over 8 years, huh? It's true that getting a lot of money at once would be concerning because of thieves and such, so I'm grateful. But I also feel like you've gone out of your way for us a little too much. Originally, the prize money was to be awarded all at once. However, if a commoner were to win, as was the case this time, there was a risk of trouble due to the unfamiliarity with large sums of money. As a result, the system was changed. It's fine. His Majesty said it was a good opportunity to review a lot of things. When you so casually talk about the king, it makes me feel a little intimidated, you know. Adventurers who were close to the king. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, their actions and the rumors around them suggested that such talk was indeed about them. Yet, they weren't arrogant about it, and she felt proud of her ex-husband, who had been respected by them as a master and as a painter. Fufu, please just think of our relationship with His Majesty as a professional one. We'd be happy if you continue to treat us as you always have. Ellie smiled, and Letty nodded in agreement. Matilda returned their smiles. Egret-chan, Ellie-chan, thank you really. Her eyes were a little misty. Section. After some pleasant conversation, Matilda and Theo went home. The two of them continued to gaze at the painting. The light of the sun, which was setting earlier, cast a pale red glow, filling the hall. Now bathed in red, the piece seemed to give off a different emotion. They looked at it in silence for a while. It doesn't look unnatural, does it? No, I think it's fine. Of course, Serge might notice something. Their exchange was hushed. They both knew where Ellie had made her addition, but it blended in so well that even when they looked for it, they couldn't easily tell. Or perhaps they wanted to believe that. At the very least, no one in the crowd had pointed it out. A sigh of relief. And then, a moment of silence. Finally, Ellie spoke slowly. That's right, I don't think it was the wrong thing to add. They told me so, too. But whether it's the right answer, I won't know unless I can ask Master Serge. That's impossible, right? No matter how much of an ancient weapon or a master of search magic they were, they couldn't talk to the dead. Yes, that's why I'll continue to paint. Someday, when I feel like I've caught up to Master, I'll look at this painting again, and then, I'm sure. Then she would surely find the answer, though she didn't know when that would be. I think that's a good idea. I want you to do that, too. May you find an answer, to your life, to your questions. It would be a long back and forth, to be sure, but it would be worth the challenge. Yes, leave it to me. I'll do my best. Starting here, we'll move forward, leaving our trust in what lies ahead. Looking up at the painting once more, Ellie made that wish and that vow. End of Volume 2.